Good morning, everybody, from Fulbeck Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire. Welcome to live coverage of Round 8 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. My name is Andrew Mather from DDMM, here once again for live commentary on your Alpha Live stream for Round 8 of this year's championship. Here's your circuit for today, 940 metres in length, 12 turns, tricky circuit, difficult to overtake in places round Fulbeck, a circuit that's been on these grounds since the late 1950s, and in terms of track layout, not much has changed. It's a very old school circuit, the very definition of old school. We've already had one round so far here this weekend, round 7 across a number of our classes was very dramatic, and we're expecting the same here on a day which is a little bit cloudy, some broken clouds at the moment, no expectations for rain, but it is quite blustery here. I'd actually say the gusts of wind are a bit higher than 7 or 8 miles an hour, so that could be something that the drivers will have to contend with as they go around this circuit, which is kind of typical of a lot of racing circuits in the UK. RAF Fulbeck used to be around these parts next door, so aviation very much the order of the day back in those times, but racing here today for, as I say, round 8 of this year's championship. All classes in action today. We'll be starting with the Bambino C50s first. Honda Cadets will be second. Third will be IAME Bambinos. Micromax will follow next. Intermax, Senior Max, Junior Max and Rotax 177, all classes in their own races today, and it'll be that order, so remember that order for 2 heats and the finals as well, the first set of heats being before the lunch break as well. Rotax 177 are out at the moment for their qualifying, the culmination of their qualifying, so don't worry, you're not missing any racing action at the moment. There are our Bambino C50 drivers ready to go for their first heat of the day. The grids, of course, for all of the heats decided by timed qualifying. So for the Rotax 177s, that's what they're doing right this very instant, with about 30 seconds, I think, on the clock remaining for 2.453. Just under a tenth quicker than yesterday's round winner and current championship leader 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀. That is your front row. Harry Chapman and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗲𝗀 start on the second row of the grid. Toby Biggs and 𝗦𝗍𝒀, looking to continue good form for both of those drivers, start on row number 3. Ronnie Kempson had a strong day yesterday, was up in the top 5, starts today on row number 4 alongside Mason Muncher. Joshua Bailey and Jack Daniels start on row 5. Ernie Wade and Simon Kalman, good qualifying there for Simon, starting on row 6. Mexico's Mickey Gonzalez starts on row 7 alongside Noah Smith. Albie J. Stubbs and Logan Hodgetts will go from the 8th row of the grid. Ollie West and Elliot Payne start on row number 9. And then getting into the lower reaches of the grid, Ethan Pearson and Benjamin Schliever will start on the 10th row of the grid. Noah Myberg, welcoming Noah to SuperOne for the first time this year, first time on a SuperOne Alpha Live stream as well here today, starts on row 11 alongside a new debutant, at least in 2023, Alex Marshall. Arlo Atkinson and William Wainwright. William Wainwright also joins us this weekend for the first time. They start on row 12. Louis Wilson and Oliver Daniels completes the 26 kart field on the 13th row. And it will be a standing start for the first of the 2 heats for the Bambino C50s. That grid will be repeated when we get to the second set of heats after the break, just to show how important the qualifying session, the time qualifying session is in this format. Parents and guardians on the grid to just make sure that all of their drivers are in the right position. And quickly forming up this grid. So yesterday, number 31 on the right-hand side of your screen was your round winner, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Harry Chapman was second. It was a tough day yesterday for Mason Hibbert, though. No better than third in any of the races for the E-plate holder. Great opportunity here from pole position to better that straight away here in race 1. So, grid being cleared. and will be under starters orders for this first heat in Bambino C50 to get round 8 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships underway here at Fulbeck. Away we go. Good start from both drivers on the front row of the grid. Hibbert checking across, making sure that he's going to hold the lead as they run towards the first corner. Now they will skip the chicane. They go straight through the cut-through on a start here at Fulbeck. So the actual first corner is the first big hairpin after the chicane. It's all looking good so far. Oh, just as I say that, there's a couple of drivers spinning off. I think one of them may have been the number 96 involved there. That's 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 Stubbs. That's a real shame for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 Stubbs because that was from high up the order. It's 7 minutes underway here, and the race continues. Just all got a little bit too busy in the middle of the pack for a couple of the drivers, which is unfortunate for Mason Hibbert there in the blue and green. This is the start that he would have wanted, side by side between Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley there. Rex Pooley trying to go around the outside. Oh, there's a bit of wheel banging there between Pooley and Chapman. They're both protesting, but end of lap number 1. Mason Hibbert, head down, leads the race by 0.4 of a second ahead of Harry Chapman and Rex Pooley. Eli Scher in the red and black there has had a good start, and the number 35 is the top rookie at the moment in 4th place. It's Harry Chapman looking down the inside into the hairpin for the first time in this race, goes to the front of the order. Other drivers involved in the first lap shenanigans, shall we say. Mickey Gonzalez was one of them in the number 22. I think Noah Smith has also not come through on timing yet as well, so that's unfortunate news for Stubbs, Smith, and there is the number 78 of Benjamin Schlever off the road. I think that might have been out of the final corner. So quite a few drivers having issues in the early stages of this first heat of the day. But here's the new leader, Harry Chapman. That wide line through the final complex, quite technical those last few corners as they head towards the pit lane. Lead change is confirmed. Chapman from Hibbert and Pooley, Eli Scher and Henry Algar fighting there as well. That's the cart with the light blue bumpers and the green and blue helmets. Number 8, Henry Algar, has had a really good season so far. I'm very impressed to see Henry improving all the time so far this season. Toby Biggs there as well with the white suit and the yellow and white helmet, number 66 likewise. Big improvements for Toby this year. Enters the day, at least by my calculations, 3rd in the points. So Chapman continuing to lead then. Hibbert there in 2nd place. So Hibbert had a tough day yesterday, and it was all down to, I think, the qualifying really. We'll be talking about it a lot today. This circuit, in terms of its character, very different to the ones we've been to so far this season. Very different indeed to Clay Pigeon, whereas Clay was wide and fast and flowing, lots of high-speed corners. Look at that, down the inside. That's Algar on Scher. That's for 4th place. And well, I was about to say that overtaking can be quite hard here, and Henry Algar's proven me completely wrong, going through really good move into 4th place. I think Scher might have been trying to fight back on the exit of the corner. Catch up with that in a moment. Yes, they are still side by side. Chapman under pressure from Hibbert, but dealing with it well. Just comes to the inside, slightly defensive line. Heading towards the 2nd hairpin, which is so important around this circuit to get right, because it sets the run up into the technical section at the end of the course. Again, Chapman taking that wider line, and this time Hibbert gets down the inside, takes the line. Has he got enough for the lead of the race? Rex Pooley trying to find a way through as well, and that was very well dealt with by Harry Chapman. Didn't panic as Hibbert was at the inside. Algar has got 4th place confirmed, at least for the time being. We've got 2.5 minutes of this heat to go. Remember, there's the +1 lap as well. Means even if there's just a couple of seconds on the clock as the drivers come over the start-finish line, there will be an extra lap if that occurs, as opposed to just ticking through to 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Bit of traffic ahead for the leaders. It's the number 88 of Noah Smith out there, who's one of our drivers who unfortunately had a few hold-ups on the first lap. This will be interesting to see how the top three deal with this. Don't often get matched traffic in a race of this length. You're not going to have to deal with it now. No, there will be blue flags. Still negotiating and reading your way past the cart ahead. And they're swarming around 𝗦𝗲𝗍 there. And they're all, in all completely different ways, have made their way through. That was very well done by Chapman, 𝗏𝗲𝗍 and Hibbert. And I think 𝗏𝗏𝗍 did, for a moment, take second place away from Mason Hibbert, but they have now switched back round. So back to our order of Chapman, Hibbert, 𝗏𝗏𝗍 in the background there, 𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗀 fighting over fourth place. In fact, 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝐶's got fourth place back. Really good stuff there from the rookie. All rookies, so if you are looking at live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne, all drivers with an R, a letter R for Romeo, or rookie shall we say, next to their name. That's why it's there. They're all drivers who haven't competed in SuperOne before 2023. And other drivers who haven't put an R next to their name, drivers who were here last year, for example. So we've got about 40 seconds remaining on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps. This will be the remaining one on time. Then they'll see the final lap board last time around, unless C50 suddenly go about 25 seconds quicker than they normally do. But Hibbert now looking to the inside, checks back into the slipstream of Chapman. 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍's still there as well, gets a tighter line off the exit of the first hairpin. Goes a little bit on the curb there. It's going to be on the outside now as they go through the second chicane. And that's good news for Harry Chapman, actually, because for the first time in this race, Chapman's got a bit of a lead. 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍 down the inside of Hibbert takes second place. This is the consistency that we've seen from Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍 so far this season. Every single race apart from the very first race of the season, the very first heat of round 1, Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍 has been classified inside the top 3. It's been a remarkable season so far for Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍. I wouldn't say he's absolutely dominating this championship. It's not like a Max Verstappen job, but the fact that he's getting the points in every single time. If you can't win a race, get second. If you can't finish second, finish third. I say, apart from one race at the very start of the season where he finished, quite frankly, shocking 4th by the standards of Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍. He's done just that, but Hibbert's got back down the inside, retakes second place. 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍's going to try and fight back here to retake that second place, and all the while, Harry Chapman, the O-plate, sits at the front of this order, doesn't want to get too defensive, doesn't want to lose momentum as they go through the second chicane. Doesn't want to open an opportunity for the drivers behind to get involved. Contact warning has come in for the number 29 of Elliot Payne. Side by side, here they come. Mason Hibbert is going to try for one last go at the race win. Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍's down the inside and has nipped into second place. Beautifully done. Chapman takes that outside line, makes it work. Still side by side between Hibbert and 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍. Hibbert's got back in front all over the curb. Is Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍, but Harry Chapman's going to take the first win of the day. Second place to Mason Hibbert. Third for Rex 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗍 with a really good battle at the front there. 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗍 takes 4th and is top rookie. 5th for Henry Algar, 6th for Toby Biggs. Good result as well for Jack Daniels there. 2nd of the rookies home in 7th place. Joshua Bailey, Mason Muncher and Simon Kalman all in the top 10. And I just want to have a look through Simon's best result. That's his best result of the year so far. Well done to Simon Kalman there in the number 12. That, by my records, is the first top 10 of the year for a driver who's really improving all the time. Very good to see. Logan Hodgetts is 11th. Ethan Pearson 12th. Louis Wilson 13th and 14th. Good drive as well from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 from the back of the grid. Finishes 15th. Likewise, Alex Marshall gained a good number of positions in that race. Mickey Gonzalez recovered to 17th. 18th for Elliot Payne. 19th for Arlo Atkinson, and Ollie West completes the top 20. All the results at the moment are provisional. You will be able to look at them at results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. That was the first heat for the Bambino C50s. Good race to start things off here today. Very entertaining. We're going to move on to the first appearance in a racing capacity here today for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. Okay, let's have a look at the grid then for Honda Cadet and their first heat of the day. And some new drivers in this one, which is always good to see. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀 has pole position, and what a weekend it's been for 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀 so far. Took a first finals victory in SuperOne in his young career yesterday. He's on good form in the Ambition Motorsport entry, and it's an Ambition Motorsport all front row with Max Taddy there, the championship leader, alongside P2 on the grid. Jensen Walker starts P3, has Connor J. Winfield for company there on the second row of the grid. Welcome to SuperOne Alpha Live action for 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, racing for Rookie Racing, starts fifth on this grid. And good to see Charlie Gregg moving up to Honda Cadets, one of our Bambinos moving up to the next age category, starts this race from P6. Isla Parsons will be P7 on the grid, yesterday's Girl Power Award winner, and is quickly becoming one of my favourite interviewees of the paddock. You'll probably catch that later, at least in the lunch break. You might have some time to slip those interviews in across the course of the racing day as well, if you've got any hold-ups. And one mini rock on track as well. Alexander Adams, the number 24, is out there as well. All the Honda Cadets you'll be able to tell by the tone of their engines. A little bit lower in pitch, the mini rock a bit higher in pitch, but if you're looking at the numbers, all of them have yellow backgrounds. The Honda Cadets have the red numbers. The mini rock has a as black category black category on the car. There is Alexander Adams going to be a shot number 24. Oh dear, Isla Parsons has had a bit of a spin there, but will be able to retake her place 7th on the grid. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support. Hello to GNL, Keely Parsons as well, and Toby and Dave Canning cheering on Toby Biggs. Bit of confusion because I think 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀's just, yeah, needs to be on the other side of the road. That's the first corner, is a right-hander. Pole on the inside. 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 there, number 26. New paint job on the helmet as well. We all know a new paint job on the helmet is worth at least 3/10. Thumbs up there between the two Ambition Motorsport drivers on the front row of the grid. But I think we're ready to go then for the first heat of the day in Honda Cadets. All eyes on those lights now. They go. Good start for Sullivan. Good start as well for Taddy. Taddy comes across. Got to defend. It's quite often the case that the inside row, the odd numbers, get a good charge down into turn one. So Taddy's done a very good job there to get ahead of Jensen Walker. On the outside there is the number 27 of Connor Winfield. Number 43 of 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, trying to find a way through. But they've pretty much held order from the grid. Sullivan, Taddy, Walker, Winfield, Prakesh, Gregg and Parsons. That's your 1 through 7 in Honda Cadet. Alexander Adams has got underway as well in the mini rock. Side by side between the two Ambition Motorsports teammates, and a change for the lead. Max Taddy goes through into the lead of the race ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. I say 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 taking the win in the final yesterday. First finals victory for him. Been working really hard. Talked to him on the podium as well. Can he repeat it here today? Well, I think he's going to have some stern opposition, especially Max Taddy. He's been similarly in great form throughout the season. Jensen Walker trying to fight through into second place there. The number 27 of Connor J. Winfield just being patient at the moment. Good play, if you ask me, from Winfield right now. Doesn't need to get too involved, just needs to keep himself in a position where he can get a good result, a better result in the latter stages of the race. But Max Taddy, this has been a big lap from Taddy. He's broken away a bit from Sullivan, Walker, Winfield behind. Results for Taddy yesterday, first, second, third. So at least at this moment he's looking on for repeating the start of his day yesterday for round number 7, but he'll be looking to improve on the score, similar to what we were talking about with Rex Pooley in the Bambino C50s. what's been impressive for me this season for Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍 has been the consistency. If I look across Max's results, only twice has 𝗬𝗲𝗍 been outside of the top 3 in Honda Cadet so far this season. That's why he's in the lead of this championship. Bit of a gap forming now between 3rd and 4th. Sullivan and Walker working well together to just try and keep tabs on the Scottish driver at the front of the order. Means that Connor J. Winfield's just fallen back a little bit, but no worries. They're in 4th place, a further 3.6 seconds back at the last count of J.M. Kesh. In the number 43, Charlie Gregg as well, learning things all the time in this class, having moved up from the Bambino categories. New fastest lap of the race for 𝗬𝗲𝗍 then, 52.771 seconds. Approaching the midway stage of this race, 4 minutes on the clock to go. What can Sullivan and Walker do here? They're doing all right at the moment, but not letting Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍 get any further down the road. Keeping the championship leader in the number 4 kart honest right now. And in fact, I think they are closing in a bit, at least on the first 75% of this particular lap. This is lap number 4. Now the final corner again. No position changes at the moment. Still 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍, Sullivan, Walker, Winfield. Rakesh will be over the line in 5th place. Charlie Gregg and 𝗲𝗲𝗍𝗍, though, having a good scrap over 6th place. 1.4 seconds between them. The new fastest lap of the race from Jenson Walker. That's good news, not just for Walker, but I think for Sullivan as well, in terms of trying to win this race, because that means there's some pace behind. It's going to close in this trio at the front of the field. Keep the race competitive for the remaining time on the clock and the +1 second. Here is your battle for 7th place overall. This is Isla Parsons in the number 50 and Alexander Adams in the number 24. The sole mini ROK entry going through the chicane, the second of the chicanes. It's a battle that we've often seen so far this season in these races. Another new fastest lap of the race in from Jenson Walker. Doesn't need to make any moves right now. There's still a good amount of time to play with in this race. Here are your lead trio, still as they were. The 2 Ambition Motorsport karts at the front of the order, and the blue and orange colours of Cutting Edge Racing with Jenson Walker at the wheel. What can Cian Sullivan do here? 2nd, 1st and 1st yesterday. So I'd say if Sullivan, if the order was to stay like this, I think for Sullivan it wouldn't be necessarily a sudden change of, oh no, 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 winning again. Don't want to see that if you're in the number 26, because you want to close in those championship points. Because we saw the same yesterday. Max 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍 take the first win, and Sullivan was able to get back on top for the 2nd heat and of course the final. Today's very much a challenge to the championship leader to say, okay, the rest of the field have improved their pace and their form. Can Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍 find that next step to reassert his dominance on this championship, on this class? Right now he's doing a very, very good job indeed, is Max 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍. 50 seconds to go, so I think there'll be 2 more laps. I think time will just about run out on this lap. And crucially for the Ambition Motorsport boys, they have pushed away from Jenson Walker, so I wonder if there are a little bit of tactics at play right now, that Cian Sullivan will just hold that position right now, solidify 2nd place, drop Jenson Walker out of the battle, and then they'll look to fight for the win on the final lap of the race. 20 seconds on the clock. Walker's digging deep here. This is good from Jenson Walker to just keep himself in the discussion for the race win. Knows that as long as nothing too dramatic happens, at least 3rd place is guaranteed for Jenson Walker. Time is just going to tick over now. There it is, final lap board is out, and now the Ambition Motorsport drivers, I'm sure, are going to start fighting over this race win. Saw Sullivan trying to go for a bit of a feint there, has now got to the inside, has got at the inside of Taddy to go into the hairpin. Has Sullivan got enough to take the lead of the race? It's going to be about the corner exit, because Taddy's going to fight back here as they approach towards the second chicane. Walker's still there as well. This is where the hard work could pay off for Jensen Walker. Oh, there's contact between Walker and Sullivan. Walker around the outside. Walker takes second place, and Cian Sullivan loses the spot in the top three. Well, from my angle, I think that may have been the very definition of a racing incident. Jensen Walker went round the outside, but for Max Taddy, it's going to be another race victory this season in Honda Cadet. Takes the race win, takes the maximum points from this heat. Jensen Walker second, third for Connor J. Winfield. Good result there for Connor, and I think that's his first top. It is his first top three of the season. So keeping the hard work up there in the number 27, and has been rewarded with a third place. Cian Sullivan does come across the line in fourth, J.M. Prakash in fifth, Charlie Gregg in sixth, Isla Parsons in seventh. There is Charlie Gregg across the line in the red suit and the yellow helmet. Isla Parsons across the line there in seventh, and Alexander Adams, the last of the runners in that race, the single mini rock runner, in eighth. Well, another very assured victory for Max Taddy, and he adds another 34 points to his tally of points this season in SuperOne. A very well done job there by Max Taddy. Had to soak up a lot of pressure from his teammates Cian Sullivan and Jensen Walker there. But we'll see the Honda Cadets and the Mini Rock out later on this afternoon after the lunch break. We're going to get ready for the next category out on circuit. IAME Bambino and their first heat are up next. Time to go racing for IAME Bambino then. Let's have a look at the grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. James Roots needs a big day. Didn't have the strongest of results yesterday and has responded with pole position here in IAME Bambino. Chester Fawkes joins him on the front row of the grid. Harris Barber, superb yesterday on the podium, and it's definitely showing that it wasn't a flash in the pan. Good form this weekend. Starts this round on the second row of the grid. Darren Dimitrov as well. Great qualifying there from Darren, P4 on the grid. William Crombie has had some great form ever since he took his first final victory a few rounds ago at Rowra. Starts this one from row number 3. Freddie Baker alongside. Those two had a great scrap at Clay Pigeon last time out in front of the Alpha Live cameras. We go to row 4 to find yesterday's round winner. Oscar Kenny starts P7 on the grid. Ollie Little joining there on the 8th position on the grid. Albert Farrow and Theo Jepson start on row 5. Max Joy and Bodie Batch welcoming Bodie to the stable for the first time this season. First time on a SuperOne Alpha live stream. They start on row 6. And Leo Harang will complete the 13 scheduled expected runners in this first race of the day for IAME Bambino, and I can see, oh no, I think that's a problem for Leo Harang in the number 57. And I was about to say that we were going to have all 13 starters because we've had 13 transponders tick over the line, but I think that's a commentary curse in my brain there by telepathy. But fortunately, Leo Harang will not take the start of this race. We are down to 12. So it'll be a standing start. Championship leader at the moment, William Crombie. By my calculations, 4 points is the lead at the moment for William Crombie over Chester Fawkes. I feel this is a big day for James Roots, though. We know how good James Roots is. Some superb races. Needs to be able to convert this pole position into a good result. Away we go then for the first race of the day in IAME Bambino. Roots on the inside, Crombie on the outside. You can see the number 12 of 𝗲𝗲𝗏𝗀𝗲𝗀 with the blue and orange bumper there has got up into second place, I think, straight away. Darren Dimitrov in the number 65 looking racy as well. William Crombie looking down the inside on Dimitrov to take at least one position. The number 48 of 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 fighting through as well. Good start for the IAME Bambinos. They're all through the first couple of corners into the second chicane for the first time in this one. And James Roots has got just the start that James requires today. It was a bit off colour yesterday. 11th, 4th and 5th were the results for the number 5 cart. Oh, James can do better than that. It's a great opportunity, as we say, to do just that. Put yesterday to bed, get back on course and get back up the points standings. End of lap number 1 then. Roots leads, Barber second, Fawkes third, but is being challenged not by William Crombie, but by 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗍. That's a great, by number 12, 𝗲𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. That's a change for second place, apologies. So Chester Fawkes has got ahead of 𝗲𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗲𝗲𝗏𝗏 was having a go back there through the first chicane. Through the second chicane now, James Roots with a bit of a lead. I'll be happy with that at the moment, but Chester Fawkes, who was winner in both of the heats yesterday, finished 4th in the final. So whilst not a clean sweep, it was still another helpful order of points for Chester Fawkes. As the season goes on and drop scores will come into play, I think arguably Chester Fawkes is still the favourite for this championship, for this class. Moment has a technical infringement disqualification from round 4 at 𝗲𝗏𝗏 on his scorecard. Well, a number of drivers actually from that round have a disqualification for technical infringements at 𝗲𝗏𝗏. I would expect most of those to end up as dropped scores. Now, having said that, the current championship leader, William Crombie, taking every opportunity presented to the number 15 cart, has just got up the inside of 𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 there to take third place. That was a nice clean move by Crombie through the second chicane, and now sets about trying to overtake Chester Fawkes in the number 38. James Roots looking nice and comfortable at the moment. Has had a race win so far this season. The very first race of the season, round 1, heat 1, was the last time we saw the number 5 at the top of the standings in one of the IAME Bambino races in 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 this year. Fastest lap of the race for Darren Dimitrov. He's just at the back of this group, you see there, the number 65 in 6th place, behind 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗏𝗏𝗏. Over there with the white suit, the dark blue and kind of purplish pink details on the suit and on the helmet as well. Was a very happy chappy yesterday, having taken the round victory. Got a chance to interview him on the podium. Now having a little look there down the inside of 𝗲𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, but no, not quite able to make it through into 4th place, and that's going to give Dimitrov the opportunity maybe around the outside into the last couple of corners for 5th place. They're still side by side, time ticking away, and James Roots very much in race management mode at the moment, and he's doing a good job with it, just holding that lead. 0.3 of a second last time as they just go over start finish line there. That'll be okay. New fastest lap of the race now from William Crombie, the number 15 there in all green. The number 42 looking down the inside of 92, that's Albert Farrow. He's found a way past Freddie Baker, so that was 7th place for Farrow there. Ollie Little not too far behind. Further down the order, Theo Jepson running in the top 10 at the moment, Max Joy and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as well, 11th and 12th, but this is the fight once again for 7th place. Yes, Farrow, Baker and Little squabble. Three drivers looking pretty calm and relaxed at the wheel at the moment, even though they're in the midst of a fierce scrap there. New fastest lap of the race from Chester Fawkes. Now that's a big move, 56.753 because he's closed the gap now right up to James Roots. It was less than 1/10 of a second as they came over the line. 2 minutes to go on the clock. Pharaoh still leading there ahead of Baker in the battle for 7th place. Here is the battle for the lead of the race. William Crombie's now fighting in, down the inside, takes 2nd place. Great move from William Crombie. Well, we saw him pull that move a few laps ago on Harris Barber or something similar. Now he's done it to Chester Fawkes, and I think he's done it at just the right time, because Chester Fawkes, I think, was shaping up perhaps for a move on the race leader. May have gone for a move on the race leader off of our cameras and just fallen back a bit with an unsuccessful attempt to overtake. And William Crombie, either way, has got through, is into 2nd place, and is now setting about trying to find a way past James Roots here. Watching live coverage of round 8 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships here at Fulbeck Kart Circuit. Once again, well, we've said this several times so far this season, that IAME Bambino, if you want entertainment, go for IAME Bambino. They have been superb so far this season, and we're now into the 2nd half of the year. Now it's heating up for the title scrap. William Crombie, I say, when we were reading out the grid, confidence, I think that's the big word for William Crombie, is really, really driving with a lot more confidence than earlier in the season. It's showing now with the pace, bravery in the overtakes, and ultimately the results. There's going to be 2 more laps. There's still a bit of time on the clock to go, some 17 seconds or so. There's a great scrap going on behind as well. 𝗏𝗏𝗍 looking for 4th place, and has got 4th place off of Harris Barber there. Oscar Kenny holding in 6th place at the moment. Moved up to 5th place in points yesterday after the win in the final. Back with our leaders though, Roots and Crombie. Roots defending nicely there into the first couple of corners of this last part of the course. Final lap board will be out this time around. So with this Fulbeck circuit, it's very much a circuit of 2 halves. You've got this first portion of the circuit. Oh, it's Crombie's looking down the inside, may have a run into the first chicane. He's got to be brave, he's got to carry the speed through the chicane, and William Crombie's got it. Really good stuff again from William Crombie, who had a bit of work to do from his grid position, but has managed to get on the final lap the number 15 kart into the lead of this race. 2nd, 8th and 3rd yesterday for Crombie. James Roots is not going to give this up though. Wants to break this run, wants to get his 2nd race victory of the year so far. He's going to look to the outside. To go into sector number 3, I think Chester Fawkes is just going to have to take 3rd place in this one today, but again, more useful points. Roots looks to the outside now. Next corner is a left-hander, but it quickly flicks back into a right. William Crombie's looking down the inside. Roots has got the inside line, got some grip, retakes the lead. Is that the move that's going to give James Roots a first win since the first round of the season? It is, for the 2nd time this year. James Roots takes race victory in SuperOne IAME Bambino and takes it by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of William Crombie. It's not a win for Crombie, but that's another very, very good performance, showing why the number 15 is definitely in the discussion for the title this year. 3rd place to Chester Fawkes. More points on the board for Chester. Harris Barber fought back to retake 4th place, and that's another good result this weekend for Harris. It's the same start that Harris had yesterday. We followed it up with 2nd place in both of the remaining races, so again showing that there's form there for Harris this weekend. 5th place for 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗏. That's a really good result, another good result. Didn't have the look in the final yesterday, but again, another driver showing that the form is definitely present and with him here at Fulbeck. Oscar Kenny 6th. Not the win, but top rookie, so another good performance there from Oscar Kenny. Albert Pharaoh put a good move in to take 7th ahead of Freddie Baker. Ollie Liddell and Theo Jepson complete the top 10. Max Joy was 11th and 𝗏𝗏𝗍𝗏 was 12th. Well, a very, very good result there for James Roots. That is exactly, with a bit of disappointment yesterday, what James Roots needed. Let's see if James can continue it later on today when we've got the second heat for IAME Bambino. Right, next up, first heat of the day for Micromax is up next. Time to go racing for Micromax then. Let's have a look at the grid. Yesterday's winner, bit of a Fulbeck specialist on pole position. Jensen Sale in the number 40 alongside on the front row is Boxo Cosmic Juniors. Number 37 kart piloted by Elliot Travis. Jack Baker and Benedictas Masioka start on row number 2. George Swire in front of the Alpha Live cameras in a SuperOne meeting for the first time this year starts on row 3 alongside yesterday's top rookie Ambition Motorsports' Sebastian Behrman. Row 4 has 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 𝗦𝗍cie and Sebastian Clark on it, all Ambition Motorsport row 4 there. RCE's Alfie Mayer is joined by Leo Livings, who's an absolute trooper. Just 4 weeks ago at Clay Pigeon had an incident and an injury to his arm, is back in racing action, performed well yesterday and has got P5 on the 5th row of the grid for this one. Logan Rolfe, his Gear Up Racing team teammate, is on row 6 alongside Jensen Walker. Bit of work to do from row 7 for Maximilian Abrahart. Toby Cannon alongside on that one. Amit Singh-Atwal and Xavier Fonge start on row 8. Harper Das and Nico Kanchev due there on row number 9. 18 karts out on circuit, I can see, which is good news. And it's going to be a false start. They're going to have another formation lap. So that's fine, that's good to go. The drivers weren't quite in the correct order there, but they'll go around for one more formation lap. So the driver's just coming down the back straight now. There is Jensen Sale at the front of the order. Talked to him yesterday. Took a clean sweep yesterday. I'll tell you what, this title picture, we are going to start talking about the title more now. It's the second half of the season. After today, there'll only be 4 more rounds of the season. Jensen Sale this weekend is really playing himself into title talk. He's up to 3rd place in the points, 15 points behind Logan Rolfe in second, and a further point behind Jack Baker. Another clean sweep today. Now it's a big ask. Could really change things here in Micromax. Away we go then for this one. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Sale leads, and on the grass already. At least one driver. Is that Masioka, I think it was. The number 12 we'll check through in a minute. And that's a bit dramatic as they go down. Jensen Walker's made up some positions off the grid there. As contact there with Leo Livings as they go towards the second chicane. Bit boisterous out there on the first lap here in Micromax. Jack Baker's had a good start. He's up to 2nd place. Took one of the final wins at Clay Pigeon a month ago. Through into the 3rd sector. So over the start-finish line at the end of lap 1 then. Jensen Sale and Jack Baker, they've checked out, they've gone. If they work together, they've got 1st and 2nd sewn up at least, and they can fight for the race win later on. Elliot Travis there in 3rd place is being attacked now by Sebastian Behrman down the inside. Good move by Behrman. Had the block pass on the inside. Travis tried to get back in there, but simply had nowhere to go. Had to concede the position. Is now under attack from George Swire and Sebastian Clark. Sebastian Clark, I think, has nipped through past Swire there into 5th place. Indeed has. It's a good move from the driver in the number 50. The number 28 of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 is trying to get involved as well. Masiokas has now recovered from whatever it was that put him out on the grass in the early stages of this race. He's up to 8th place. There's the number 50 once again looking for another move, this time on Elliot Travis. So over the start-finish line, Sale and Baker being aided as well. Well, they've not just had a good start in terms of their own pace, but that fighting behind now means they've got nearly a 2.5 seconds in in their hands over Sebastian Behrmann there in third place. There's down the inside of Logan Rolfe, Jensen Walker, so Walker through and into 10th place. Through the second chicane, hopping over the curbs. Talking to a number of the drivers yesterday, were telling me about how you've got to ride the curbs here at Fulbeck. It's a physical circuit, especially if you're one of the younger drivers, driver in a younger category. So very different to the circuits that we've been to so far this year. Championship calendar bringing out the array of skills for all of these drivers, especially in classes where they're learning, they're developing. A battle going on behind there for the two Tony karts. Look at this, Jensen Walker down the inside again. We saw it one lap ago on Logan Rolfe. This time he's going past Toby Cannon, and Logan Rolfe is going to... Oh, contact between Giannone and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗃. And 𝗦𝗍𝗃 is off in the grass. And it's deep grass, I can tell you from that, from setting some of the cameras up yesterday. I don't think 𝗦𝗍𝗃 is going to be able to get out of there. Leaders coming through then. Leading once again here on the end of lap number 4. Behrmann, Travis and Swire seem to have got into a rhythm now. Let's see if they can pull the leaders back in. Jensen Walker continuing the progress as well. I'm not quite sure what happened to Jensen Walker in qualifying. Oh, as 𝗲𝗿𝗄𝗃 has sadly had to pull out of the race. He's got some kind of problem, and I think that's on the run from the hairpin. Oh no, it's in chicane number 1. So 𝗲𝗿𝗄𝗃 has now got going again, I can see out of the window. But lost out there. Unfortunately, it's going to fall all the way down to 16th place. I think there's also been problems for Xavier Fonges. Oh, one of the Gear Up Racing entries was round there. Now that might have been George Swire, because that was from quite high up the order. That was again through through chicane number 1. No, it's not Swire, because Swire's still there. Might have been Logan Rolfe then. Yeah, George Swire is definitely still in the order there. In fact, now he's going for third place. Down the inside of Sebastian Behrmann. Elliot Travis trying to fight through as well and retake the third spot that he had earlier in the race. Sebastian Clark's going to get involved. Yeah, I think Logan Rolfe was the kart that I saw spinning round at chicane number 1. Jack Baker has a new fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Behrmann to the inside of George Swire. Takes third place. 90 seconds remaining on the clock. Leaders will have to deal with a bit of traffic. Curb hopping again. Travis, Clark, number 32. Apologies, no, Logan Rolfe is still running there. Another one, might have been Toby Cannon we saw spinning round, because Toby's falling down to 14. So 60 seconds remaining on the clock then. Change confirmed for third place. There is group for third place, and Jensen Walker's not completely out of this yet, because if these drivers keep fighting, there's going to be opportunities. And here's George Swire looking down the inside, not able to make a way through. So 2 more laps to go then. Salem, Baker just continuing to control the race at the moment, but the big battle is for third spot. 𝗦𝗲𝗍 trying to find a way past Sebastian Behrmann there. But once again, Fulbeck, it is a very difficult circuit to overtake around. Jensen Walker's going to have a look down the inside of Logan Rolfe. They've already traded positions back and forth. Still going to be opportunities too remaining in this race as well. I think this is one of those races where, in a way, everyone's conscious of the points and the good opportunities that they've got to score good points with the positions that they've got on the road at the moment. They don't want to risk too much. They don't want to risk a spin. They don't want to risk getting stuck in the long grass here at Fulbeck and falling all the way down the order like we've seen with the likes of 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗃 and others. Final lap board is out then. Here are your two leaders, Jensen Sale and Jack Baker. Jensen Sale, as we saw yesterday, just looks to have this one under control. Knows this circuit very well. He's a local to karts racing here at a club level. Once again, he's benefiting from that. He's using that experience. In a way, that's also showing how impressive Jack Baker's performance is as well. Another driver this season who has taken a huge step forward, if you ask me. Got to see him take the final victory at Clay Pigeon and Maywell today, but he's got to overcome the challenge of Jensen Sale, because once again, Jensen Sale takes a fourth victory so far this weekend from 4 races. Maximum points for Jensen Sale. Jack Baker in second place. Sebastian Behrmann scored over the line there in third. That's a really good result for Sebastian. That's his first top 3 since round 5. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 fourth. Elliot Travis is there in 5th. 6th for Sebastian Clark. Jensen Walker 7th. Maximilian Eberhardt finishes in 8th. Logan Rolfe 9th. Alfie Mayer 10th. 𝗍𝗍𝗃𝗍 𝗏𝗏 in 11th, 𝗦𝗏𝗃 𝗏𝗏𝗃 in 12th place, Toby Cannon 13th, Leo Livings 14th, Xavier Fonge in 15th place, Nico Kanchev 16th, Benediktas 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃, you've got a feel for, because I think 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃 had the space there to really be in that fight for third place at the end, but had the off, and he's classified 17th, a retirement for Harper Das in 18th. There we go, good stuff from the Micromax drivers. Next up out on circuit for their first heat of the day is Intermax. Let's check out the grid then for Intermax and their first heat of the day. Harvey Bacon has pole position. Teddy Cooper, another driver on great form this weekend, starts on the front row of the grid. Adam Turacek had a mixed day yesterday, but when everything's running well, the pace is clearly there, and it starts from row 2 in this one. JJ Plowman, having one of the strongest weekends of his season so far, starts 4th on the grid. Charlie Benson was a bit off colour yesterday, but at least is doing a bit of a damage limitation job for his championship bid. Starts on row 3, and Benjamin Lawn has been one of the surprises so far this weekend. Very good pace yesterday. A couple of heat wins. Starts this one on row number 3. Rook Thompson starts on row number 4 and is joined by a new driver for Rookie Racing this weekend, the number 42 of 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃. There we go, that is your grid. There are your 8 drivers on the grid. So just waiting whilst a couple of karts are cleared off the line to get the Intermax drivers out on circuit. A bit of news from yesterday. Teddy Cooper was your round winner, number 79. Getting back on top of things after a difficult round, number 6. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 was second, as I say. It was 8th in the first heat. Had an incident, but responded well. Came back with strong pace. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀, really good to see. Hadn't had a top 3 before yesterday and got 2 of them, one in one of the heats and in the final as well. Out they go on circuit then. I say good to see 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 on the grid as well for the first time this season, number 42. Got 5th in the final yesterday. Out onto the grid then go Intermax. Current championship leader Charlie Benson off the podium and lost a streak of top 3s that went all the way back from round 3 through to round 6. Was 4th in each of the races yesterday. The 7 minutes plus 1 lap once again for one of these heats. Rolling start. And see how 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 does here from pole position. Best result yesterday was a 5th place. Had a strong qualifying. Found some pace overnight. Going to be a championship contender, as it's Harvey's first appearance of the season this weekend. Has already used up more than the allocated drop scores, but a good chance here for race victory. Away we go then for the start of the first race of the day for Intermax, and the long run down to the first hairpin, and there's a lot of contact in fact, and off the road, everyone on the anti-pole side of the grid, and 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀, so Teddy Cooper is off in the gravel, absolutely furious. You can see the wheels still spinning on the karts there. Going to be honest, I think there was a fair amount of loading into the first hairpin there. Well, what has emerged is 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the lead of the race. Charlie Benson has got through the chaos as well. Is going to be P2 on the grid. Number 11 of ROK Thompson has also come through. Well, that's really changed things in the course of this race. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 leading the race then. Charlie Benson P2, ROK Thompson 3rd. Of the drivers coming through the order now, Plowman, Bacon, Cooper, 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 in 7th place, and Benjamin Lawn. Unfortunately for Cooper, 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 and Lawn, their races are pretty much done. They're some 20 seconds behind the rest of the order. Great opportunity this for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 to take a first win since round number 6. As Charlie Benson to the inside is going to take the lead of the race. Was off the podium all of yesterday. He's not got it done. They're side by side as they go towards the second chicane. It's going to be 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 who has the inside line. Holds onto the lead. So that was a good response actually from 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. Just held the outside line there. Didn't close it down too hard. Didn't disadvantage himself. Ultimately was able to hold on to the lead of the race. Through the final couple of corners then to complete the lap. ROK Thompson having a check over the shoulder there just to see where 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 is. 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀 currently the fastest driver on circuit. Well, that's just been taken away by 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀. So 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀, after that difficult start, is now charging back in. It's not completely out of this, you know, with 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. You see there in the red and white with the white helmet as well. Changing position for 6th place. Teddy Cooper has found a way past Benjamin Lawn. Sorry, no, that's Lawn going past 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗃 for 7th place. That's changed there on your timing screens. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. At the moment, first heat of the day for the Intermax drivers. Charlie Benson picking up the pace now, aided by a bit of a slipstream there from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗃. It's not the most powerful slipstream circuit in the country, but it can be used to good effect down the long straights here at Fulbeck, especially on the approach to the first chicane and the second chicane. Benson just happy at the moment to sit in P2 behind 𝗦𝗍𝗃, which is understandable still with a good chunk of racing to go here in this race. Over start line to start lap number 6 then. Quarter of a second between 𝗍𝗃 and Benson. Harvey Bacon with good pace again is now less than a second behind JJ Plowman and taking about 3/10 a lap out of Plowman and Thompson ahead. Just got to stay patient, I think, is Harvey Bacon. There may be opportunities for position gains on the last lap or so. Getting back up to the front though is going to be a bit beyond. 𝗍𝗃 and Benson's pace is just a little bit too good here. Coming round to finish lap number 6 then. 𝗍𝗃 still in the lead. You can see he's starting to perhaps feel the pressure. Charlie Benson up the inside now into the hairpin. We've seen this before. 𝗍𝗃, I think he's going to try and do a cut back there, but Charlie Benson secures it on the apex very well. Back into the lead of the race goes Charlie Benson for HTR. But now the roles are reversed, and how can 𝗦𝗍𝗃 respond? And through the second hairpin, this is where 𝗦𝗍𝗃 had an off yesterday in the first heat. Wasn't particularly happy about it. At least still scored points for 8th place. End of lap number 7. Lead change is confirmed. No other changes of position behind, but Harvey Bacon has now caught up to JJ Plowman in 4th place. There they are, the second group on the road, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Thompson, Plowman, Bacon. Harvey Bacon looking good here. But Thompson though, good opportunity this for him to get some more points on the board. Has had top 3. He's had a very good round 6 last time out in front of the cameras at Clay Pigeon. Two more laps to go then. Benson still leading ahead of 𝗍𝗃. 3rd, 4th, 5th hasn't changed as well, but I would expect Harvey Bacon, with the pace that Harvey has had so far in this number 80 kart in this race, to start having a go at JJ Plowman's 4th place in the number 17 there, the green and black. Teddy Cooper still circulating, by the way, but there may be a bit of damage to the cars. This is off the pace that we normally see from Teddy Cooper. 7th place, Benjamin Lawn is in the 49s, a new fastest, personal best for 𝗦𝗍𝗃 in the number 42, still circulating in 8th place. Final lap board will be out now. In fact, it is. Charlie Benson has got, I'd say, 2 to 3 kart lengths out ahead of 𝗦𝗍𝗃. They are going to catch 𝗦𝗍𝗃 and potentially put the number 42 off the lead lap. It was one of the karts that was in the gravel on the first lap of the race, and Charlie Benson's going to have to be patient here, because this could be a chance for 𝗦𝗍𝗃 to be down the inside to take the lead of the race. He has got down the inside and taken the lead of the race. using the bag marker there. It was unfortunate for Charlie Benson. I don't think 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗃 did much wrong. It was just a case of caught him in the wrong place there, but Benson's going to fight back. We'll have the inside line for the next two corners. He's going to have to go around the outside. Is 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗃 if he's going to win this race. He has gone round the outside. What a win. What a final lap there. And it is on the line by 14 thousandths of a second. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗃 takes the race win, adds another heat victory to his growing collection here this season in Intermax. And that was all about reading the opportunity in the situation there on the last lap with the back marker. Charlie Benson won't be happy about that at all. To be honest, I don't think there was much that 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗃 could have done. It was in the middle of chicane 2 that we know is a tight corner. And, well, 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗃 takes the race win. Charlie Benson second, ROK Thompson in third. Repeating that once again, it's very much Sundays are the days for ROK Thompson. Was second, third and third the last time in front of Alpha Live cameras at Clay Pigeon, and repeats again with another top three there in the first heat of the day. Harvey Bacon did indeed gain a position on the last lap, got fourth, fifth for JJ Plowman, sixth for Teddy Cooper, seventh for Benjamin Lawn, and off the lead lap there was 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗃. Oh, very dramatic stuff there in Intermax. We'll see them later on today for their second heat of the day. Next up out on circuit, first racing appearance of the day for Senior Max. Let's have a look at the grid then for senior Rotax. Joe Weaver, speaking to him yesterday about how big a weekend this is for his championship bid, and he agreed that, yeah, very, very big indeed. But he is in superb form. Took a clean sweep yesterday, took the final victory, maximum points, and has followed it up with pole position here in senior Rotax for the start of round number 8. Tom Taylor, his teammate, newly into the JWR tent, is there alongside on the front row. Finley Watson, arguably Weaver's closest challenger so far this season across the board, starts today on row 2. Harry Lamond, who joins us this weekend, has had some super pace, is also on the second row of the grid there, starting P4. Jake Richards and Harry Pullen start on the third row of the grid for St Motorsport and JWR respectively. And then as we go down to the fourth row of the grid, we find Shane Collins and Tom Patterson. Cameron Crockett and Shane Collinson start on row 5. Elliot Thomas and Liam Ferguson on row 6. And if my eyes weren't deceiving me earlier, I think there were technical issues for Joseph McVeigh. The Irish driver will be on row 7 in this 13-kart field, but very much none of his own faults, driving faults, shall we say, because the kart did let him down in the qualifying session. So, as I flip my spreadsheet around, very intriguing championship scenario. Felt like a moving day yesterday for Joe Weaver to get on top of this championship, but we know how quickly things can change in senior Rotax. Let's see how round number 8 goes for them then. So Weaver on the outside, sorry, on the inside. Not a good start at all for Taylor, who's already shuffled back to about 6th place. Jake Richards is down the inside. Harry Pullen's trying to go around the outside audaciously from the third row of the grid. And here's the challenge coming in from Watson as well in the number 33. These are the three championship contenders now at the front of the order. And there's contact, Pullen and Richards. Damage to Richards' kart there. And Pullen falls all the way down to the order. What on earth happened there through chicane number 2? They all just seem to trip over one another. And for Harry Pullen, it's another problem on a Sunday. Had a tough Sunday at Clay Pigeon last time out. I just feel like things after such a bright start this season for Harry Pullen are just starting to slip away now in the title fights for senior Rotax. Well, what we do know, Joe Weaver continuing the form that he showed yesterday, leads this race. There's a bit of barrier repair going on drivers right hand side coming out of chicane number 2. That's why the yellow flag is out. It's an aggressive start from a number of drivers there. Maybe a bit too aggressive. It means we've got 𝗦𝗲𝗏𝗀, Watson, Lamond. That's your top 3. Tom Taylor is recovered to 4th. I'm not quite sure what happened to Tom Taylor off the start there. It just seemed to bog down, not get the drive off the rolling start that he wanted. There's Jake Richards still circulating. I know we talk about front fairings. I think the front fairing's actually okay. It's the Nassau panel that's out of position on the number 12. And if the vents and the ducts are operating here at Fulbeck, might be some odd handling kept now. I don't think the bodywork's going to be doing its aerodynamic job at all on the number 12 anymore, because it's at quite an awry position. It's still circulating. I think it's coming loose, so there's going to be any kind of mechanical flag on the number 12, which shows where the impact was with 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 in the early stages of this race. Fight for second. Finley Watson and Harry Lamond. Lamond's down the inside there. He's got the fastest lap of the race and now has got second place. So Lamond overtakes. Will now try and set about closing up to Joe Weaver. And in this instance, that's quite good news for Joe Weaver, because A, it's extended the gap for himself in the lead of the race, and B, it's put his main title adversary one position further down, decreased the points that at the moment Finley Watson is scoring. So we should remember, Harry Lamond, as this is Harry's first SuperOne weekend, even if he did the rest of the season and put in the performances, the kind of performances that we saw yesterday, third and second for Harry mathematically cannot win the title. As I say, very useful to Joe Weaver, because what he is doing is stealing points off his rivals. This lap will be quite key. Let's see what the pace is like for Lamond now. Lamond is in clear air. Last time around, Weaver did a 44.590. Fastest driver of any through sector number 2. At the moment, Weaver is quicker, 44.294 for the race leader. Extends his lead to over 3/4 of a second. Through into the second chicane then. 3 minutes to go. This race is absolutely rattled on by in terms of the time. A few changes for position. Liam Ferguson has lost out to Shane Collins and Harry Pullen. So Collins and Pullen up to 11th and 12th places respectively. Through the final couple of corners. And once again, it is almost, for Joe Weaver, a repeat of heat number 1 yesterday. It was a very interesting interview yesterday on the podium. It was talking about the first heat was relatively straightforward. It was the second heat where a couple of setup issues started to make themselves known, and he had to deal with that. Still took the race win, but had to work hard for it, and got back on top of it for the final. And this is good news for the reigning champion. Speed has always been there across the course of this season, but a bit of bad luck at times for Joe Weaver is why he's not as much of a stranglehold on this senior Rotax Classes. Perhaps he would have liked when he started out racing here in SuperOne for 2023, or the 2023 season, but now he's really into his stride, just getting quicker and quicker. Here's the fight for 4th place. Tom Taylor and Jake Richards. And, regular viewers of SuperOne will no doubt note that there has been a good level of detail change on the number 77. Is now running out of the JWR tent, the same as Weaver, the same as Pullen. And a number of other drivers as well. A few of them to come up in the next race, which will be the first heat of the day for Junior Rotax. I've seen Tom Taylor race for many years, know how strong he is. This new pace this weekend does seem to have picked up a little bit, as here now, this is key. Finley Watson thinking championship, needs to find a way past Harry Lamond. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, 44. In fact, all of the top three, all in the 44 zeros now. I do feel that Watson cannot, with the form that Joe Weaver is in this weekend, he cannot afford to let any points slip on by, and he's got down the inside, takes second place away from Harry Lamond. Brave move from Finley Watson. Had to go for it, had to be bold, but had to do it cleanly. And that is exactly what Finley Watson has done there. 2 more laps to go then, 20 seconds on the clock. Change for second place is confirmed on timing, and quite clearly before our eyes as well. Now this is a big lap for Watson, I feel. He's got to now assert his authority on this battle with Harry Lamond. Try and pull out, even if it's just a kart length at the moment. That'll be very, very useful for the number 33. Tom Taylor still leading ahead of Jake Richards in the squabble over 4th place. Tom Patterson's having a good race. He's up in 6th place at the moment in his number 92 kart. Time has expired. Onto the lead lap goes Joe Weaver, who doesn't even need to really go at full pace at the moment, because he's got 1.4 seconds advantage over Watson. I say this is where the characteristic changes now, as Harry Lamond's trying to find a way through. There's a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact there with Finley Watson. Finley Watson knows he's not going to catch Joe Weaver here. It's far more important that he holds onto this second place and reduces the arrears to the race leader in terms of championship points. I think that's why Watson is defending so hard. But for Joe Weaver, this is a very, very good weekend, turning into an excellent weekend. He won all 3 races yesterday, and he's taken the first one here today as well. Joe Weaver wins by a relative country mile, but crucially, Finley Watson finishes P2. More good points for the current championship leader. Harry Lamond in 3rd, once again another top 3 for Harry here this weekend. Tom Taylor 4th, will be pretty happy with that. Jake Richards, after that early contact and drama on the first lap, finishes 5th. 6th for Tom Patterson, 7th for Shane Collinson, 8th for Elliot Thomas, 9th for Cameron Crockett. Harry Pullen recovers to 10th. It was an amazing first couple of corners for Harry Pullen, but it then all went wrong in the second chicane there on lap 1. That's a bitter blow to Harry Pullen's championship hopes, which I just feel are starting to slide away now. 11th place for Shane Collins, 12th for Joseph McVeigh, 13th Liam Ferguson. Well, a very fast-paced, frenetic start. Good stuff from the senior Rotax drivers. We'll see them again after the lunch break. Next up out on circuit, it's our largest class of the day. Junior Max are out next. Here we go then, let's have a look at the grid and how it's forming up for Junior Rotax. Championship leader Aidan Hassan has pole position for Mark Baines Motorsport. Joining him on the front row of the grid is the number 27 of Ethan Hay. Dale Lewis has had a great weekend so far, starts this one from row 2, and winner at Clay Pigeon last time in front of Alpha Live cameras. Billy Edgecombe starts alongside on that second row for Momentum Motorsport from P4. Ben Horner and Joseph Murphy will go from the 3rd row of the grid. Jake Howarth, yesterday's winner, will start on row 4 alongside Kieran Denyer. Callum Gosh and Jake Wood start on row 5. Charlie Cox and Attack Motorsports' Albert Wilson will start on row number 6. Milo Manderson could do something there from row number 7 alongside Toby Bedford. Jack Briscoe and Emily Cotty start on row 8. Harrison Morrow and Max Rowley start on row number 9. Jaden Hewitt and Caden Welch form out the top 20. Then it's Eric Smith and Isaac Parkinson on row 11. Jake Flewitt will be looking to bounce back up from disappointment yesterday, starts on row 12 alongside another driver who had difficulties yesterday, the number 32 of Logan Cowling. DeJohn Bennett and Miles Roby start on row 13. Jensen Powers and Oliver Brett Smith start on row 14. Harry Smith and Arthur Frey start on row 15. Then last but not least on row 16, it's Finley Patterson and Jasmine Taylor.
So 7 minutes are ready on the clock for this first heat of the day for Junior Rotax, championship leader at the moment. Quite surprising in a way. Depends how you cut the cake at this stage of the season. If you take it on all absolute scores, actually Jake Howard leads the championship by 1 point, as Aiden Hassan had a 0 score yesterday. But based on the first 5 rounds, it's very much Hassan's to lose, and it's going to be a restart. It's going to be another formation lap there. Yeah, for Aiden Hassan, there's P1 on the road in the final yesterday, but he had a, or A, I should say, had a fairing, so he's going to get +5 positions anyway, and then was found to be, this is the B point, underweight. So either way, was not going to hold on to that race victory yesterday, and the bigger one being, of course, the technical infringement exclusion, meaning that yesterday Hassan picked up 0 points. Should by the end of the season end up as a dropped score. At the same time, we'll want to make sure that he comes away with something from this weekend, and it does feel like likes of Jake Howarth and 𝗦𝗍𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀 as well, and Ethan Hay, drivers who were maybe a bit off the pace compared to the number 1 earlier in the season, are now providing a bigger challenge. It will be a very intriguing race around 8. You're watching live coverage on Alpha Live of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championships. We're about to go racing in Junior Rotax for the first heat of the day. Aiden Hassan controlling the pace at the start of this one. Away he goes, and Ethan Hay has been dropped there straight away by the inside rows of the grid, the inside column I should say. So it's anyone. Oh, as there's one kart off in the background and a cone going flying. Who's going to be able to survive the first hairpin? It's all very tight there in the midfield, but reasonably that's a pretty good start for Junior Rotax. Hassan will lead though as they go through the first couple of corners. There's chaos at the back of the order. So a number of drivers are going to fall down the rankings here. There's a bit of a fight going on there involving the likes of Joseph Murphy in the middle of it all. Jake Howard had a good start. He's moved up through the order. Milo Manderson has also moved up through the order. So end of lap number 1 then. Hassan leads the race. Ben Horner has forced his way up to 2nd place. 3rd for 𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀, 4th for Jake Howard, Dale Lewis, Ethan Hay, Joseph Murphy, Milo Manderson, Albert Wilton and Kieran Denyer. That is your top 10 at the moment, but it is going to change. Surely it's going to change with over 30 karts out there on circuit. As the number 36 there, Jake Fluitt, has had a decent start, is up to 15th place at the end of lap number 1. Who did gain the most positions at the end of lap number 1? I think it might have been Oliver Brett Smith, up 9 spots to 18th. Drivers who were in trouble on that first lap have not completed lap number 1. Charlie Cox, the number 72, Harrison Morrow, the number 8, and Callum Ghosh, the number 5. So there's some big names in there. Ghosh 4th in the point standings at the start of today by my calculations, which I should state are strictly unofficial. But now challenge for the lead here down the inside. Ben Horner takes the lead away from Aiden Hassan, and this is what we've seen so far this weekend. It's something that, to be honest, we didn't see too much of as Hassan goes back down the inside of Horner into chicane number 2. Regular viewers of SuperOne will have thought at the start of the year contact between 𝗍𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and Hassan, and Jake Howard's off as well. Oh, the 3 top drivers in the point standings. Horner's also been caught up in all of that. Well, I was just about to say that earlier season viewers will have known these Junior Rotax races to be a case of Aiden Hassan hits the front, Aiden Hassan disappears off the front. Not anymore. It's a lot closer now. The rest of the field have improved. And coming back through now, what has happened here? Now, whether there's been a transponder issue on the first lap or not, at the front of the order is Callum Ghosh. I'll be honest, folks, with everything that's gone on so far in this race, is out. There is the number 16 of Jensen Powers in the JDR machine. Let's call it as it was seen on the road. I think Callum Ghosh had a bit of a timing wobble on the first lap, so is your race leader. hasn't had a win so far this season. Dale Lewis has picked his way through as well. Joseph Murphy stands to score very nicely off this race now as well. Another one of the JWR entries. We said they were having a good weekend. Down the inside there. That's a great move by Milo Manderson on Albert Wilton. Jake Woods is going to try and get involved now as well, as had a lurid moment in the final yesterday. That's why he finished further down the order than perhaps we would have expected. As you know, correct myself, it was during Heat 2 that he had the lurid spin. Well, this is a bit of bonkers race so far. I think if it's over yet, Attack Motorsport in a good position here as well with Albert Wilton, the number 92. 3 minutes to go on the clock. At the front there, 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 has the fastest lap of the race now. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 there in the number 42, running in the top 10 at the moment. See Aidan Hassan there in the green helmet. The good news, I suppose, in a way, is all those wins earlier on in the season means that not really, apart from yesterday's exclusion, hasn't really used up any dropped scores or races that you'd want to be a dropped score at the end of the season. So he can afford the odd race here and there not to be to the same stellar standards that we expect from Aidan Hassan. And here are your race leaders. Dale Lewis in the number 44. Who mathematically won't be a title contender because hasn't done a lot of the season so far. So he'll be all out today. He'll be all out for trying to get race wins and podiums. And then, oh, now the situation has changed for Aidan Hassan. There's a mechanical flag has gone out, so there's clearly some form of damage on the number one that is a safety concern. Race control have called that one. Wonder, with the contact that we saw, I wonder whether there's a trailing bumper. We have seen a few trailing bumpers so far this weekend in Junior Rotax. 90 seconds on the clock. So Callum goes, down the inside here goes Dale Lewis for the lead of the race. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 is going to try and cut back here, but I think Dale Lewis, has he got enough? Because he'll have the inside on the entry to chicane number 2. Has he got it done? Yes, he has got it done. So that is confirmed. Into the lead of the race now goes Dale Lewis. Here's a good scrap. This is the Murphy, Hay, Manderson battle, and Hay down the inside takes third place on the road. What a race this has been for Milo Manderson. He said he could do something from row number 7. Jake Woods there as well. There's a yellow flag out at the bottom end of the circuit, so someone might be falling down the order there. I think it's Aidan Hassan coming into the pits for that mechanical flag. That's his race over and done with. 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃 now looking down the inside of Albert Wilton. Everywhere you look, there's overtake attempts, some of them being pulled off, some of them not. Either way, it's very, very entertaining, very exciting to watch here at Fulbeck. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Rotax 177 following up this race for their first heat of the day. Contact warning for the number 40 of Jake Woods. There'll be 2 more laps then in what has been a pulsating race so far. This is just a heat, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine what the final is going to be like as the day progresses. And each round we go through, the stakes get higher and higher and higher. Dale Lewis looking in control here at the moment. Looking in fine form so far this weekend. 4th and 5th in the heats yesterday. Bad look at the final, finished 24th. That's side by side between the 21 and the 12. That's Eric Smith and the recovering Ben Horner. That's over 10th spot. Final lap board is out then. Dale Lewis and 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃. Should note, we think, at least in this commentary position, that there might have been a lack of counting of the first lap for 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗃. So pop him back in second place on your timing tower at the moment, in your head at least. still has a chance for a first race victory in this category this year for Purgo SuperOne 2023. Either way, we're going to get a new winner in Junior Rotax from this race. That was a very good middle sector from Dale Lewis. He just seemed to breeze out a gap over 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 and is going to take race victory surely. Last couple of corners for Dale Lewis to negotiate in the number 44. Race victory in the first heat in Junior Rotax. A bit of a bonkers one, but you take it. Brilliant stuff from Dale Lewis to survive all the chaos and take the race win ahead of 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, Ethan Hay, Joseph Murphy, Jake Woods. These are all really good points for these drivers. Milo Manderson, Albert Wilton, Toby Bedford, Emily Cotty and Kieran Denny all inside the top 10. Ben Horner was the fourth highest rookie finisher. A red flag has gone out. Now, the carts are being stopped on the run down to, there they all are. A Junior Rotax car park is formed here. Now I'm trying to see if there's something further around the circuit that needs. Yeah, I think I'm not sure if they're absolutely what it is, but I think there's something further around the circuit which just meant that the carts needed to be stopped and ensure that they weren't going to be flying around back to the pits at 90% speed. Let's just go down the rest of the order. I should stress this is provisional with the capital P. Billy Edgecombe was 11th, Isaac Parkinson 12th, Jake Howard 13th. That was all really affected by that incident early on. And the top four are all off. Down in the second hairpin. Deshaun Bennett 14th, Jack Briscoe 15th, Jaden Hewitt 16th, 17th for Jasmine Taylor. Good drive there from Jasmine Taylor because that was from the back of the grid. Caden Welch 18th, Max Rowley 19th, Finley Patterson 20th, Logan Cowling, Miles Roby, Oliver Brett Smith, Arthur Frey and Harry Smith all in the top 25. Jake Flewitt fell down to 26th, Aidan Hassan 27th, so did re-emerge after the mechanical. But 27th is not where he would have expected to be. Eric Smith, 28th. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 is on my screen at least in 29th, but I say I'm pretty 90–95% sure that actually will see him hop back up to second place once the timing's ticked through. Charlie Cox was definitely a retirement, as was Jensen Powers, and Harrison Morrow didn't see the end of lap 1. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see Junior Rotax back out again later on today for their second heat. Last race before the lunch break is going to be a bit of a calmer affair, I hope. Rotax 177 and their first heat are out on circuit next. Time to go racing then for the Rotax 177 crew. 4 of them out on circuit today, and Shane Collins is the man with pole position. Alongside on the front row is Andy Collinson, yesterday's winner, but has had technical problems so far this weekend. He's been fighting chains so far this weekend, and they've been fighting back. 3 of them failed on them yesterday. Jason Bear is 3rd on the grid for Attack Motorsports, and Andy Ward completes the 4 carts grid for Rotax 177 here today. Situation in yesterday's final was in the win for Andy Collinson there on the right hand side of your screen in carts number 74. Shane Collins was 2nd, Jason Bear 3rd, and Andy Ward was next up in 4th place. And I say it was a battle against adversity yesterday for Andy. But what he did crucially do was extend his championship lead. He and Jason have been the ever-presence so far this season. So what it means now that, at least again, per my slightly unofficial calculations, don't get angry with me if I've got them wrong, Andy Collinson has 872 points so far this season. Jason Bear has 836. There is Jensen Powers, I think, just moving back. So I think we're going to have a slight pause here whilst carts are recovered. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Luke Dixon, who was wishing well done to Finley Watson from the senior categories. Quite a few people. Hello to Gary Steed as well, cheering on Finley. Hello to Keeley Parsons as well, cheering on the Passion karting crew, no doubt. There we go, now I've got the thing in order. So Collinson leads 872 points. Second for Jason Bear, 836. As I say, those are the two drivers who've been ever present so far this season. So despite Shane Collins being, quick math, 260 points further back, do bear in mind that is primarily because Shane did not take part in Rotax 177 for the whole of the Clay Pigeon weekend. That does mean that Shane has used up all the possible drop scores so far this season, because you effectively get one weekend's worth of free scores once we get to the end of round 12. You drop your worst 4 heat results, you drop your worst 2 finals, which is the makeup of a race weekend. So Shane's done that because he didn't race at all during Clay Pigeon for Rotax 177. This is where I start talking about max possible points. So they're still pretty even between Shane Collins and Andy Collinson. Basically what I'm trying to get to is that if Shane went on a run of win through to the end of the season, he would still be in a very, very good position to potentially win Rotax 177. It'd be over to Andy Collinson to see if he could get as many second places as possible. Just waiting for track to be clear here at Fulbeck. Do hope you're enjoying your Sunday here. I'll definitely be, well, I'm already enjoying my Sunday here in the Collins box, and I'm going to be very much enjoying my lunch as well, courtesy of Chris Simpson, one of our hard-working camera operators out there on circuit. And if you're enjoying the stream as well, all the camera points and the broadcast as a whole, and you haven't subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, click that button now here on the YouTube page. Hello to all of the followers on Facebook as well. Thank you for tuning in. Press those like buttons at Alpha Live Productions, at _MM as well, across all of your major social media networks. Do give us a like, a follow, a subscribe, and all of that business. I'm not going to say what it is. Something fairly big in _MM world next week. So do make sure you're following so you find out what that is. We're not going to announce it today. Maybe not announce it Monday. Maybe Tuesday. But yeah, something quite big happening this weekend. I think we're nearly ready to get things underway here. As I say, we're just waiting for track clearance to be given the green light before the last race, before the lunch break. Don't head off. Well, obviously if you need to go and make a sandwich or whatever, right, for your lunch break, pop into the kitchen for that if you're watching from home. But keep the stream on because we have got all the interviews from yesterday's winners on the podium. As now we get the green flag for the start of the formation lap for Rotax 177. So just quick reminder of that grid again. Shane Collins in kart number 52 has pole position. Andy Collinson kart number 74 alongside on the front row. Jason Bear third on the grid there in the Attack Motorsport colours of blue and orange. Andy Ward starts fourth on the grid. And it will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Hello to Gary as well. Good luck to all drivers from Jag Rotax. Thanks for getting in touch, Gary. Great representation of Rotax runners here this weekend. And we've got one more race with Rotax power before the lunch break here in Rotax 177. So Shane Collins will take control of the pace at the start of this race. Andy Collinson alongside on the front row of the grid, looking to continue the form from yesterday. We're under starters orders, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. Good run on the inside. Looks like Collins is getting a bit of help from Jason Bear behind. He's going to lead into the first braking zone. Collinson will be on the outside. Bear takes second place. Really good stuff there from Jason Bear. Read that start perfectly, knew he needed to get in the wheel tracks of Collins and did so. Collinson tries to go back down the inside to retake second place, isn't able to do so. Crucial first couple of laps, this I feel, for Shane Collins. Sees the situation now, Jason Bear behind, and I should say Jason Bear's pace has been good in the last couple of rounds. But the story of the weekend so far, you would expect this to be the best opportunity for Shane Collins, who won the first heat yesterday, to push off the front and leave second and third places fighting amongst themselves. Andy Collinson looking down the inside into the first chicane, gets the elbows out and gets through. Classic Andy Collinson, knew he needed to get back up to second place as soon as possible to challenge the number 52 ahead, and did just that. Great move past Jason Bear for second place. And now Collinson will set about trying to close in that gap, which I reckon is probably about 7 or 8 tenths of a second at the moment. Will have lost a bit of time to Shane Collins with having to make that move. It won't have been the optimum line through chicane number 1, which takes you all the way down to the hairpin. So 5.5 minutes to go. And the time difference between the two of them, yep, 3/4 of a second. Jason Bear another 3/4 of a second further back. Andy Ward in 4th place there, 2.9 seconds off the race lead. Through into the hairpin then. Shane Collins trying to get in as much of an aerodynamic position as possible. Understandable, a very tall chap. He's looking smooth, looking calm at the wheel of the number 52 at the moment. What is the pace like between the two of them? Well, at the moment, Collins is quicker, 45.570. There is the new fastest lap of the race so far. Quick lift of the radiator flap there from Shane Collins, just as he approaches the hairpin. 1.2 seconds now, the lead over Collinson. Running with Saint Motorsports this weekend. Very thankful to them yesterday, his engine builder, HRS. Doing a great job, putting in a fantastic position so far in this championship. There's Andy Ward, racing with KF Sports this weekend. Got a good record in this Rotax 177 category. He's got some good pace this weekend, 46.522 last time around for Andy Ward, as Shane Collins puts in another fastest lap of the race so far, 45.262. Just looks to be running away with this, 1.6 seconds now ahead of Andy Collinson. I spoke to Andy yesterday, was a couple of times, quite mystified by the technical troubles that he had. So he had 3 chains snap on him up to, there's a very bizarre moment for him doing some of the setup with Alpha Live yesterday. Stood in the middle of the circuit, testing some cameras, whilst the Rotax 177s were out, and on the end of lap 1, or not even on the end of lap 1, midway through lap 1, Andy Collinson comes up and parks his cart alongside me. He's like, what are you doing here, Andy? You're meant to be out on the circuit. Because no, I've just had my 3rd chain failure of the weekend so far. They did a strip down, complete rebuild of the drivetrain before heat number 2. And touch wood, so far it seemed all right for Andy. If that's playing on his mind, just taking it calmly, taking it steadily, not wanting to do any damage to the cart. Whilst Shane Collins is putting in some very, very fast lap times at the moment. Another 45.2. Gap is now 2.5 seconds. Back to this man here, Andy Collinson. Kart number 74. Similarly's looking comfortable at the moment over Jason Bear. Jason Bear in the low 46s at the moment, 46.1. A couple of tenths off his personal best so far in this race. 2 minutes to go. Shane Collins looking in control. You never know. We're going to get to the end of this race. There's Jason Bear running in 3rd place. Had a great weekend at Clay Pigeon last time out. Took a couple of race wins across the weekend in the heats. And, apart from one heat that went a bit awry on the Saturday, was pushing Andy Collinson all the way in his 2nd places as well for his number 50 karts prepared by Attack Motorsport. Quick reminder for any drivers watching in the paddock, maybe on their phones or on computers in their awnings, to head to the start line pretty much now, because we're not far off the end of this race, and the drivers' parade will be happening during the lunch break. Prizes to be won for prompt attendance, I think. Well, there tends to be. I don't know that officially. Please don't shout at me about that today. 45 seconds of this one to go. There's Andy Ward, still circulating in 4th place. Has just set his fastest lap of the race so far. Good work. 46.040 for Andy Ward. Is a couple of tenths off the pace of Bear at the moment. Andy Collinson, is still doing well there in 2nd place. 45.445. But Shane Collins, 3.8 seconds out in front now. 2 more laps to go. Mercifully, looks to have backed off a bit, because Shane did get it down into the 44s a few laps ago. 44.909 currently Shane's fastest lap of the race so far. As I say, he's just taking the heat off a little bit. Doesn't need to push those lap times in anymore. He's got a very comfortable lead. It's back into the mid-45s. The tyres will be feeling tired. It's a circuit where you need mechanical grip. Can be tough on the rubber here at Fulbeck. With all of our drivers now the field is spread out a bit, and just wondering about taking care of those tyres, making sure they've still got something for the final later on today, because that's where the big points are on offer. 34 championship points are what you get for a race victory in a heat, but 60 points for one in the slightly longer finals. And of course you get trophies as well. Shane Collins will be looking to pick up today. Last time he took a final victory, in fact the only time he's taken a final victory so far this year, was at round 4. That was the Sunday streamed round at Rowrah. And he's going to start off this Sunday in the best possible fashion. Had pole position, had a job to do, and has done just that through the final couple of corners. Shane Collins is going to take the 1st heat of the day, 2nd win of the weekend so far here in Rotax 177, and he takes it quite comfortably ahead of Andy Collinson there in 2nd. Jason Bear 3rd, Andy Ward finishes in 4th. All of them covered by less than 10 seconds. Good performances from all of them. Points on the board, and we will see them, of course, again later on this afternoon for the 2nd heat. And those 2nd heats will be after the lunch break. We have now got to the lunch break. Hope you've enjoyed the racing so far this morning, because that's the first set of heats all done. And I'm just going to consult my schedule and timesheet, because we've finished only about 10 minutes or so, I think, off schedule here at the circuit. Just gone 12 o'clock here at Fulbeck. Gates open for the C50 Bambinos, at least on my record, at 12:33. Race start at 12:45. So yeah, I'll say give yourself half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, before need to be back ready prompt for the recommence of racing here at Fulbeck. My name's been Andrew Mather, commentary from DDMM, Double-Dash Motorsport Media at Double-Dash across your social media networks if you want to follow more. We're going to have the interviews from yesterday's winners up for you shortly, as streaking towards the start line are all of our drivers for the drivers' parade. Who was there? We might need a little bit of a VAR replay there as to who was first on the line who's going to get the first attendance prize. But we'll have the drivers' parade as well for you in the lunch break. Do enjoy your lunch break, and we'll be back, say, in about 30 to 35 minutes for the resumption of racing here for round 8 with the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? We're here at the podium for the first time today at Fulbeck. It's round 7 of the SuperOne Karting Championships for 2023, sponsored by Purgo. And we've got our winner for the Bambino C50 category here today. Once again, 2 Saturdays in a row this year for Rex Pooley. Rex, really big trophy for you today. Must be very pleased here on the podium.
Yes.
Talk me through the day's racing. You've had two tough heats in the final. How's it gone from your perspective?
Not too bad.
The karts, how's it been feeling around this circuit? It's a very different circuit to the ones that we've raced on before, isn't it?
Yes.
And in terms of looking at the weather as well, it's been very blustery, very windy here today. Has that been a challenge?
Not really.
Good stuff. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
Terry Footland, Tim Larego, my dad and my brother and my mum.
Good stuff. Well, well done, Rex. Great to see you on the top step again. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're here with our winner in senior Rotax today for round 7 of SuperOne 2023, Joe Weaver. Joe, we were having a quick chat before the final. Big day in terms of championship and the story of your season. And everything looks very well under control today. You must be pleased with the win.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. Took quali, P1 in quali by a good chunk. Come in all the times. I'm like, yeah, let's have it. Heat 1 went well, pulled away. Heat 2 was a little bit iffy. Changed the setup on the car, and then final we just broke away again. I was easy on tyres, go-kart was set up bang on. So yeah, over the moon.
What were the issues in that second heat? What do you think made the difference on those setup changes?
So I basically wore my pads down quite a lot, and I needed to change them at the start of the day, and I didn't because I thought they'd be okay. So I was struggling to get it stopped for the chicanes, but I took a bit of front-end grip off the go-kart to try and save the rears for the Sunday. And I just couldn't get it to the curbs. I just couldn't get it to the corner. I put one good lap in, and then I'd make a mistake because I just can't get it to the apex. So I'd open the gap, and then it'd close again, open and close. So it was just a bit of one of them where I was using too much tyre than what I'd gained from taking the front away. So yeah, we changed it back to what we were on the Heat 1. And it was bang on, yes, mega.
In terms of the circuit, it's a very different kind of track here to
clay pigeon where we were last year. You have to wrestle the cart around here quite a bit.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. You basically got to aim it at a curb, ramp the curb, and then go full lock and get it around the corner. The main thing around here is going really, really deep on the brakes. If you can go deep on the brakes and still get it stopped, you've got the go-kart set up to basically shoot your way out the corner anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So if you nail that, you'll be fast. So yeah, big difference from clay pigeon where it's all fast and flow and you've got to be pinpoint perfect, so whereas this is just ram it over everything and hope it sticks pretty much.
Championship, you know, we're now in the second half of the season, round 8 tomorrow. You've got some very close competition, Finley, Harry, and the two Harrys as well this weekend. How are you feeling about the title defence at this stage of the season?
I'm pretty confident, to be honest. I've had good rounds. I've had one bad round where I had a DQ. And then since then it's been consistent results. I've won a few by a fair margin. I've had a few podiums. So at the minute I'm not really under much pressure. I mean, Finn's quick. He's definitely going to be there at the end of the year, 100%. But he's a clean driver. He's a good driver, clean driver. And if I do end up losing it to him, so be it. I'll be happy about it. Because you'd rather lose it to someone like that than someone who's ramping you off the track every second they get. So, no, I'm still pretty confident about it.
We were talking about the future as well. We were in the awning earlier. A bit of news on the horizon for you?
Yeah, I'm stepping into the car world next year. Going up into the TTCR. It's a new championship just arose. Sean Woods builds the cars. Sean Woods Motorsport. And I had my first race weekend a couple of weeks ago at Donington Park. And it was one of them. The car turned up on the drive on the Wednesday, and then they were like, "Do you want to race?" I'm like, "Yeah, all right then." They expected them to be like, "No, we can't do that." And then turned up on the Saturday, 8 o'clock in the morning, straight onto the track. Never raced it, never been in it before, and it was just amazing. The car was very much. It promotes coming from go-karts to cars because.
You already had enough, mate. You had like that last week. Why do I have? Oh, at least I don't have ham. Oh, God.
Okay, everybody, safe racing.
We're here with our winner in senior Rotax today for round 7 of SuperOne 2023, 𝗍𝗲𝗍𝗲. Joe, we were having a quick chat before the final. Big day in terms of championship and the story of your season, and everything looks very well under control today. You must be pleased with the win.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. Took quali, P1 in quali by a good chunk. Come in all the times. I'm like, yeah, let's have it. Heat 1 went well, pulled away. Heat 2 was a little bit iffy. Changed the setup on the car, and then final we just broke away again. I was easy on tyres. Go-kart was set up bang on. So yeah, over the moon.
What were the issues in that second heat? What do you think made the difference on those setup changes?
So I basically wore my pads down quite a lot, and I needed to change them at the start of the day, and I didn't because I thought they'd be okay. So I was struggling to get it stopped for the chicanes, but I took a bit of front-end grip off the go-kart to try and save the rears for the Sunday, and I just couldn't get it to the curbs. I just couldn't get it to the corner. I put one good lap in, and then I'd make a mistake because I just can't get it to the apex. So I'd open the gap, and then it'd close again, open and close. So it was just a bit of one of them where I was using too much tyre than what I'd gained from taking the front away. So yeah, we changed it back to what we were on the Heat 1. And it was bang on, yes, mega.
In terms of the circuit, it's a very different kind of track here to Clay Pigeon where we were last year. You have to wrestle the cart around here quite a bit.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. You basically got to aim it at a curb, ramp the curb, and then go full lock and get it around the corner. The main thing around here is going really, really deep on the brakes. If you can go deep on the brakes and still get it stopped, you've got the go-kart set up to basically shoot your way out the corner anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So if you nail that, you'll be fast. So yeah, big difference from Clay Pigeon where it's all fast and flow and you've got to be pinpoint perfect, so whereas this is just ram it over everything and hope it sticks pretty much.
Championship, we're now in the second half of the season, round 8 tomorrow. You've got some very close competition, Finley, Harry, and the two Harrys as well this weekend. How are you feeling about the title defence at this stage of the season?
I'm pretty confident, to be honest. I've had good rounds. I've had one bad round where I had a DQ, and then since then it's been consistent results. I've won a few by a fair margin. I've had a few podiums. So at the minute, I'm not really under much pressure. I mean, Finn's quick. He's definitely going to be there at the end of the year, 100%. But he's a clean driver. He's a good driver, clean driver. And if I do end up losing it to him, so be it. I'll be happy about it. Because you'd rather lose it to someone like that than someone who's ramping you off the track every second they get. So, no, I'm still pretty confident about it.
We were talking about the future as well. We were in the awning earlier. A bit of news on the horizon for you?
Yeah, I'm stepping into the car world next year. Going up into the TTCR. It's a new championship just arose. Sean Woods builds the cars. Sean Woods Motorsport. And I had my first race weekend a couple of weeks ago at Donington Park, and it was one of them. The car turned up on the drive on the Wednesday, and then they were like, "Do you want to race?" I'm like, "Yeah, all right then." They expected them to be like, "No, we can't do that." And then turned up on the Saturday, 8 o'clock in the morning, straight onto the track. Never raced it, never been in it before, and it was just amazing. The car was very much. It promotes coming from go-karts to cars because it behaves really well. It doesn't snap on you, it doesn't lock up, it's a really nice car to drive. But no, doing that next year, see if we can get a few good results in it and then hopefully move up the ladder from there, if possible. If not, at least we gave it a go. But no, that's the plan.
How can folks get involved? Are you looking for sponsorship, I'm guessing?
100%, definitely need sponsorship. I need stickers all over the car, promoting everyone. Whoever promotes me, we promote them. So I need it. It needs to happen. Because, I mean, you're going from a go-kart which is this big to a car which is this big, so it costs a lot more if you crash it. But no, it'll be one of them where I have a year to get used to it, and then after that I'll be looking for the race wins and the championships and stuff. So yeah.
Sounds like a really interesting project that I'm sure we'll be following here, DDMM and Alpha Live. Last question, who would you like to thank today for your victory?
Obviously my dad, Paul Weaver, basically comes and sets the whole team up for me, runs it for me. He's the brains behind all of it. I just drive the go-karts pretty much and do the driver coaching. Yeah, everyone who supports JWR, everyone who supports SuperOne, SuperOne themselves, all the marshals who come out, yourself, cameraman. Yeah, pretty much.
Very good. Well, cheers, Joe. Great to hear from you again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, man. Nice one.
Well, after a roll of new faces on the podium for the interviews on the Saturday, the familiar faces now keep rolling back in. Once again, for the third Saturday in a row, our Girl Power Award winner is 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 Parsons in the Honda Cadet class. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀, a difficult day out there. I was out on circuit for your second heat when there were a couple of troubles with the karts. How's it gone for you?
Well, my gear protector did kind of malfunction a bit, so that made every time I pressed the throttle it just wouldn't budge really, so half and half.
You got it prepared though for the final, 6th place in the Honda Cadet final. Are you pleased?
Yes, I am very pleased.
And how did the race go? It's a very different circuit, this one, to the ones we've raced on before this season.
I really like this circuit. It's really fun, and yeah.
You also I saw you with the biggest ice cream in the world earlier on. Did that fill you up after the race? Get your energy back?
Yes, it did.
And again, the Passion Karting team, who had some success. Your teammates have done well today as well. How important have they been in terms of your racing development?
They've been really important, really helpful.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, we go for round number 8. Do you think a top 5 maybe on the karts? The pace has been good when the kart's been working.
Hopefully.
Very good. Well done, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀. Great to see you. One last question as well. Who would you like to thank for your trophies here today?
I'd like to thank SuperOne, Eden Auto Sprays, Passion Karting, and Right Tyres.
Very good. Well done, 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀. Great to see you on the podium again. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back at the podium once again with our winner in Honda Cadet and a first-time winner as well. Always good to see first-time winners here on a Saturday. Cian Sullivan, round 7 winner here in Honda Cadet. How happy are you?
Very happy.
Talk me through your day. 2 heats and a final as well. I was watching from trackside for a little bit. It's always close in Honda Cadet, but you put in a hard shift today.
I qualified P2 next to my teammate Max. On most of the starts, I tucked in behind him and pushed him into the first corner. And one of them he won it, one of them I won it. So, and then in the final, Jensen just got up the inside, and so did Connor. But then Connor was on the outside, so I pushed Jensen through. But then, other than that, it was really good.
It's not gone unnoticed by myself and the guys at Alpha Live. Kind of similar to last year as well. Clay Pigeon, there was a big step up in form. That's obviously continued on this weekend so far as well. What do you think's been the big difference the last couple of rounds?
I think I've gained a lot of confidence with going for overtakes and defending, and practice just pays off.
You mentioned Max. You've got Max in the stable with you as championship leader. What's that dynamic like, having the championship leader in your same morning?
He helps me a lot. He tells me lines in that. Honestly, all round he's just nice and helps me.
This circuit as well is a very, very tough track. It's very difficult to overtake. It's very tight round here. How does that play into things?
I mean, if you've got toe, it's quite hard to overtake on the straight. But other than that, into hairpins and like into tight corners, you can just get up the inside and then it's done.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, round 8, we're really into the second half of the season now. What are the hopes? What would you be happy with?
Top 3 finish and a good qualifying.
Fantastic. Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
My mum, my dad, Ambition, Tornado Car Engines, and my teammate Max.
Well done, Cian. Great to see you on the top step. Know how hard you've worked over the last few months, and best luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Once again, we're here at the podium, and a new face as well on the podium for a Saturday live streamed, well, bit of the live stream that we'll play tomorrow. It's our winner in IAME Bambino, Oscar Kenny. Oscar, fantastic victory here today. Very, very close once again. IAME Bambino is really putting on quite a show here this year. Talk me through your day. How did it go from your seat?
In Heat 2 we had a bit of a bump in the barrier, but then we got back up there. Still was the fastest in Sector 3, and in Final, just in the hairpin, started down the inside, and then, yeah, just won it.
I would say it's a very, very competitive category this year. How have you found racing in it so far this season?
I found it really difficult, but I've managed to keep up with the front.
And in terms of preparation ahead of this round today, what have you been working on?
We've just been working on with the engine, see if we get the power correct.
It's a bit of a different challenge, this circuit. It's quite tight in places. You compare it to clay, which is very fast, very open. How's that been a challenge for you?
It's been a tricky challenge because in second chicane, it's really tight on the way in, and sometimes you can't see drivers coming on the inside of you.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, round 8, we're in the second half of the season now. What's the aim for tomorrow?
I'm just aiming to keep up with the front and just win like I did today.
Excellent. Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
Johnny from Velocity, Dad, Mum.
Fantastic. Well done, mate. Great to see you with that big trophy. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
We're back at the podium with a familiar face to the top step of the podium here in SuperOne, our Intermax winner at Fulbeck for round 7, Teddy Cooper. Teddy, big day, I feel, in the championship into the second half of the season. This is now the start of the run-in here, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀, Shennington. That's a perfect start for the second half of the season in terms of your championship campaign here today.
Yeah, so hopefully we have the same result tomorrow, but we did pull away in the championship, especially as I think we come into the this round behind.
It's always a very difficult circuit. It's hard work round here at Fulbeck. 2 heats and a final here today. Talk me through the day as a whole.
In qualifying, we had a bad qualifying. We finished 5th. Heat 1. I think we finished 2nd. And then Heat 2, we also finished 2nd. In the final, we had a good start, got up into 2nd. And then there was a Battenberg, which turned to a red flag, which bunched the field back up. And then on the first lap of the Battenberg, coming back out, we made an overtake on Benjamin Lawn. And then I pulled only a few tenths gap, so he still on me. But then someone put a move on him, and he lost a lot of time to me. And then I had a massive gap for the final few laps, and I just kept my cool and took it home.
What goes through your mind as a driver when you have that situation? It's a final, there's a neutralisation of the race, but you know the job's not done. What's going through your mind when you go through those restarts?
Well, it was a single file restart, so I knew I just had to stay behind Ben and then just push him along. And then after I made the overtake and he dropped back a bit, I just kept my cool. Kept looking behind me every now and then, just see if he was closed in or not, and yeah, just bring it home.
Round 8 tomorrow we go again. Hopefully the conditions will still be good like they've been today, a little bit windy, but it can be changeable round here. What are your thoughts ahead of round 8?
I don't mind the wet, but I would like it to stay dry.
Who would you like to thank for your victory here today?
And I thank my dad, Coop Motorsport, my uncle, Gary, my mum, and my best mate, Alfie Clark.
Fantastic. Well done, Teddy. Great to see you on that top step again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Cheers.
Penultimate interview of the day, and a very, very popular winner in junior Rotax, bouncing back after a proper disappointment at Clay Pigeon. Jake Howarth, round 7 winner, first win in a final of the year. That is how you bounce back from a retirement at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah. I don't know what to say, not gonna lie. It was a good race. Aiden pulled away at the start, but I reeled him back in throughout the race, and he got a drop bumper, so I won the race. Yeah.
Does it feel like, as I say, Aiden's had a really good run of results, obviously, in the early first. Does it feel like the pack is now getting on top of his speed and a bit more experience, and there's a challenge there in the second half of the year?
Yeah, at the start of the year, he just pulled away from everyone, and he just gapped the field by about like 5 seconds every single race. But the rest of the field's starting to catch up with him now and starting to get on the pace a bit.
Let's talk about your race as well today. How did you feel across the 2 heats and the final? Was the kart good?
The kart was good, yeah. In the first heat, I had a drop bumper. I finished 3rd, so I finished 8th overall. And then in the second heat, I finished 3rd, which put me on 4th for the starting grid for the final. And then I worked my way through and got to 2nd, and then penalties put me up to 1st.
It's a familiar calendar run-in now to the end of the season. So you were a big part of the championship run-in last year in junior Rotax. Do you think that experience is going to be key for the next few rounds?
Yeah, it's going to be key for the next few rounds. I never actually won a race last season. It was just consistency which put me up there. But this is my first SuperOne win, which is really good for me.
Do you think that gets a bit of a monkey off your back now and you can push on?
I can just keep going on from there, get more wins.
Good stuff. Who do you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad and Jason.
Oh, fantastic stuff, Jake. Really, really, genuinely, really good to see you on that top step. Well done. Keep working hard, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, we seem to be having a run of this today here at Fulbeck for first-time winners in the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championship, and we've got another one here in Micromax. Jensen Sale, round 7 winner here at Fulbeck. An absolutely fantastic result. You must be very pleased.
Yes. I'm very pleased, really, and I really like the circuit. It's my home circuit, so I thought I'll come away with a win.
When did you first come here to Fulbeck?
I think when I was like 5, and from Bambino, and I've just gone up from IAME in Fulbeck, and then I went to Micro, and then I've won it here.
In terms of your experience, what do you think is important to get a quick lap round here?
It's just keeping your momentum and getting it good out the corners.
And in terms of things that you've learnt here that you've taken into other circuits so far this season, has there been things that have transferred across, or is this more of a unique place compared to where we've raced so far this season?
It's a unique place, really. Well, it's just a really good circuit.
Championship's into its second half of the season now. You're on a definite crescendo of form. The results are improving. Do you think you're still in with a chance of winning the championship?
Yeah, hopefully.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, so you're very confident. You know this place very well. Do you think another win is on the cards, or do you think there's going to be other drivers snapping at your heels for the victory?
Well, I think I've got a good chance, but yeah, it's going to be quite hard.
Very good. Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
I'd like to thank 𝗬𝗲𝗄, JTR, my family, and all my teammates.
Very good. Well done, Jensen. Great win here today. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Well, we're back once again here at the podium. Last interview of the day, and another familiar face here at the SuperOne podium. Andy Collinson, another round win, round 7 in the books. The championship lead extended, but it's not been the easiest of days out there for you.
No, we've had a tough one today. The heat 1 we had a chain break, so we got a DNF. Heat 2 we got 2nd, then we won the final. But Shane kept me on it there, like it was touch and go.
So we had a very brief chat in the middle of the circuit earlier, which I wasn't expecting. I was setting cameras up. Any idea of what the issue might be with that caused those chain failures?
No, we've had a couple done. They just broke. So we don't know. We've renewed everything now, so hopefully we'll be on for it now for tomorrow. Hopefully.
How do you bounce back from that as a driver? You know, obviously you changed a lot. You changed the sprockets as well out there before the final, but from the mental side of the game, how do you deal with that going into a final?
You've just got to put it down to one of them. It's karting. It happened, doesn't it?
You mentioned Shane, he's pushing you out there, Jason Bear as well. I say it's not the biggest of fields this year in Rotax 177, but it's close and it's pushing you all the way.
Yeah, no, it ain't. You don't have to have a big field to have fun. It can be 3, 4, 5. Shane quick, and we're match time, so that's all you want. Clean, and it's fair. So
I know I look at the tables a lot because it's my job, but do you as a driver, you in this championship lead, you've had a number of round wins. Is it too early to look at the championship table, or are you starting now to look at that one?
You don't count the chickens till they come home, do you? You just wait, and anything can happen. You've only got to have a bad weekend, and then you can be at the back. So you just take every weekend as it comes.
So you have the issues with the chain, which I'm sure you'll get resolved, but dynamics-wise, engine-wise, all feeling pretty good on that one?
Yeah, engine's good. We never really have any issue with Nigel's engines. They're all good. Team Tate's good. So yeah, hopefully we can take what we did today through in tomorrow.
Who'd you like to thank for your victory here today?
The Team Tate and Nigel from HRS for the engines.
Very good. Well done, mate. I'd say adversity today, but you've overcome it, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Good man, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Round 8 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships, live here on Alpha Live from Fulbeck Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire. We're getting ready for the second round of heats and the second appearance in a racing capacity today for the Bambino C50s. Here is your grid: Mason Hibbert and Rex Pooley on the front row of the grid, Harry Chapman and Henry Algar on row 2, Toby Biggs and Eli Scher on row number 3. Row 4 will see Ronnie Kempson and Mason Muncher going from the 7th and 8th place positions on the grid. Row number 5 will now have Joshua Bailey and Jack Daniels on it. Ernie Wade and Simon Callan starting on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 has Mexico's Mickey Gonzalez on it and Noah Smith. Albie J. Stubbs and Logan Hodgetts on row number 8. Ollie West and Elliot Payne start on row number 9 of the grid. And into the second half of the field, Ethan Pearson and Benjamin Schlevar start on row 10. Noah Myberg and Alex Marshall start on row 11. Arlo Atkinson and William Wainwright will start on row 12. 26 karts in the field, completed by row 13, Louis Wilson and Oliver Daniels. So same order of events as the first set of heats. It'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this next set of races. The results from these races combined with the results from this morning will set the grid for the final later on this afternoon. All can be watched here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Ready to go then for heat number 2 for C50 Bambinos. Attention on those lights, we'll be racing when they go out, and no, there's been a problem, so that's an aborted start. The chevron flag has come out in front of me. Thankfully though, I think this will just be a case of resetting everyone into their correct positions on the grid, and then we'll go for another one. There won't be another formation lap. So take number 2 then. Grid is cleared ahead of heat number 2 here in the C50 Bambinos. Ready to go racing here at Fulbeck. And away we go indeed. Very good start for Rex Pooley from P2 on the grid. Has got the jump on Mason Hibbert there with the E-plate and is going to take the lead as they run to the first hairpin for the first time in this one. Everyone fanning out behind. Into the hairpin they go for the first time, all looking clean so far, which is what we want to see. Race underway and everyone on their way back from the hairpin in the opposite direction to where they came, into the second chicane. Remember, the first chicane isn't used on a race start, so you'll see that come into play from lap number 2, but it's a good start for the championship leader, Rex Pooley. Second place, Mason Hibbert. Harry Chapman there in the yellow and black in third place. And the rest of them filing through. Toby Biggs has had a good start as well there in the number 66. Onto the main straight for the end of the lap, the first lap then. A little bit of bumping and barging in the middle of the pack. I think Henry Algar was involved. Eli Scher's had a good start as well. So end of lap 1, it's Pooley from Hibbert, Algar, Chapman, Biggs, Scher. Ronnie Kempson is in 7th place. Mason Muncher in 8th. Jack Daniels and Mickey Gonzalez completing the top 10. So it's pretty much everyone who was at the front of the order off the starting grid still there, still running well. Harry Chapman challenging, perhaps. Well, I thought he was pulling up alongside Mason Hibbert there, but it was more of a defence on Henry Algar to retain third place. Here we go into the complex. Rex Pooley once again, early stages of this one, just showing what he's done so far this season. Has been consistent, has been calm, has been at the front for every single race so far this year. You can see in the background Eli Scher making a move on Toby Biggs. And Ronnie Kempson going through there as well. So that is Toby Biggs down 2 positions. Scher up to 5th, Kempson up to 6th place.
contact warning out there for kart number 33, which is Alex Marshall, currently running in 17th place. They're all looking pretty good so far from the C50s. It being a big grid, they know how important these heats are to keep it clean, to keep it tidy. If you have a mistake, if you have a spin in one of these heats, you lose a lot of positions, and that will end up being converted into losses of grid positions for the final, where the big points are on offer for all of these drivers. 4 minutes to go on the clock then. The number 33, as mentioned, of Alex Marshall. These are the championship this weekend. Good to see Alex out there on circuit. Fight side by side between Kempson and Scher as they go into the first chicane. I think Mason Muncher has got through past Toby Biggs, and the number 16 of Jack Daniels at the back of that group as well. And there'll be an opportunity for Jack Daniels to move up the order if there's some more overtakes and side-by-sides across the course of the second half of this race. Fastest lap at the moment with Harry Chapman. 1 minute 2.349. You see them hopping across the exit curb there of chicane number 2, trying to straight line that exit as much as possible through the 90-degree corner. As, look at this, side by side, looks like Chapman's got up to second place. Yes, the O-plate is up to second place. He's now going to try and find a way past Rex Pooley for the lead. And maybe side by side. Yeah, they are going to be side by side as they come around the final corner, but Pooley will have the inside line. Crucially, will have the better drive off the corner. And they're three wide going into chicane number 1, and Hibbert's got a great run out of the final corner and takes the lead of the race. 2 for the price of 1. Brilliant work from Mason Hibbert there. Here comes Harry Chapman down the inside though. He takes the lead of the race. Pooley hops back up to second place. They're all having a turn at the front of the order here. Now this might offer an opportunity to Henry Algar, who's on his own at the moment in 4th place in that blue and green Coma C50 machine. If these three keep fighting, there could be the chance for Henry to close down that 1.9 second gap. Pooley trying to take the lead back off of Chapman here, but I think Chapman's going to have the line as they go into the next flurry of corners. Round the final corner they go then, round turn 10. Down the long run now. But is Pooley going to get a bit of help from Hibbert behind? I think Pooley is going to get help from Hibbert behind, and in turn goes through past Harry Chapman as well. So Chapman back down to 3rd place. Pooley now takes the lead of the race. Is Chapman now going to return the favour to Hibbert? Yes, he is. So Mason Hibbert retakes the lead of the race. Chapman back up to 2nd, and Pooley into 3rd. These top 3 are really putting on quite a show so far this weekend. They've been very, very close throughout it. New fastest lap confirmed for Harry Chapman, 1 minute 2.349 down the inside. Wow, well, you don't see many overtakes through that part of the course, but Harry Chapman made it work, retakes the lead of the race. 1 minute to go. Mason Hibbert pointing Rex Pooley through. Is there a bit of tactics at play now? If there is, Harry Chapman has stolen a march on them here as they go through turn 10 once again. There'll be 2 more laps with the time remaining on the clock, and Henry Algar's not out of this as well. Still there in 4th place. Great scrap going on behind. There's been a change for 5th place as Ronnie Kempson has got through, I think, past Eli Scher. Mickey Gonzalez is involved as well. Chapman defensive down the inside. Pooley and Hibbert working together, trying to close the gap now. They've got up to 0.8 of a second as they came over start line last time. But they have in pretty much the first third of the course. I think, is that Simon Kalman at the first chicane maybe off the circuit. Meanwhile, though, Rex Pooley's down the inside of Harry Chapman to take the lead of the race on the penultimate lap. Has got it done. Well, it's clearly taken inspiration from Harry Chapman earlier in this race and then pulled the very same move on the O-plate, but Chapman's going to come back here, sweeps through as they go into turn number 7, and now they'll see the last lap board, but they have been able to close back in. Pooley and Hibbert. It looked like Chapman had got a A big lead on them that wasn't going to be pulled back, but it has been pulled back. We are on the final lap now. This is the race that will decide who has pole position. Chapman, yes, surely he's got to go down the inside, protect the inside line as they go into the hairpin. He's done that very, very well. Pooley will look to try and maybe do something into turn number 5, which all of a sudden has become the place to overtake in the Bambino C50s. Chapman covers off a move into chicane number 2, but is he going to be vulnerable? No, he's going to check down the inside now as they go through turn 5. Turn 6, the second of the hairpins is next. Is there going to be a switchback? Hibbert's going to have a lane on the inside to retake second place away from Rex Pooley. Cannot call this one at the moment. What an entertaining race this has been. This is almost like a pre-final in a way. Chapman holds onto the lead, but has he run wide? Is there a gap there for Rex Pooley down the inside as they go through turn 9? One more corner to go. Hibbert's still in it as well, but Harry Chapman is surely going to hold on for race victory in heat number 2. Takes the checkered flag ahead of Rex Pooley. Third for Mason Hibbert in a super clean race. Very entertaining. Fourth for Henry Algar. On the line, I think Mickey Gonzalez got 5th there. Yes, Mickey Gonzalez did get 5th. 6th for Ronnie Kempson, 7th for Joshua Bailey, 8th for Ernie Wade. That's a really good result for Ernie Wade. Not his best of the season, but a well overdue top 10 for Ernie Wade there in a second heat. As the rest of them come over the line to finish the race. Toby Biggs was 9th, Albie J. Stubbs in 10th, Noah Smith 11th. Eli Sher just slipped down a little bit there, unfortunately, to 12th place. 13th for Jack Daniels, 14th Ollie West, 15th Ethan Pearson, 16th for Alex Marshall, 17th for Elliot Payne, 18th for Benjamin Schliever, 19th Logan Hodgetts. Louis Wilson completes the top 20. Good moves there from Louis, because I want to say started on the back row there, so gained 5 or 6 positions from the start. Noah Myberg in 21st, Arlo Atkinson 22nd, William Wainwright 23rd. Simon Callan unfortunately did have a problem there, finishes 24th. Oliver Daniels and Mason Munch complete the 26 runners in that race. Well, very good stuff indeed from the C50s to start the second session here this afternoon. Very entertaining indeed, and we'll see them out again for their final, the first of the finals here at Fulbeck today. Due out around, let me just consult my notes, at about 2:20 in the afternoon, so do be around for that. Meanwhile though, we're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit, the second heat for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. They're out next. Let's get ready then for the next race, which is the second racing appearance of the day for Honda Cadet. Apologies about the background noise at the moment. I think they've just been told that they need to have the engines a little bit quieter in this part of the paddock. But yes, Honda Cadet 200 up next for their second heat of the day. Mini ROK as well. So let's have a look at the grid then for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK heat number 2. Keane Sullivan, yesterday's final winner, is on super form this weekend with Ambition Motorsport. Starts this one from pole position. Max Taddy, his Ambition Motorsport teammate in the awning next to us there alongside on the front row. Jensen Walker for Cutting Edge Racing starts on row 2 alongside Connor Winfield. J.M. Prakash and Charlie Gregg start on row number 3. Isla Parsons is the 7th of the runners in Honda Cadet, starts on row 4 for Passion Karting, and then the single Mini ROK runner, the number 24 of Alexander Adams, starts P8. For those of you just wanting a visual reference, those in Hondas are at the A front of the order, and they're B, the ones with the red numbers, the red number characters on them. There is a single Mini ROK. The way to tell the difference, it's got black characters on the number board, all of them with yellow backgrounds. So formation lap underway then, and it'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap once again here at Fulbeck. Do hope you're enjoying the stream. Do keep your comments and messages of support coming in. Hello to Hanifa and Lucy Beamish as well. Is cheering on LBJ Stubbs in the last race. It'll be a gridded start, as it always is in Honda Cadet. I'm really intrigued with this this dynamic between Cian Sullivan and Max Taddy, both in the same awning, both racing for Ambition Motorsport, both very much in form as well. Cian Sullivan gone from being outside the top 5 at the start of the season. And then took a first finals victory yesterday. Max Taddy has been on form all season. He's very much the favourite for the championship. Put in a lot of hard work over the last 15 months or so. Is this going to be another good result for the Scottish driver? Away we go then for the second heat of the day in Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. A very good start for Max Taddy. He's actually got his nose ahead of his teammates as they run down to the first braking zone, but Sullivan's still there on the inside and gets the advantage as they go through the right-hander, holds onto the lead as they run now towards the second chicane. Good start as well for Winfield. It's got past Walker, it's up to third place. Through turn number 5 they go then. On the inside line, defending there is Sullivan. Understandable here on this first lap. Just wants to control the race at this stage. We're seeing a top 4 that we saw in the first race forming now. Slightly different order. Winfield ahead of Walker this time. There's Jem Prakash and Charlie Gregg both going through shot. Towards the rear of the field as well. Isla Parsons in 7th place and Alexander Adams in 8th. So it looks like already that we get, I was just about to say we're going to get a typical Honda Cadet race with them all filing in a line for the early stages, and then there was a slight wide moment there for Sullivan through the hairpin, which nearly gave an opportunity to Max Taddy to get through, but it's one of the characteristics of this circuit. It is a circuit in some ways similar to a place like Shenington, but the straights aren't as long here. It does mean that sometimes side drafting and conventional slipstream isn't as powerful as this place. The straights aren't quite long enough to make a gradual advantage tell into a position gain. But no matter for Max Taddy, we'll just hold in that spot for now, P2. I imagine the Ambition Motorsport boys will try to do what they did in heat number 1, which is one by one drop the pack down to just themselves as Walker goes down the inside of Winfield. Oh, was there a little bit of contact there between the two of them? Through goes Jensen Walker then. That was for third place. So Walker, who finished second in heat number 1. And for an outside move on Cian Sullivan in the first race. Should actually check the because that was from the perspective of a provisional race result. Still Sullivan leading out in this one though, ahead of Max Taddy as they come round to complete another lap. Just over 4 minutes on the clock to go. New fastest lap of the race from Jensen Walker, 52.663. Just to remind the results from the first race, more than provisional now, this was confirmed. Max Taddy did take the race win ahead of Jensen Walker, Conor Winfield, Cian Sullivan. That was a top 4. Oh, bit of a moment there for Sullivan, running wide, just dips a toe into the dirt. Very dry here at Fulbeck the last few weeks. Look a bit scorched here in the summer sun. Thankfully today it's not as hot as it's been in previous weeks. Probably around 20 degrees, 21 degrees air temperature. It is blustery though. Thank you to Chris Simpson out on post. The at Baps About Britain Instagram weather report was reporting gusts of over 15 kilometres an hour earlier on today. Chris looking keen to get on with things here. So it's a new fastest lap of the race, 52.519. Had half a look there at Max Taddy and trying to find a way past the Scottish driver into second place, but now it just holds position for now, which I think is a wise move. Served him well in the first race, just keep it nice and calm at this stage and run as a trio. Ultimately, it's what put Walker in a position to take advantage of the late spin for Sullivan, get that second place in the first heat. Through towards the first hairpin then. Cian Sullivan's got back on top of this quite nicely. New fastest lap of the race for the race leader. 52.465. Oh, was that half a moment for Tally there? Just ran wide off of the first hairpin. Is this going to be an opportunity for Jensen Walker to go down the inside? No, just thinks better of it as they go through the second hairpin. Turns 7, 8, 9, and then turn 10. Still at the moment, these top three happy to just run together. I can understand that. They've still not completely dropped Connor Winfield out of the window, that if either of them had a moment that they'd be able to gather it back up. And now down the inside goes Taddy for the lead of the race. Has decided with 90 seconds on the clock that now he wants to take the initiative and take the lead of the race. Clean move, an efficient move. They've not lost too much time to Winfield just to finish that point. One of the concerns the drivers will be having at the moment is if they were to have a spin, as unlikely as it is with the quality of these drivers, Winfield is within striking distance, that they wouldn't be able to necessarily get back on circuit, get moving again and not lose position. They've definitely done that for fifth downwards. By the way, there's a really good battle going on between 𝗬𝗻𝗿𝗏 and Charlie Gregg for that fifth spot. At the moment is in the advantage of 𝗏𝗏. So these three have got to keep working to give themselves the ultimate buffer over fourth place. I see Sullivan wants to have a look down the inside, and Walker nearly went for a move there. Sensed a bit of hesitancy perhaps from Cian Sullivan in the number 26 kart. Through the second chicane once more. Here is that battle for fifth place, 𝗬𝗻𝗿𝗏 and Charlie Gregg, both running in Honda Cadets for the first time in a SuperOne weekend here at Fulbeck. Seen Charlie Gregg racing before in the Bambino ranks, but not seen him before in the Cadets, and I think he's serving himself quite well here, gaining experience all the time. Got to recognise that the four drivers in fact ahead, are all very experienced at this level. On to the final lap then. Taddy still leads, Sullivan P2, and Jensen Walker is a lot closer this time in P3 to where he was in the previous race, so he may still have thoughts of winning this race. Oh, Taddy wide off the hairpin there. That's going to be Sullivan down the inside, takes the lead. So Cian Sullivan takes the opportunity, applied the pressure to his teammate, and a mistake from the championship leader has let Cian Sullivan through. Now a win here would be very useful for Cian Sullivan. Would recover. Oh, there's a bit of contact there with Walker and Taddy, and nearly a ride over there. Scary moment for Jensen Walker, but that might be it, because now Cian Sullivan, at the crucial point of the race, around the final corner to see the checkered flag, has a good enough lead to take the win. That is a good response after the disappointment of heat number one. Takes the victory, takes the points on offer. Max Taddy P2, Jensen Walker P3, and then it'll be Connor Winfield in P4. So those four drivers will form up the first two rows of the grid in the final. And in the end, I think, yes, it was indeed 𝗬𝗻𝗿𝗏 holding ahead of Charlie Gregg for fifth place, sixth for Gregg, seventh will be Alexander Adams across the line there in the mini ROK. Isla Parsons will be the eighth driver over the line, seventh in class there in the number 50. So there we go. That's the Hondas and the mini ROK heats completed. We'll see their final out later on this afternoon. Next up out on circuit for their second heat, it's IAME Bambino. Time for a bit of entertainment, guaranteed from IAME Bambino, as they've done throughout the season so far. Their second heat is up next. Let's have a peruse through the grid for it. James Roots has pole position. Chester Fawkes is alongside on the front row of the grid. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 will start from row 2. William Crombie had a very impressive first race from row 3. Can he do it again here in Heat 2? He's joined on that third row of the grid by Freddie Baker. Row 4 has yesterday's winner, Oscar Kenny, on it. We'll start P7 on the grid. Ollie Liddell starts P8. Albert Farrow and Theo Jetson on row 5. Max Joy and 𝗦𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 on row number 6. Leo Harang completes the 13 kart field duout for this one, and hopefully doesn't have any technical issues, because didn't even see the first lap of the first race, which result-wise looks a little bit like this. James Roots took the race victory, his first since the very first race of the year, Heat 1 at round 1. William Crombie was second, but it was only 0.092 of a second between the two of them. Chester Fawkes was third, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 fourth, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in fifth place. All of those results available for you to examine at results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne on the website there. So formation lap is away. It'll be a standard start. 7 for one of these heats. In a class that is very close on points. And even though we're not quite into the tail end of the season yet, I do feel that every single one of these races very, very key for the standings. Engines fired up. James Roots at the front of the field on the left-hand side of your screen. Chester Fawkes alongside on the right. Who's going to take heat number 2 here in IAME Bambino? Away they go. And it's a very good start for James Roots from pole position. Good start once again from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Chester Fawkes is being shuffled down the order here as the number 42 runs onto the grass momentarily there. But a good start for James Roots. Going through the hairpin for the first time. Chester Fawkes, I think, has fallen all the way down to 5th place. He's now being challenged by his title rival, William Crombie. Into chicane number 2 they go. It's been a great start as well for Freddie Baker there in the yellow and black karts. Kart number 92 is up to 3rd place. And the number 20 of Ollie Liddell as well, running up in 4th. What a great start for Ollie. It has not had a top 5, I think, so far this season in SuperOne. It's a great opportunity now to get a best results of the season so far. Contact warning for the number 15. That's William Crombie as they cycle through the last sequence of corners to complete lap number 1. James Roots is your leader of the race. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 P2. Difference between them is just over 1/4 of a second. Freddie Baker P3, side by side between Oscar Kenny, William Crombie and Chester Fawkes as they go through the first chicane, and it's Fawkes who emerges out in front. That's for 6th place. So we've got a bit of a mixed up order here if we compare it to the standings and the general running order that we've seen so far this year. But lots of time for it to change. James Roots, there he is, leading out front at the moment. He's looked very calm and collected in that position so far today. We're seeing a similar makeup to what we saw in heat number 1. Led from pole, had challenges from behind. It wasn't one of those drives where, you know, he cantered off into the distance and had a half second, 1 second and more lead. He had to really work for the race victory. He was able to convert, and if he does it again here, he's guaranteed pole position for the final. There's Fawkes and Crombie. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in the green and black helmets just ahead in 5th place. It's had a bit of an up and down season so far. 5th, 6th and 10th yesterday across the 3 races for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. How about Ollie Liddell then? It's the blue and white, sky blue details on Ollie's kart with that white helmet. Best result, I think, so far for Ollie this year. I think he's had a few 7th places along the way. Hasn't had a top 5. still holding that position. May go even further forward because he's all over the back of Freddie Baker for third place here. So here come Fawkes and Crombie working together. Both get by Darren Dimitrov there on the run into the first chicane. Good driving, good tactics from these two drivers. They both recognise that they've, between them, got the pace to make up a few positions. The higher up the order you go, the bigger the rewards for points. It's not a straightforward 1 place equals 1 position. Once you get up into those top few positions, it's 2 points per gained position. It makes sense for them because there's quite a few karts ahead of them to work with. It makes sense for them to work together even though they are championship rivals. Keep an eye on Oscar Kenny as well at the back of this train, number 48. Fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, 56.769 last time around. Also in a nice position to gain across this lap. New fastest lap though has just gone in from Chester Fawkes, 56.609. It's all getting a bit congested now. I think there was a half attempt there from Ollie Little on Freddie Baker, but Freddie Baker's got back ahead of the number 20. Harris Barber's not leaving James Roots alone as well. It's all closing in as Crombie goes down the inside, takes Fawkes there for 5th place. Once again, that confidence that we've seen grow over the last few rounds, serving William Crombie well there, is now going to go for 4th place on Ollie Liddell and gets through. This is a big lap from William Crombie. Darren Dimitrov fighting with Chester Fawkes there, trying to retake what should be 6th place. 2.25 minutes to go and still a lot to be decided in this second heat of the day for IAME Bambino. James Roots still leading it by 0.3 of a second ahead of Harris Barber. Baker 3rd, Crombie 4th, Liddell 5th. Then Chester Fawkes over the line in 6th place, Oscar Kenny and Darren Dimitrov 7th and 8th. A bit further back, Albert Farrow is in 9th. Running a tad slower than the first heat. I wonder if there's a potential issue with the kart there. Oh, big pickup on wheels there. My goodness me. I know these karts are small. But that was almost like something out of a rallycross race from William Crombie, up on 2 wheels, hopping across the curve. Couldn't flip the thing. That was remarkable car control. He's now challenging Freddie Baker here for 3rd place. Now, I just wonder, is it better for them to work together at this stage? I mean, it's, what is it, a 2.3 second gap up to Roots and Barber ahead, with Roots leading that train. Yeah, I don't think there's actually enough time for them to even close in the Barber-Roots battle. So yeah, it probably is worth William Crombie having a go here at Freddie Baker to try and take 3rd place. Be in prime position should there be any untoward things happen between Barber and Roots, if they start fighting a bit too hard over the race. Victory again! Crombie's loving a little bit of air underneath the near RAF Fulbeck, but my goodness me, this is not the scenario to be taking off at the moment there in the number 15. 2 more laps then. 20 seconds on the clock. Chester Fawkes has got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Now they are fighting for the lead. So Harris Barber's going to go through here. Takes the lead of the race from James Roots. James Roots now will have the advantage of the slipstream. He's also set the fastest lap of the race. That may be bump draft assisted, I'd imagine, from Harris Barber behind to set that 56.542. This is a great run from Harris Barber, who has not had a race win so far this season. Has had a number of second places. There's another driver who's been building and building and building. Had a great day yesterday. 4th, 2nd and 2nd. Could be on here. There is a back marker ahead. It's the 57 of Leo Harang. Might capture a nice time though if it's on the pit straight. We're going to see the last lap board this time around. Blue flag is out for the number 57, and that's well dealt with by Harris Barber. Harris Barber should get through here. James Roots will get through as well. Could we see a first win of the season for Harris Barber? Checking over his shoulder, doesn't want to get too tight, too nervy. That's when he can make a mistake, but he's defended that pretty well. Down into the hairpin, down the inside for third place. There goes William Crombie. That one I feel has been coming for a while. It's got past Freddie Baker, who's having another really good run here. Once again, we've seen those two karts, those two drivers fighting before. We saw it at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 a fair bit. They're going to negotiate their way past the race leader. No takeoffs this time for William Crombie, thankfully, but Harris Barber's just got a couple of corners now to hold on to take a first victory of the year on the MBM machine. Has he got the run through the final couple of corners? He's just got to get round the final corner and not lose out too much. I think he's done it fantastic. Harris Barber takes a first victory of the year, has worked from outside the top 10 in races earlier in the season and has taken a heat victory here at Fulbeck by 0.036 seconds. It won't matter that it was a close gap there at the end. It's 34 points for Harris Barber. Second place for James Roots. Very good work through the heats. James Roots will at least be on the front row of the grid, possibly have pole position once all the scores are tallied up and racing laps are taken into account as well. William Crombie takes third place. Another impressive drive from William there. Fourth place for Freddie Baker, fifth for Chester Fawkes, sixth for Darren Dimitrov, seventh Oscar Kenny, Ollie Liddell, Albert Farrow and Theo Jepson complete the top 10. 11th for Max Joy, 12th for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Leo Harang finishes in 13th. Well, always good to see a driver take a first win of the season when they've worked their way through the order from the earlier parts of the year. Very well-deserved win there for Harris Barber. Good to see it on a live stream as well. We'll see the IAME Bambinos out later on this afternoon for their final. Next up, though, Heat 2 for Micromax. Let's have a look at the grid then for the second heat of the day for Micromax. First of the Rotax categories heading out for this rotation of heats, and Jensen Sale, who has been the driver to beat so far this weekend, has pole position. Elliot Travis alongside on the front row. Jack Baker has been in very good form the last few rounds as well, and has really put himself in the picture for the title starts on row 2. Benedictas Masiokas will be looking for better luck this time, having had a bit of a rough ride in the first race. Starts from P4. George Swire and Sebastian Behrman start on the third row of the grid, and then we find Achille Nane, Giannone and Sebastian Clark starting on row number 4. Alfie Mayer and Leo Living start on row 5. Logan Rolfe and Jensen Walker start on row 6. Maximilian Abrahart and Toby Cannon start on row 7. And then we find Amrit Singh, Athwal and Xavier Fonge on row number 8. Harper Das and Nico Kanchev start on the 9th row of the grid here in Micromax. And that should be your lot. Indeed it is. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Sale on the inside. In fact, if you were down the inside line, it's going to be a very, very good one indeed. There's positions to be gained as they run into the first proper braking zone. Got to be careful on the exits as well, and that's a very good start for all of our Micromax drivers, keeping it clean as they run through the first section of corners. A little bit of sideways there, and one of the Gear Up Racing machines is across the grass. And now being attacked by Sebastian Behrman. I think, no, it won't have been Elliot. It might have been Leo Livings in the white helmet there. Back this weekend, having missed racing action at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 a month ago. Been a very, very brave story for Leo Livings to get back into something that resembles racing fitness, and has had some good scores so far here at Fulbeck. So end of lap 1, and it's same again from what we saw in heat number 1. It's Sale and Baker out front. This time though, Jack Baker's looking for the lead of the race down the inside into the hairpin. He's going to take the lead of the race away from Jensen Sale. George Swire is following them as well in 3rd place. Quick recap from earlier on in the day. First race result looked like this. Jensen Sale took the win. Jack Baker 2nd. Sebastian Behrman was 3rd as out wide there. I think that's is that going to be Eberhardt? Yes, the number 61 of Eberhardt running out wide. Is there a bit of damage? Or no, I think that was actually a GoPro that I was looking at. There's something sticking up off the radiator there. Don't think it was a radiator flap. It just looks a little bit out of sorts. We'll track that as we go through. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. Jack Baker leads this race. Does like the Sundays. He's had some good performances the last couple of Sundays in SuperOne. Here's a good battle. This is Leo Livings and Jensen Walker. Jensen Walker down the inside takes that spot. That's going to be 8th position. Apologies, no, it's actually Logan Rolfe that he was fighting with there on the same team. So either way, Walker goes through past Rolfe for 8th place. George Swire pushing on here. This is some good pace from the young driver who finished in 4th place in heat number 1. Moving again, here goes Sale down the inside into chicane number 1, gets through, retakes the lead of the race. The early stages of lap 4, and here goes George Swire as well. Early apex, makes it work, takes 2nd place, and is now the fastest driver out on circuit as well. This is some really good stuff from George Swire, who built as the day went on yesterday. Had a bit of a slow start, was P10. And followed that up with 2 second places. Isn't a championship contender, mainly because he's this is his first weekend appearance, so he's already used up the drop score tokens, as it were, and more. So mathematically can't beat the other drivers who've been ever present so far this season. Good run so far as well for 𝗬𝗏𝗍 there in the number 28. The Tony Kart's colours. And the gold helmet, and a penalty in the first heat. It's a good result in this one to bag a good score, a good grid position for the final. Elliot Travis and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 fighting as well. This is over 5th place. This is a better run for 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 as well. Viewers who will have been with us earlier this morning and all the way through will no doubt remember that quite dramatic spin into the grass after contact with 𝗬𝗏𝗍. 3 minutes on the clock to go then. And Elliot Travis is looking to try and get his season back on track. Had a great start, won the first round of the season at GYG. Hasn't really hit those same heights since then. There's been a bit of contact there between Travis and 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 as they go through chicane number 1, but the order remains the same. Looking at number 61, yeah, I think it's just a camera. It was a camera that was foxing me earlier. There's nothing that's damaged or loose, so nothing to be worried about there for Maximilian Eberhardt. Great run at Clay Pigeon. He's found things a little bit more difficult this weekend here at Fulbeck. Best result so far this weekend. 3rd in the final yesterday, but 4th and 14th in the heat. So I'll be hoping to use drop scores on those later in the year. Side by side once again between Rolfe and Walker. This may be a good opportunity for Eberhardt to get through. And Leo Livings is in there as well. I think Walker has lost a position in all of that. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 has now been joined by Sebastian Behrman in the blue and green there, number 73. I like the number of points that Behrman's putting together here. He's quietly getting on with work. Could argue he's going under the radar, not under the DDMM radar. He's catching the attention with his race results, and is now going to go for 6th place down the inside of 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 there, and goes through. 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗀 protests. Didn't feel that one was fully clean. You couldn't quite see it from this angle what it looked like on the apex of the corner. 60 seconds to go. Top three have run out ahead. Oh, Behrman had a bit of a go there on Elliott Travis, and that didn't work out. Actually, both him and 𝗦𝗍𝗂 are going to lose out to Elliott Travis there. Through into the second hairpin they go. 35 seconds remaining on the clock, so I think we'll get 2 more laps. Now I am seeing to my right a black flag. Yeah, there it is, 73. So Sebastian Behrman has been adjudged to a fallen foul of race control as off there. Now that is the number 41 of 𝗦𝗍𝗃 𝗦𝗃. That is a long way off the road. I think that is on the exit of the hairpin, and a full course yellow has come out. So the Battenberg flag appears. Everybody will need to slow down. This might, well, time's going to tick over. So depending on how quickly this one is dealt with, this will either be your finishing order or we'll have one more racing lap. The whole field is just being allowed to pass by 𝗦𝗍𝗃 𝗦𝗃 there, who just trying to see if he's out of the cart. He just sat there at the moment, just having a no, he's more than he's better than out of the cart. He's back on the road, so that's good to see that 𝗍𝗃's okay. The cart is relatively okay as well. Might be a little bit dented at the back, having been into the bushes there. And in fact, the checkered flag is out. The checkered flag has just been waved there. As the, yes, because the Battenberg flag is still out, so effectively that is the end of the race. And Jensen Sale will be the winner of it ahead of George Swire. More good points for Jack Baker in third, fourth for 𝗍𝗃 𝗦𝗍𝗃, fifth for Elliott Travis. So there won't be any changes in these positions because the checkered flag has been waved, as we were on Battenberg flag onto the last lap anyway. Where were we? 𝗦𝗍𝗃 was 6th, Logan Rolfe 7th, Maximilian Eberhardt 8th, Leo Livings another top 10, coming back after injury in 9th. Jensen Walker completing that top 10 ahead of Sebastian Clark, Amit Singh Athwal, Toby Cannon 13th, Xavier Fonge in 14th, Alfie Mayer 15th, Harbodas 16th, and then one driver black flagged in that race, unfortunately. Sebastian Behrman classified in 17th and 18th for our spinner there, but most importantly, all okay. There is 𝗍𝗃𝗃 𝗦𝗍𝗃 recovering back to pit lane. Right, well, that's how they finish for Heat 2. We'll see their final out again later on this afternoon. Next up out on circuit for their second heat of the day, it's going to be Intermax. Time to go racing then for Intermax in their second heat of the day. Harvey Bacon and Teddy Cooper on the front row of the grid will be hoping for a better run through the first hairpin this time. They both hit trouble on lap 1 in Heat 1. Adam Turacek, the winner of Heat 1, starts on row 2 alongside JJ Plowman, who was given a +5 position penalty in the first race. So we'll be looking to bounce back from that as well. Charlie Benson and Benjamin Lawn start on row 3 of the grid. And then Rook Thompson and Zarabkevich there on the 4th row of the grid, forming up the 8 carts ready to go racing here in Intermax. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And we saw a very dramatic start to this category in the first heat. A number of drivers wide, some of them in the gravel. Hopefully we have a bit of a cleaner start here in heat number 2. And a good race. The results from this race and the first heat combined to form the grid order for the final. Looking for the green lights and the instruction to go, and away they go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Harvey Bacon on the inside, Teddy Cooper straight away trying to get across to get into that lane on the inside, and Adam Turacek down the inside, dukes out of the line behind Harvey Bacon. Confidence on the brakes, gets through into the lead of the race. Really good stuff, although he has had a contact warning in the early stages. Is off there. Is that Benjamin Lawn? Yes, it was. Benjamin Lawn having a bit of a wide moment and taking the cut through on chicane number 2. Hopefully didn't gain an advantage from that, otherwise maybe attracting the attention of the race stewards. But it's Turacek, Bacon, Cooper, Charlie Benson there in 4th place. We mentioned in the first heat, hasn't been as sparkling as Charlie Benson normally is. But the true makings of a champion, he has been gaining points. Saw this when he won the Mini ROK title last year. Had good days and not so good days, but was always able to keep the points tally ticking over. And that proved dividends at the end of the season. Cooper down the inside of Bacon takes 2nd place as they go through the second hairpin, through the second chicane rather. Here is the second hairpin. And down the inside now goes Benson, trying to take 3rd place away from Bacon, has got through, but is that going to encourage the likes of JJ Plowman into the story? There in the green and black carts, cart number 17. Benjamin Lawn not too far behind as well, and Rook Thompson. These are all the regular runners. Jan 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗀𝗀 at the back there in 8th place. Looking to build on pace so far in this race. 5 minutes of the race to go, and going for the lead now is Teddy Cooper. Well, we saw him do it on Harvey Bacon not that long ago. He's now got through and into the lead of the race. Into the final complex then, through turn 7, 8, 9 and then turn 10. Let's see what Teddy Cooper's pace is like now he's in clean air. Is this one of those where Teddy Cooper can pull off the front? Well, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 48.942. Can he start to pull an advantage over the rest of the field now? Here's Charlie Benson, Harvey Bacon, JJ Plowman and Benjamin Lawn. 3rd down to 6th place. This quartet, I'd imagine, they're just going to try and work to catch Adam Turacek. There's a contact warning being shown, I think, for Harvey Bacon. Ooh, just needs to be careful there. There's a little bit of a nudge on Benson as here comes Benjamin Lawn. Now, we've not seen this so far today. Round the outside. Oh, that is lovely. That is very well done from Benjamin Lawn. Round the outside through turn 10 on JJ Plowman. That's one for the highlight reel. What other progress can Benjamin Lawn make? He's had a great start to the weekend. Took the win in both of the heats yesterday. Just didn't go his way in. And yeah, he's going to go down the inside of Harvey Bacon now and take 4th place. So it's taken probably about 22 hours. But all of a sudden, Benjamin Lawn has come back alive again and is scything through the order now. Can he set about catching up to Charlie Benson and overhauling the championship leader? 3 minutes remaining on the clock, and encouragement from the sidelines to Benjamin Lawn. Mission Motorsport team members really liking this at the moment. Doesn't want to push too hard there. That was a bit wide through chicane number 1, but has got good speed off of the first chicane. Look at that, 48.706. Very, very impressive considering there was some overtaking going on that lap, which normally would take the pace off by half tenth or two. Teddy Cooper's still leading in this one. It's comfortable at the moment, half a second clear of Adam Turacek, just checking over his shoulder, managing the race, managing the tyres and the machinery underneath him. Everyone eyes on Benjamin Lawn here because this is a superb run in the mid part of heat number 2. It's a weekend that started brightly and is now crescendoing back to a grand finale in front of the Alpha Live cameras here at Fulbeck. Maybe he's going to set about trying to get past Charlie Benson, though, for that third place, and that is no easy task. We know that from regular viewing of this championship, just how good Charlie Benson is. Benson is aware that Lawn's there. Has a check over his shoulder as he comes out to the second chicane. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀's not giving it up as well. He's still got some decent pace there in 5th place, in the toe of the number 85 for Benjamin Lawn. And in fact, might be trying to set up here for a move back into the first chicane as they start another lap. New fastest lap of the race from the driver in 5th place, 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀, 48.389. As a bit of a moment there for Benson. He's going to be under attack here from Benjamin Lawn, but it's contact, bit of smoke off the tyres. Lawn's going to try and go around the outside. He's going to muscle his way through and has got 3rd. Forceful stuff from Benjamin Lawn, capitalised on the slight mistake, a rare mistake from Charlie Benson. Could have ended in disaster. So when they touched wheels, he saw the puff of smoke off the sidewalls, and Lawn was brave around the outside. Gives a bit of space to Benson as they go through turn number 9. And here could be 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀's opportunity. 2 laps to go. Bacon down the inside. No, has to slot back in to 5th place behind Charlie Benson. What a great race this has been so far between these 3. Benson dives to the inside. Is there going to be a cut back on for Lawn? They're going to be side by side. 2 laps in a row they've been like this as they head towards the second chicane. Round the outside last time for Lawn, and this time he's got it done again. Bit earlier, had it done before the first apex of that chicane. This is superb, absolutely superb here in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. Time is up. The last lap board will be out in a moment's time for Teddy Cooper, the race leader, as Benson's down the inside of Lawn once again. Lawn gets the advantage as they go through turn number 10. They're going to be side by side once more as they go over the start line. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀's now down the inside there with the white helmet's got both of them. Oh, fantastic from 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀. Takes 3rd place, but here comes Benjamin Lawn back up the inside. Bacon just leaves enough room to hold around the outside. Holds on to the 3rd spot. Once again, another one of these second heats, which is racing like a pre-final at the moment. Bacon was a little bit weak though, down the inside, Lawn, and has got through. 3 takes 3rd place, Bacon's on the dirt. He's on the grass, Benson's going to go around the outside. Plowman's going to get involved as well. Try and gain up from 6th place. Apologies to Teddy Cooper and 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀. We can't, contact, surely contact there between Benson and Lawn. Lawn's going to go back down the inside, retake 3rd place. My oh my, what a race. Teddy Cooper wins, 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 3rd. In 2nd, but it was all about the battle for 3rd place, and it's taken by Benjamin Lawn ahead of Charlie Benson. No lasting advantage in the end, because Benson, I think, may have realised that he made a bit of an ABC on Benjamin Lawn. It was wise there just to give him that one back, but it's still good commitment from Benjamin Lawn to be up the inside into turn 10. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 5th, could have been 3rd. JJ Plowman could have been 3rd as well at the end there. 0.3 of a second covering 3rd through 6th. ROK Thompson was 7th, and Jan Zarabkevich finishes in 8th place. Really, really good stuff there from Intermax. We'll see their final later on this afternoon. We've got to get going though, because next up out on circuit, it's Senior Max. Okay then, let's capture our breath after that intense, amazing Intermax race. Second heats for Senior Rotax is out. Next here is their grid. Joe Weaver has had a perfect weekend so far. 4 race starts, 4 race victories. Can he make it 5 here from pole position in heat number 2? Alongside him on the front row is his Awning teammate Tom Taylor. Finley Watson, at least provisionally, I need to check the result from the first race once it was confirmed, as there on row 2. Had a fantastic battle with Harry Lamond in the first race. Apologies, row 3 has got Jake Richards and Harry Pullen on it. Row 4, Shane Collins and Tom Patterson. Row 5, Cameron Crockett and Shane Collinson. Row 6, Elliot Thomas and Liam Ferguson. Joseph McVeigh completes the 13-kart field. And just to confirm your results for you from the first race, it was indeed Joe Weaver from Finley Watson, but crucially a misplaced front fairing. That old one. 5 positions for Harry Lamond. So in the end he was classified in 8th. It was Tom Taylor who took 3rd. Right, we're ready to go then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap here in Senior Rotax at Fulbeck. Away we go. Fast start from Weaver. And once again, Tom Taylor's going to have a bit of a challenge here for 2nd place. Is there a bit of loading? Is it all going to be fairly controlled? It is. It's good work from the seniors. Oh, as Tom Taylor is out wide in the dirt. He's going to keep it pointing in the right direction, but it's going to tumble down to the bottom of the order. Not what Tom Taylor would have wanted at all. Into the 2nd hairpin then, turn 6, Joe Weaver leading now. 24 hours ago, this was the race where we saw the field put a bit of pressure on the form driver of the weekend so far. He was still able to win that race, Joe Weaver. He's trackside for it, nearly down at turn 6. He's having to keep it all under control. He told me afterwards that he was struggling a little bit with brakes. For the order, Weaver, Watson. Oh, Finley Watson down the inside. That's a brave one. That's a bit of a how do you do to the championship leader, and Weaver's fought it off. Well, yes, this is very much going like 24 hours ago. Jake Richards has had a good start. He's up there in 3rd. You can see the kart has been repaired after the damage we saw in the first race. Harry Lamond's in 4th. Harry Pullen's had a decent start as well in 5th place. They're the 2nd of the JWR karts with the mainly white, pink and black livery. This is what we love to see in Senior Rotax. Strong drivers duking it out. 4 race positions. Lamond's going to be down the inside of Jake Richards there. And that was okay. That was in control at all times from Harry Lamond. Jake Richards tried to fight it. There was the slightest little bit of touching. That was good hard racing for me. 5 minutes of this one to go. Harry Pullen just waiting. Needs a good race here. He's saying in race 1 that could feel his title challenge starting to slip away a bit. I mean, he really does need to get 2 good results now of the rest of today to keep himself at least just a little bit in the discussion for the Senior Rotax title. Can't afford to have any more mistakes. Shane Collins having a good race as well. We've seen him in the already take a win today in the Rotax 177 category. We'll see him out again in 2 races time. Joe Weaver a 44.772. Well, we saw him go quicker than that in the first race. I just wonder at the moment, is he just playing a bit of a management tactic at the moment? Try and keep the field close a bit. No, he's got the pace to put the hammer down when he needs to hold on to the lead of the race. 4 minutes to go. No changes of position. It's still Weaver from Watson, Richards, Lamond, who's just at the fastest lap of the race. 44.496, has a bit of a look. Through the 2nd chicane. That's what I just love to see about these drivers. They look so relaxed, they look so calm, but I know for absolute sure they are wringing the neck out of these karts. Having a very physical experience around this circuit. It's not a billiard smooth surface. The curbs have to be attacked. The curbs aren't as big as they used to be here at Fulbeck, but they still have to be used, particularly through these chicanes. You see them hopping across them. Kart setup so important for vehicle dynamics around this track. Now, that is an interesting one. Harry Pullen's just set the fastest lap of the race, 44.355. He can't find a way past Jake Richards there. The 2 of them clashed in the first heat, of course. Compromised both of their races. Pullen more than Richards. Now Pullen goes down the inside. That's lovely. That's a beautiful move by Harry Pullen. That is more like it. That's what he needs. Up to P4. Gestures to Jake Richards, say, come on, let's work together. Let's try and catch up to the back of Harry Lamond and get in this fight for the race victory. 2.5 minutes gone. I think it's been a slight moment there for Harry. It's interesting with Harry Lamond, he takes that slightly earlier turn in than Finley Watson. He's done that the last couple of laps. Keep an eye on that as to whether that's just his line, how he likes to do things, talking to the drivers and how, particularly round here again with the setup discussion, front end. Gotta have a front end that turns in sharp and be responsive. Deal with a little bit of oversteer around here. I just wonder, is that what Lamond's preferring there, to get the kart into the corners? Getting into the final stages of this race then. Again, I think that's just Lamond's line. He just likes an earlier turn in, lets the front understeer a little bit, but it grips up. It gets him around the corner. It's clearly getting him out of the corner as well, which is very important as you head to hairpin number 2 there. Shane Collins, I think, having a look at Jake Richards' 5th place. Yeah, Jake's just drifting back now from Harry Pullen. It's a tough scenario for Harry Pullen because I know there'll be a big part of him that wants to push on, leave it all on the line to try and get 3rd place, but he cannot afford to throw this one off because at 4th place it's decent. It's decent points. It gets him back on track. Now this time, Lamond. Oh, it's contact! Contact between Lamond and Watson. Watson not happy about that at all. Will have the advantage as they go into chicane number 2. But there, Harry Pullen pounces. That is just what Harry Pullen needed in the story of this race, of this day. A little bit of eagerness from Harry Lamond. That contact with Finley Watson that ultimately opened the door. Pullen steps through, takes P3. 25 seconds on the clock then. There'll be 2 more laps. Joe Weaver is in such good form, even by Joe Weaver standards. This is epic, epic work from the reigning champion in this senior Rotax category. The other drivers just don't seem to have that last tenth and a half that Weaver's got this weekend. Finley Watson will be happy with his P2 spot at the moment because it'll stick him on the front row. Well, actually saying that, he might not be happy with P2 on the grid for the final because we've seen Tom Taylor have 2 P2 starts so far today, and he's gone backwards on each one as we've got that long run down to the first hairpin. Final lap board is out. I'd say maybe Finley Watson would prefer to start P3 in the wheel tracks of Joe Weaver, but I'll worry about that in the final. Final lap board is out. I'll tell you what, Harry Pullen's not given this up here of a potential run at 2nd place. It would be useful for himself in the championship. It'd be useful for his JWR teammate as well to take points off his nearest challenger. I think he's a little bit too far back to be having a go there into hairpin number 2. No, thinks better of it, but for Joe Weaver, this is going to be a 5th race victory of the weekend. He's on for the perfect sweep here at Fulbeck, takes another victory in senior Rotax and will be on pole position for the final. Will be joined on the front row by Finley Watson. That's 2 P2s for driver in the number 33 kart. Great response from Harry Pullen. That was big. That was a really good drive from Harry Pullen to get 3rd spot there after a disappointing first heat. So credit to Harry there. Ahead of Harry Lamond in 4th, Jake Richards 5th, Shane Collins 6th. Will dust himself off and get ready for the Rotax 177 race shortly. Cameron Crockett was 7th, Shane Collinson 8th, Tom Patterson 9th, Elliot Thomas wrapping out the top 10, Joseph McVeigh 11th, Tom Taylor unfortunately 12th. That was all off the start. Started on the front row, but was off wide out of the first hairpin and simply just didn't have enough time to catch back up to the rest of the field. Liam Ferguson was the single retirement there, the number 96 being classified in 13th. All right, well, there we go. Can Joe Weaver close out the perfect weekend? We'll see in the final later on this afternoon. We're going to get ready, though. Hold your breaths, everybody. The second heat for Junior Rotax are up next. Getting ready then for the second heat of the day for Junior Rotax, and if you missed the first heat, go back and watch it. It was quite a race indeed. They formed the grid in this same order. Let's see what they do in heat number 2. Aiden Hassan has pole position for Mark Baines Motorsports. Ethan Hay is alongside on the front row. Dale Lewis and Billy Edgecombe on row 2. Ben Horner and Joseph Murphy on row number 3. Row 4 has got Jake Houth and Kieran Denyer on it. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀 and Jake Wood on row 5. Charlie Cox and Albert Wilson on row number 6. Milo Manderson had a strong run in the first heat, starts this one on row 7 alongside Toby Bedford. Jack Briscoe and Emily Cotty, who also had a strong run in the first heat, starts on row 8. Harrison Morrow had a disappointing first heat, starts this one on row 9 alongside Max Rowley. And then wrapping out the top 20 will be Jaden Hewitt and Caden Welch on the 10th row of the grid. Eric Smith and Isaac Parkinson on row 11. Jake Flewitt and Logan Cowling on row 12. DeJean Bennett and Miles Roby will start on the 13th row of the grid. Jensen Powers and Oliver Brett Smith on row 14. Harry Smith and Arthur Frey on row 15. Finley Patterson and Jasmine Taylor, who had problems in qualifying and didn't set a time, start on the last row of the grid. Dale Lewis was your winner of heat number 1 ahead of Callum Ghosh, Joseph Murphy, Milo Manderson, Jake Woods. That was your top 5 in a race where a lot happened. And even though they're going quite slowly through the last couple of corners, we haven't got enough time to talk through all the stories to remind you of what happened in that first heat. So let's get ready for the second one. This could be quite dramatic, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes are on the clock, plus 1 lap. Aiden Hassan controls the pace, and away we go for heat number 2. Who's going to survive through the first hairpin? It's all getting a little bit squirmy in the middle there, and Hassan's deep on the brakes. Are they all going to be able to get through this first hairpin? It's good at the front of the order. 2, 3, maybe even 4 wide as they go through in the second half of the field. That's a much better start. Billy Edgecombe challenging Aiden Hassan. Oh, and his driver's off at the back of the field. In the second half of the field, quite a few drivers involved there. The number 33 is one of them. I think, is that Max Rowley off as well? Yeah, this is, well, I wonder, is this going to go full course yellow at least? Because I'm trying to see around the gantry, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, it could be 4 or 5 carts off down there at the second chicane. The number 85 is another one of them. The number 32 as well. That's Logan Cowling. Oliver Brett Smith. Oliver Brett Smith didn't have a good first lap in the first heat as well. Right, so Hassan leads. Edgecombe second. Ethan Hay is held up there in third. It was Max Rowley, the number 33 off. Ben Horner's had another bad one as well. The number 12 has had great pace this weekend, but in these heats today, it's not been good news. Great work by the marshals. They've managed to get everything clear on the second chicane before they come back round again. Just a wave yellow out for some barrier repairs. We keep the race running. Latter stages of lap number 2 then. Aiden Hassan leads. Billy Edgecombe right behind. A rivalry is forming here, I think, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan Hay not too far behind as well. Ethan Hay slightly out of position in terms of the championship points at the moment because he missed the clay weekend. He's 11th in the standings right now. You know the speed of Aiden Hassan. I do feel just for his story and state of mind, he could do with a race win here to get things back on track. Oh, Dale Lewis getting down the inside there. In fact, Ben Horner, oh good. Okay, so Ben Horner, I think similar to what we have seen in the first race, had a transponder problem. He is there. He's in third place now. He's not at the back of the field at all. Apologies for that one. 4.5 minutes to go on the clock. I think for Hassan, just to get a win, get that rhythm going again. Just the results so far this weekend. First, second, and then an underweight exclusion yesterday in the final. That's down the inside. Dale Lewis looking for third place there. And earlier today, involved in an incident with the driver there in second place, Billy Edgecombe, who did receive a penalty for his part in all of that. Not been the kind of weekend that we've seen from earlier in the year from Aiden Hassan. Remember that run from round 1 to round 4 where he won every single race and has put himself in a very strong position, but at the same time just wants to keep things under control. Yet know that there's going to be occasional race where you use a drop score. As long as you keep control of things emotionally, it's what's important at this stage of the season, if you ask me. Got a train up behind him as well. There's Jake Howarth at the back of it in the number 3 car. Always the contact there, but it's that Dale Lewis down the inside. Yes, it was, of Billy Edgecombe, and that's opened things up. Ben Horn has come through in the number 12. Ethan Hay past Billy Edgecombe now as well. Jake Howarth side by side as they go through turn number 9. It's going to be advantage Edgecombe through turn number 10. I think that was Dale Lewis initiating down the inside. That opened all of that up, and now we're back into the much more familiar junior Rotax position this year of Aiden Hassan out front. 1.3 seconds the gap over the rest of the field. Now I think he can relax a bit. Now he can get back into that imperious rhythm that he has. The speed and the talent that took him to the title last year. Toby Bedford currently the fastest driver round on circuit. I think there's exact same lap times for them at the moment. That's why we've got 2 drivers both with the fastest lap of the race. 2.5 minutes to go. Plenty of changes up and down the order just to try and capture a couple of them. Callum Gosh gained 2 positions on that last lap. Jasmine Taylor's on the move once again as well. He's up to P18 from the back of the grid. Ben Horner still there holding on to second place right now. We're mentioning Ethan Hay has had podiums, has had top 3s so far this year. And if title overall isn't sustainable, as Hay goes down the inside, love that, that's brilliant. Now that's how you overtake into turn 6. Just held the inside line. Here comes Billy Edgecombe down the inside of Dale Lewis now. That's for 4th. We saw there that Ethan Hay almost used a bit of the guttering to his advantage to hook the kart in for that position. Ben Horner's going to fight back now, deep on the brakes into chicane number 1, back end kicking out, and it's taken second place back. So the gloves are off now in this group. Anything could happen in the next couple of minutes once you take into account the added 1 lap. Through chicane number 2. Aiden Hassan 1.8 second out ahead now. Toby Bedford's gone even quicker, so keep an eye out for Bedford there. He's in the blue suit, the white helmet, kart number 93. Less than a minute on the clock, so still I think we'll have 3 more laps here. Plenty of positions to be gained. Jake Howarth having a look, trying to find and see if there's a way past Dale Lewis for 5th place. Look at that, Jasmine Taylor. In some ways that's infuriating, because Jasmine Taylor had a technical problem this morning, has had to start both of the races from the back. Them's the rules. She's just set the fastest lap of the race, 45.593. She's doing a tremendous job, as out is Jake Flewitt, and it's been an absolutely torrid weekend for Jake Flewitt, I'm afraid to say. It seems to be going from bad to worse for the JWR driver. I understand he's looking quite disconsolate and down there with his body language. He's still got the final to race, of course. You never know what could happen there. Time now up, but crucially Aiden Hassan was over the start line before it hit 0, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Still this battle raging on for second place. Horner versus Hay, with Billy Edgecombe ready to pick up the pieces should they come together, and it's just the chances of that happening, I feel, in this junior Rotax class are a little bit higher. There's as Hay goes down the inside again. He likes that move into turn number 6, and he's got it done, and through goes Edgecombe. We said he was going to be there to pick up anything that fell his way. Jake Howard's now having a little go at Ben Horner. Poor Ben Horner is tumbling down the order now. He's down to 5th place. He's now got 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 all over the rear axle. Joseph Murphy becomes the fastest driver out on circuit. We are now on the final lap of the race. In what feels quite strange to say, it's been a relatively calm junior Rotax race by 2023 Super One standards, but there's still been a lot happening out there on circuit. I think thankfully though for the reigning champion, not a lot happening to him. Aidan Hassan, this has been more like it. Hasn't had this a lot so far this weekend, but this has been a return to type, taking race victories dominantly. Aidan Hassan, P1 again, takes another victory, a crucial victory, gets his day back on track. Ethan Hay P2, Billy Edgecombe P3, Jake Howard P4 in the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Ben Horner 5th, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 6th, Toby Bedford, Joseph Murphy, Dale Lewis. Just to say, 2nd down to 7th, covered by less than a 1.5 seconds, just casually. Joseph Murphy, as we say, 8th. Dale Lewis 9th. Great drive as well from Isaac Parkinson, taking P10. I think that's his best result of the year so far. Well done to Isaac Parkinson there in P10. 11th for Milo Manderson, Charlie Cox P12, Albert Wilton, more decent points, P13. Jake Woods and Emily Cotty completing the top 15. Caden Welch, Jaden Hewitt, Jasmine Taylor, DeJean Bennett and Harrison Morrow are all in the top 20. And watch out for a couple of those drivers named there, because they've moved. Jasmine Taylor's the one that jumps out there, has gained a lot of position, has done a lot of overtaking round a circuit that normally isn't very good for overtaking. So that's good there from Jasmine to gain that number of positions. If she could do likewise in the final, that's going to end up being a good final position. Jack Briscoe, Jason Powers, Finley Patterson, Harry Smith and Miles Roby all in the top 25. Arthur Frey, Max Rowley, Eric Smith, Logan Cowling, Oliver Brett Smith. That's a number of the drivers who had problems in the early stages. Jake Fluid was a retirement, as we saw, and Kieran Denyer was as well. There we go. Right, so juniors will be out as the penultimate race of the day for their final. We're going to get ready for the last heat of the day, the last 7-minute plus 1 lap race. Rotax 177 Heat 2 are next. All set to go racing then in Rotax 177 for their 2nd heat of the day. Let's have a look at their grid. Shane Collins has pole position. Andy Collinson is alongside on the front row. Jason Bear and Andy Ward on row 2. The results from heat number 1, same order: Collins, Collinson, Bear and Ward, 1 through 4. And the results from this race will be combined with the results from that first race to set the grid for the final. But still got the matter of this final heat of the day to get through first. Is the performance from Shane Collins going to be the same that we saw in the first race, where really nobody could hold anything to him? He absolutely flew off the front of the order. We're ready for this one. Away we go. Good start for Collins. Looks like Bear's going to be down the inside. Now, he did this in the first heat, was down the inside of Collinson and got P2. And he's going to fight in there again. Collinson's trying to fend him off and he's got it done again. So Jason Bear up to 2nd place. Now, in the last race, this was an important factor, because Shane Collins was able to take off the front with a bit more pace than the Attack Motorsport number 50. And that's what put him in such a strong position. Collinson is keen to get through there. Has gone back down the inside and got through on Jason Bear. Six minutes to go, then end of lap number 1. Shane Collins and Andy Collinson, 1 and 2. Jason Bear and Andy Ward, 3rd and 4th. It's a good start for Andy Ward as well. Trying to challenge Jason Bear.
As, oh, problem there for Jason Bear. And pulls off the road, so out into the pit lane. And Shane Collins continues to lead this race, 1.8 seconds ahead of Andy Collinson. It's at the moment following the same pattern that we saw in the first race. Shane Collins just seems to have a bit more pace here today than Andy Collinson. But Andy Collinson's got a strong position in this championship. We won't mind this too much. Fastest lap at the moment with Shane Collins as well. He'll just try and see through this next 4 and a bit minutes. Knows if he wins this race, it'll be a guaranteed pole position. Has a quick check on the radiator flap, 45.708. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your continued support of the drivers here today. Hello to Alfie and Teddy Racing. And Josh as well, cheering on Dale Lewis in the junior ranks. If you missed any of the coverage today, you can watch it back. You will be able to watch the whole stream back at your leisure on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. There's championship leader, Andy Collinson. 45.30 for Shane Collins. And it's interesting how the tide has changed from 24 hours ago, where Andy Collinson very much had the pace, didn't necessarily have the reliability. Shane Collins, I don't know whether it's a bit of setup, has just found something overnight. Obviously helped as well by running in similar machinery and same machinery as the senior running. It's one thing to have that advantage, it's another thing to use it. There's Andy Ward, who's on for third place at the moment. Took a trio of 4th places yesterday. Has been on the podium when the opportunity has arisen so far this year. This is definitely another one with Jason Bear out of this race. Seems to be circulating quicker and quicker all the time. Here's Andy Ward. Lap time last time around was a 46.308. Great to see if Andy get down into the 45. He's getting there. That's a 46.2. 45.130 for Shane Collins. At the moment, Andy Ward is running quicker than Andy Collinson. Gap is 5.3 seconds between the two of them now, so I think Andy Collinson, if he does see the number 8 getting distinctly closer, will get the hammer down. Shane Collins, less than 2 minutes to go then. Comes over to complete another lap. Drops the pace back now. We saw this in the first race as well. Knows he doesn't need to push overly hard. And cruise it home now. 6.5 seconds. Andy Ward sets another PB. It's another 46.2. Did get down into the 45.8s in the last race. Andy Collinson running around still in second place. I say, thinking about the reliability of the kart this weekend, he has set another 45.5 in this race, which is similar to what he did in the first. Definitely backed off quite a lot here, actually, Andy Collinson. I wonder if is this more than backing off, or is this a beginnings of a problem? Actually down into the 47s now. In fact, the leader's down into the 47s as well. Andy Ward
I don't think Andy Ward's out of this yet for second place, because he's just done a personal best 46.1 in this heat. Gap is down to 2.3 seconds. We've got probably this lap plus 2 more to go. I was wondering, is Andy Collinson about to have a bit of a rude awakening here? Because look, there is Andy Ward closing in. Andy Ward will want that second place if he can get his hands on it. Has had a second place so far this year, had one back at round 5. Missed a fair bit of the early part of the season, did Andy Ward, so it's must have been unfair to treat him on the same experience level as the 2 drivers ahead. He's getting quicker and quicker all the time. Yeah, I like this from Andy Ward. He just keeps putting PBs in every time he comes over the line. Little indicator on our screen in time. He just keeps going blue, saying he's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. The sun's coming out quite a bit now as well. It's been very cloudy here today. I think, oh, now Andy Collinson has realised, hang on a minute, I've got some work to do here to hold on to this second place, and has put his foot back down. You can tell that just by the body language of the kart. It's being wrestled around a bit more. Final lap board about to go out then for the race leader, Shane Collins. He's chill. He's in the high 46s at the moment. No need to put... I know it may seem a little bit cocky of a way, but I understand this. This is we've been talking about a physical nature of the circuit for the drivers. It's a physical one for the karts as well. There's no point breaking something or smashing over those curbs, fatiguing something, or having something on the way that it then goes in the final, because that's when you really want to squeeze every bit of performance out of your karts, as opposed to here in the heats. But Shane Collins has done another professional job here. He's going to have pole position for the final. And the maximum haul of points so far today in the Rotax 177 category. Takes victory in heat number 2. Andy Collinson is going to take second place, and a good drive as well from Andy Ward to finish in third place with a 46.000 there on the last lap of the race. But he did on the previous lap get into the 45, so well done to Andy Ward. Takes third place. Jason Bear will take points for fourth place, but was a retirement. Well, there we go, and with that is all the heat racing completed today. We're going to go into the finals next up. Longer races, more points. This is where the trophies are decided as well for the racing here today at Fulbeck for round 8 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. First up for our finals, it's the C50 Bambinos. They're next. Okay then, so let's get into finals. Let's get into the big points on offer here today, and a race. And once it's completed for each of these categories, we'll leave them with only 4 rounds to go in a 12-round championship where the best 10 scores count. So this is, I think, after this point, we're in the running. It's a very important race to set the story for the rest of the season. On pole position for the Bambino C50 Final is Harry Chapman. 68 points scored by Chapman across the heats, a 3-point advantage, I should say, over Mason Hibbert, also there on the front row. Mason Hibbert took that virtue of having a slightly faster lap across those 2 heats than Rex Pooley. Rex Pooley, yesterday's round winner, starts on row 2 alongside the ever-present Henry Algar. Row 3, Toby Biggs and Joshua Bailey have good opportunities for good points from that position. Row 4, Eli Scher and Ronnie Kempson start 7th and 8th. Jack Daniels and Mickey Gonzalez start inside the top 10 and will look to progress up from there. Ethan Pearson and Ernie Wade start on row number 6. Logan Hodgetts and Albie J. Stubbs start in the middle of the pack there on row 7. Alex Marshall and Simon Calvin start on row number 8. Ollie West and Louis Wilson start on row number 9. Mason Muncher has work to do there from row number 10, but we know Mason's got the pace to overtake. He's got Elliot Payne for company, 20th on the grid. Noah Smith and Noah Myberg start on row 11. ahead of Arlo Atkinson and Benjamin Schlever there on row number 12. William Wainwright and Oliver Daniels start 25th and 26th on row number 13. And out they go for their formation lap. Oh, now are the problems there for Mason Muncher's number 27 carts. That didn't look to be going in any urgency there for the number 27. So hopefully we can get that resolved. Mason starting P19 on the grid. Has got going, he's just seen him past the window. Well, so far today, it's been very much one of Chapman, Hibbert, Pooley. Those three, they've all been very close on pace and performance, but only one of them can win. Can Rex Pooley extend that championship lead? I think either way. Even if Rex Pooley was to finish third, maybe fourth or fifth, still been a very good weekend for him. Got more points on the board. Very much the order of things for Rex Pooley in this race is keep it in a situation where you haven't used any drop scores. I think that's definitely the case with number 31 so far this season. Worst result in any race is P4, whereas the others, Chapman had a bit of a struggle in round number 4 as an example. Mason Hibbert didn't have a good day yesterday. They've had days where you think, yeah, you want to put that one down to a drop score by the time you get to Shannington at the end of the season. They've got to go for it. They've got to get big points. It'll be very interesting to see how this one plays out tactically. They are ready then on the start line for the start of the Bambino C50 Final here at Fulbeck in the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships for 2023. Round number 8, eyes on the lights, ready to go racing here in the final. Away we go. Good start for Chapman. Hibbert will come across, try to hold on to P2 and has done so. Pooley on the inside takes P3 and Henry Algar gets into the line as well, P4. There's a bit of help coming behind, I think, from Pooley and Hodge, and down the inside goes Hibbert past Chapman. Chapman is going to be challenged for 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th place. He's been shuffled a long way down the order. Just got drafted by the other drivers as they went on the long run down to the first hairpin and prize. And now, if you're Hibbert and Pooley, I think you've got to, as I think there's been an incident through the second chicane. Yes, there has, and Chapman's involved. Chapman is involved, so one of the main low runners, and there's a red flag. Red flag on the first lap of the Bambino C50 Final. And understand that one, there was a lot of carts just in the middle of the hairpin too. In fact, you at home probably had a better view of that one than myself, because we were all stuck behind the gantry from my view. Well, effectively that means we reset, and that first start never happened in the history books. That is actually very good news for Harry Chapman, as long as Harry Chapman's kart is okay. He's just coming around the final corner now, and it'll be a full restart. Full restart for them. Harry Chapman comes back to the front order. There may be a bit of a hold here. Yeah, I can see the ambulances coming out into circuit. Won't speculate, as I can't actually see which driver is involved, so we won't speculate on who is involved. But we'll take a short break here on the commentary and be back here at Fulbeck for more action from SuperOne after a few of these messages.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment. Down the inside. Takes the lead of the race. through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resisted though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Back ready to go racing here at Fulbeck. It'll be a second start for the C50 Bambino Final. The good news is all karts are back on the grid and everyone is ready to go. Everyone is ready to go racing. So we go again as if the first start had never happened. Harry Chapman, pole position in the yellow and black kart on the left-hand side of your screen, will be on driver's right on the run to the first corner. And we'll surely be aware this time that he's got to defend down the inside, I feel. It's a long, long run to that hairpin, and he doesn't want to get drafted by the drivers behind like the first time. Mason Hibbert will look to tuck in. And I think from Hibbert and Pooley's perspective, they will try and play this the same as they did on the first start. Get in the slipstream of the O-plated kart and then pounce as they go into the hairpin. And then the race will really start. Then we go from there. How's 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 feeling as well? P4 on the grid. So the kart that was having a few attentions, I think, was Ollie West. Because yes, Ollie West is down to the back of the grid. I think there is just a little bit of movements around. If I get some repairs going on to the number 16, I can see out of my window as well. So I don't think we're quite ready to go racing here at the moment, but we're not too far away. But it will be the O plate of Harry Chapman on pole, the E plate of Mason Hibbert alongside on the front row P2. Rex Pooley, championship leader. He's only been outside of the top 3 in one race so far this season and starts inside the top 3 for this one. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 P4. Never know. In a final, could all go a little bit differently. Could be someone like Toby Biggs or Ronnie Kempson who comes out on top today. We're ready to go racing once again then in the Bambino C50 Final. Eyes on those lights, ready to go racing here at Fulbeck, and away we go. This time it's a better start for Hibbert and 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀 be side by side with Chapman as they run down to turn 1. Not as good a start for Harry Chapman on that occasion, but in a way, is that going to help him because they can't get in his toe? Now here comes the help from Pooley behind on Hibbert. They're going to be side by side. 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀's helping Chapman a bit as well. There's a little bit of a squirm there from Toby Biggs, and this time, much better start for Harry Chapman. Takes the lead, holds on to the lead of the race as they head into the second chicane for the first time in this one. This is where we saw the incident that brought out the red flag first time round. There is one driver off. Once again, there's a few drivers who've gone through the cut through. Simon Kalman is involved, but all in all, I think they're all right. I think we're carrying on. It's just going to be covered under yellow flags. It's the number 33 of Alex Marshall that has had a problem and is out of the race. 9 minutes plus 1 lap for all of these finals. That was a much better start from Harry Chapman. Didn't get it right tactically on the first attempt, got it right on the second one. But here comes Mason Hibbert down the inside. Has got 2 helpers behind in the shape of Rex Pooley and 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, and they're all going to go through past Harry Chapman there as they approach and go through the first chicane. Toby Biggs is there. Eli Scherz just having a little look further back in the number 35. And Joshua Bailey's had a good start as well. He's up in the 81 in 6th place. 7.5 minutes to go. Oliver Daniels and I think Noah Myberg have had problems on that first lap as well, because they're either showing as not having completed the first lap of the race, or they're off the back of the pack. Alex Marshall has now come through to complete the first lap, so has got going again.
Well, a really good start here in this Bambino C50 final. All these 𝗦𝗫𝗀 C50 machines lovingly prepared. It's our regular top 4 that we've seen so far this season. On the verge of breaking away. I wouldn't say they have broken away yet, because there's a good pack there with Biggs, Kempson, Bailey chasing on here. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 had a great start as well. He's up to P10. Is that just a defensive position, or is that a problem for Harry Chapman in a straight line? Seems to be losing on the straights at the moment. Ollie West has been overtaken by 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 on that last lap. Other changes for position to report. Down 3, unfortunately, Ethan Pearson. Through goes Louis Wilson, Sam Cameron, and Logan Hodgetts. As off there, deep into the weeds is Louis Wilson. My goodness me, that is a tiny person in a big bush. That's not what we want to see. It's still as we were at the front of the order. There is going to be a yellow flag out. See, Louis Wilson was so far off the road, I can't actually see which corner that was at. Might have been down at the far end of the circuit. Eli Scher and Mickey Gonzalez have gained a spot each. They've both got past Ernie Wade on that last lap. There's Eli Scher in the number 35. In fact, he's now traded positions with Mickey Gonzalez. Mickey Gonzalez has been very impressive this weekend. Great to see another driver with the support of Mexico in this category. That's good to see. I think he was just having a bit of a chat, a bit of a breather, but he's out the kart and looking okay. That's the most important thing. Five minutes of this final to go. Mason Hibbert and Rex Pooley pushing off the front now. There's been a change for third place. Contact warning for the number 31. So Harry Chapman has got ahead of 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 on that last lap. Changes behind as well. Toby Biggs and Ronnie Kempson, I think, have both got past Joshua Bailey. Interesting thing for me at this stage of the race, Hibbert and Pooley, do they work together to try and push away from those behind? Jack Daniels has got past Ernie Wade for 10th place. Still a good opportunity this for Ernie Wade. Got some good results in finals, was 6th and 10th and the first couple of at the start of the season at glan-y-gors. We know Ernie can get in those top 10s. Contact warning as well for the number 78 of Benjamin Schlever. The elbows do come out in one of these finals. Oh, that's a good last couple of corners there from Harry Chapman. Did you see how he just closed in on the lead 2? We've got our top 3 pulling away from 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 now. Got a kind of feel for 𝗦𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. He's been in this position a lot today on his own in P4, scoring good points, and I'm sure he'd love to be in the midst of that top 3. Eli Scher there ahead of Jack Daniels. In fact, that's Ernie Wade going back through past Mickey Gonzalez. So Ernie Wade back into the top 10. LBJ Stubbs in 12th. Good to see Mason Muncher coming through as well. He said he might come back up through the order. Started just inside the top 20 if I remember correctly, and it's now up to P13. So very good work there from Mason. Change as well for 18th place. Elliot Payne has got past Ethan Pearson for that spot. Alex Marshall is also on the recovery drive. Got past Ollie West for 23rd. 3 minutes or less than 3 minutes to go now, and it is a clear trio now at the front of the order. Harry Chapman has worked really hard here. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 42.382, to close in now to these two drivers that he's been racing with alongside the course of this season. I do wonder, I'm curious as to why Chapman's driving down the inside there. Does lose out a touch on the straights. See, he's now back to on the initial part of this lap, he was right on the rear bumper of Rex Pooley's number 31 kart, and has now just dropped back a bit. He's closing in now. Through this part of the course, Chapman is strong, really strong. That could serve him well in the latter stages of this race. We're not quite into them yet. We've still got 2 minutes to go. And the additional lap. But this time, oh, Chapman's going to go down the inside of Pooley there. Is that going to be good for second place? Are they going to touch? Yep, they're going to touch over on the curb. Little bit of skating there for Rex Pooley. Loses momentum. Through goes Chapman into second place. Put his kart in the right position. Gains that spot. Very well done indeed. Here's the train for 8th place. 𝗦𝗍𝗍 at the front of it. Jack Daniels has broken off the front, actually, of this group for 8th place. So this is 9th, 10th, 11th. You're looking at on your screen at the moment, with 12th and 13th joining in the fun as well. Battle for the lead. Harry Chapman trying to find a way past Mason Hibbert. Harry Chapman going into the part of the course where we've said he's strong, and he's gone through. He's gone through. Well, it was earlier this time than what we saw 1 lap ago on Rex Pooley, and it was it's a bit easier as well, to be honest, for Harry Chapman, but Harry Chapman takes the lead of the race. 2 laps to go then. Mason Hibbert, who quite remarkably in a way hasn't had a final win so far this season. Hasn't always had the best of luck in these longer races. Still has got a really good opportunity here for a win in the final here at Fulbeck. Harry Chapman, we know, has taken finals wins so far this year. Took the win at round 1 and round 3, but hasn't done so since then. Hasn't won in front of the Alpha Live cameras on a Sunday yet so far this year. He's going to have 1 more lap to deal with to take the round win here at Fulbeck for round 8 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships in the Bambino C50 Classes. Rex Pooley's not out of this. There he is. Always is there in the top 3. That's why he's in the lead of this championship. He's actually closing in here on the last lap. They're going on to the last lap now, and it's between these 3. It could even be those behind. And Ronnie Kempton has caught 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 and got through into 4th place. Battle on now. Hibbert's on the outside, and in fact Rex Pooley's going to be down the inside here and drafts by, uses the slipstream of Chapman ahead to get himself into 2nd place. That's a really good read from Rex Pooley. Took the final win yesterday. Is there going to be an opportunity for him to do so again? Chapman's got to defend on the inside. He's almost got to white line it now all the way to the checkered flag. That's turn 5 done. Turn 6 is going to be done. He's going to be helped actually by Hibbert going down the inside to take 2nd place away from Pooley momentarily at least. Into the last couple of corners. We've seen overtakes here so far in this race. 2nd and 3rd are fighting. That should be enough for Chapman. He's got a gap ahead of the rest of the field. Pooley's got through into 2nd place, and for the first time since round 3, it's going to be a final victory for Harry Chapman. He takes round 8 here at Fulbeck. 2nd place goes to Rex Pooley. 3rd for Mason Hibbert. 4th for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀 fighting back there on that last lap. Ronnie Kempton in the top 5 again, great drive. Joshua Bailey in 6th, Jack Daniels 7th, Toby Biggs 8th, 9th for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀, and P10, top 10 for LBJ Stubbs once again in a final. Really well done to all of those drivers. Mason Muncher fought through to 11th place. Good overtakes from Mason, gained a number of positions in that race. Noah Smith finishes in 12th place today in the final. Ernie Wade 13th, Mickey Gonzalez 14th, Simon Kalman in 15th place, Benjamin Schliever following home in 16th, Logan Hodgetts, Elliot Payne, Arlo Atkinson and Noah Myberg all in the top 20, William Wainwright in 21st, Alex Marshall 22nd, Ethan Pearson in 23rd, Ollie West 24th, and then we're into the retirements now. Louis Wilson is had an off into the long grass, very long grass, so long we couldn't even see his kart, but it finishes in 25th, and more importantly, Louis is okay. Oliver Daniels sadly did not complete the first lap, is classified in 26th. Well, a very entertaining Bambino C50 final, and we'll see them once again at Wilton Mill in around a month's time for round number 10 of the championship. You will be able to see that here on Alpha Live, and this was one of the ones that's going to go all the way. I think this will go all the way to Shannington in round 12, so do stick around for that. If you've been following one of the C50s today, do hope you've enjoyed the coverage. If you've not done so before, please do press that subscribe button and the like button as well. It really does help out. And if you've been enjoying the commentary at _MM across the social media networks, do stick around though, because we've got plenty more racing to come up here today at Fulbeck. Next final out on circuit will be the joint final for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK. Time for Honda Cadet and Mini ROK to have their joint final. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. This could be a very interesting race. On pole position yet again for Ambition Motorsport this season, it's Max Taddy in the number 4 kart. Today he's joined by Ambition Motorsport teammate and yesterday's winner in the number 26. It's Cian Sullivan starting their second on the grid. Jensen Walker and Connor Winfield start on row number 2. Jayan Prakash and Charlie Gregg start on row number 3. Isla Parsons is the 7th of the Honda Cadets and will be going for the Girl Power Award for the highest ranked female driver in any of the classes across their finals today. Alexander Adams is the single Mini ROK runner in this race, starts P8. I believe there's at least one kart being recovered off circuit at the moment, so that's why we're just holding at the moment ahead of sending the Hondas and the Mini ROK out there. There are your runners. Amelia Hoyle just dictating proceedings there down in the dummy grid. And a lot of support for our Honda Cadets, our different drivers in this category. Good afternoon to all of you. Hope you're having a good afternoon. I hope you're looking forward to this final. Now I am here in the _MM commentary box. Big thanks to our whole crew today as well here at Alpha Live, bringing you these pictures live from Fulbeck. And if you've missed any of the action today, remember you can watch it back. If you've missed any of the action on a Sunday so far this season, you can watch back all of the racing here on the Alpha Live channel. And so we're just pausing at the moment. Ah, yes, I can see the kart in question now. I think what we'll do is we'll go to a short ad break and be back in a few moments' time after a few of these messages here at Fulbeck.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out. Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back everybody to Fulbeck. It's round 8 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. And formation lap underway for our drivers in Mini ROK and Honda Cadet. Standing starts as always for these groups. enjoying the commentary at @MM across your social media networks. We'll have some clips as well of the highlights on Instagram and YouTube within the week. Maybe a few of them from this race here. Let's see how our Honda Cadet and Mini ROK driver get on in the next 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. Good start for Max Taddy. Cuts across straight to the inside. That's absolutely the right call from Max Taddy. Has got a straight line this all the way to the hairpin to hold on to the lead of this race. It has opened up a bit of a gap, but has got enough of a lead ahead of 𝗬𝗏𝗀 to hold the lead crucially as they come out of the hairpin. P2 is 𝗬𝗏𝗀. Jensen Walker straight into P3 as well. P4 for Connor Winfield. So we're seeing the quartet that we've seen so far today lead out from the front of the order. We've seen so far in these races there's been a lot of back and forth between these drivers, and particularly in the last couple of laps. It's never been a given how these drivers will start, whether they'll start the final lap and end it in the same order. Big curb hop there from Sullivan. 𝗬𝗏𝗀, I think, will be quite happy in this position. Well, I think it took a lot of confidence from winning in the final yesterday, and knows that he can just sit behind Max Taddy for the longevity of this race and try and strike when it matters most. Taddy leads from Sullivan, Walker, and once again we're just seeing this top three start to break away. This is following the pattern that we saw from the heats earlier on today. Connor Winfield's able to hold on for maybe a lap or so, but then of course it just starts to fall back. Got to keep the pace up, because if anything were to happen to the three drivers ahead, there's a podium on the cards here for the driver in the number 27. A quick update on further back, you just see Alexander Adams passing through the back of shot there in 7th place. The one Mini ROK runner will have the Mini ROK title seal up this weekend. Nobody will be able to beat Alexander's points tally there. Side by side between Charlie Gregg and 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗏 there through the final, well, through the first hairpin, on the exit of the first hairpin. The race so far following the same pattern that we've seen today in the Hondas. Max Taddy quite happy to lead these races out at the front. There you see a new fastest lap of the race for Max Taddy, 52.617. Will be aiding 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀 along, but at the same time 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗀 will be pushing his teammates, trying to drop the other drivers ahead. I think it's quite clear what they're trying to do this weekend. They're trying to consolidate as many points for the team. There isn't a team's championship in this class, but they will try and help each other to consolidate those positions and then go for the race victory later on, knowing that if they don't get the race victory, they'll at least be guaranteed a second place. And it's still a decent haul of points at this stage of the year. Really means it's the job of Jensen Walker to close down, make sure that they can't get into that flying formation of Ambition Motorsport. Oh, now Sullivan having a little look there down the inside of Taddy. So through chicane number 2 once again go our leaders. There's a battle between Greg and Prakash, and Alexander Adams having a good run as well here in this race, because he's got away from the number 50. He's shown the pace of that Mini ROK kart at the moment. Is up in, well, it's just behind James Prakash, trying to go for 6th place overall. Through the final corner goes Charlie Gregg. I think this would be a really good target for
Charlie Gregg to try and get 5th place today, because we've got to remember that Charlie Gregg has only just moved up to the cadet ranks. He's not a rookie per se, because he's been in SuperOne classes before. He's raced within the organisation's championships before this step up to Honda Cadet. That move from Bambino, especially taking it straight up into Honda Cadet, which is always a very competitive category. I've got to say, I think Charlie Gregg has driven really, really well this weekend, and 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗄𝗃, because we shouldn't forget that 𝗦𝗲𝗃 is a rookie, hasn't raced in SuperOne before, and the pace has been consistent, and they'll build as the time goes on, and get more used to these karts. All 4 of these at the front of the field. We've been talking about in SuperOne for a good number of years now. 3.5 minutes of this final to go. Charlie Gregg holding off there. 𝗦𝗃𝗃 and Alexander Adams as hold the defensive line on the inside to the hairpin. Got to give it to Jensen Walker as well so far in this final. It's not been dropped at all. He's keeping the 2 Ambition Motorsport karts honest, and Cutting Edge Racing will be very happy with that at the moment. We'll see Jensen Walker again later on this afternoon. He's got another race to come in the Micromax Final. He's actually got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Oh, a bit of a scruffy first chicane there for 𝗏𝗏𝗏. And unfortunately, I think Sullivan was so close to the rear axle of his teammate, he wasn't able to take advantage of that. You could see him checking over the shoulder as well to see where's Jensen Walker. Point there from Cian Sullivan. Well, maybe today there isn't going to be as much teamwork between the Ambition Motorsport drivers. They both want to win. Cian Sullivan's quite clearly indicated there to Jensen Walker, no, don't overtake me. Let's just keep working together to see if we can both get Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏, or is it all just part of the sportsmanship out there on circuit between these drivers? Through the final corner they go. 2 minutes to go, so I think we've got 4 more laps. 3 on time, and then the +1 at the end of the race. Has a better run through the chicane that time for Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and Cian Sullivan's just not close enough to challenge there. Back with our battle for 5th place. Charlie Gregg still leading it ahead of 𝗦𝗃𝗃. Alexander Adams still there in 7th place. Isla Parsons currently running in the mid 57s, 57.482 for Isla right now, running P7 in the Honda Cadet class, P8 overall in this race. It's just about to come over start finish line now. Past our window here, the commentary position. So Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏, that's a big lap actually from Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏, because just seeing a bit of a gap now emerging at the front. How do you play this if you're Cian Sullivan now? I think Jensen Walker, if that gap gets any bigger, Jensen Walker's going to get impatient and go for a move. Not that that's the wrong thing, but I think it's just a case of Jensen's a bit quicker at this stage at the moment. And look at that, 51.896, new fastest lap of the race so far. 𝗦𝗃𝗃𝗏 still trying to find a way past Charlie Gregg for 5th spot. Leaders coming down through the exit of sector number 2 now. Gregg defending to the inside as they go through hairpin number 1. He's going to retain the lead of the race out of hairpin number 1. Back with our leaders. 2 laps to go then. Still some time on the board. Some more racing to be done here for the Honda Cadets. Can Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏 hold on? It's been a brilliant season so far. He's responding. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far. You just see the body language of the kart behind of Cian Sullivan. Wants to try and overtake his teammate. 4 finals wins so far this season. And through goes Walker. Walker's got through past Sullivan. So that's a change of the story now, because now Max 𝗏𝗏𝗏 has not got his teammate, has not got his rear gunner behind him there in 2nd place. He's got Cutting Edge Racing's Jensen Walker, who has had race victories so far this year, but not in a final. As we say, 4 to 𝗏𝗏𝗏, 1 for Sullivan. That was yesterday. John Richardson has the others, but is not here this weekend. Final lap board has been shown then. Is Jensen Walker in the best opportunity to get a first Honda Cadet final victory of the year? Isla Parsons is just ahead. It's maybe going to be shown. Blue flags. And Taddy's holding on there, and here comes Sullivan. Sullivan's going to have a run at least for second place as they head towards the second chicane. Was there a bit of delay there from Taddy to try and get Sullivan back into second place? They're going to get past Isla Parsons on the inside there. This has been very well dealt with by Max Taddy. He's had a lot of pressure. Oh, as off goes Isla Parsons. Contact there with Jensen Walker. That all got a little bit clumsy. But for Max Taddy, surely that is going to be the key moment for final victory number 5 in 2023 and extends the championship lead with a brilliant day here at Fulbeck. Max Taddy takes it. Cian Sullivan P2. Jensen Walker got across the line P2 ahead of Cian Sullivan. Isla Parsons comes across the line there and will be classified in 8th. Connor Winfield is 4th. But where is our battle for 5th place? It's coming through the final couple of corners now. Is it going to be Greg or Prakash? It's been a battle that's been going on throughout the whole race. It's been very, very entertaining to tune in with. It's going to be Prakash. Prakash gets 5th place on the last lap of the race ahead of Greg. And Alexander Adams crosses the line. That will be job done in Mini Rock. Well done to Alexander Adams. He pushed the 2 Honda Cadets very hard there. And that brings us to an end of the Honda Cadet racing here today. Very good job indeed for Max Taddy. Takes another win, and saying that's a good response from yesterday. He was in good spirits yesterday seeing his teammate win, but I know the competitor in him will have wanted to strike back early, and strike back early he has done to reclaim the top spot in these finals, and is looking very good now, looking very, very good at being champion this year in Honda Cadet. Needs, I'd say, one more really solid weekend. That could come at Wilton Mill in a month's time. Do be sure to be with us for that one. We'll see them there for round 10 of the championship. For now, though, we're going to move on because next out on circuit, it's the final for IAME Bambino. Getting ready for the IAME Bambino final then. Here is how the grid looks for this 9 minutes plus 1 lap race. James Roots and William Crombie on the front row of the grid. Chester Fawkes and Darren Dimitrov on row 2. Freddie Baker and Oscar Kenny on the 3rd row of the grid. Virtue of a really good first heat. Albert Farrow's got row 4. He's joined there by Ollie Liddell. Theo Jepson and Max Joy on row 5. Buddy Batch and Leo Harang on row 6, and Harris Barber on the back row, which must mean that there has been a bit of post-race changes in the results, and I'm going to look as to whether it was heat number 2. I think I know what's coming here. Yep, there was a non-compliance with the kart in race number 2. So that unfortunately means that Harris Barber does not have a race win so far this year, loses that win from heat number 2 due to a technical non-compliance. It's not underway, it's just saying on my screen, scrutiny and non-compliance report, kart or component illegible. So Harris Barber will have scored 0 points from heat number 2, and that's why Harris is at the back of the grid. So IAME Bambino's out on circuit for their formation lap. It will be a standing start, similar to the C50s
if you're one of the championship contenders, you want to get a win in this final in particular, because it sets the tone for the rest of the year. Get a bit of rhythm going out of this round today. The last 4 rounds come pretty thick and fast in SuperOne every year. The grid will form up for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Hello to Louise, who's cheering on 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝘀, number 42 in this race. James Roots has a great chance here. He's been on superb form today. Needed it today. Needed a response from yesterday's results. Can he take the final here in round 8? It's a good start for James Roots. It's a brilliant start, in fact. William Crombie's going back a bit there in the number 15. Chester Fawkes is going to be challenging for second place. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀 has had a good start as well. Ollie Little in the number 20 is nearly forced onto the grass there, but muscles his way back on. Through the order they go. Look how many positions that William Crombie has lost there. He's back down to, I think, about 9th place. Not the kind of start that he would have wanted, but there we go. 9 minutes on this one to go. There's Harris-Barber already coming through the field from the back of the order. Virtue of having less points than everybody else in the heats, but this has been a good start for James Roots, just what he would have wanted. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1 then. James Roots leads. Chester Fawkes P2. Oscar Kenny is up to P3. Won the final yesterday, of course, so it's always good to get that challenge off your back almost. Know how to win one of these finals. Quite often we see with drivers, when they get one, a second one comes very, very quickly. It's definitely an opportunity to get another one here. This top 3 I can expect will work together through the course of the next 4 or 5 minutes and then really fight for it at the end. Freddie Baker had a good run last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras in a final. Some great speed at Clay Pigeon. It's up to P4 there. Has just got past 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. So Roots leads. Fawkes still there in second place. Kenny P3. The rest of them coming through. Bit of changing behind. Harris-Barber's got past 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 for 8th place. Big move there from Dimitrov down the inside of Freddie Baker. Takes 4th place. And Ollie Little, I've been really impressed with Ollie Little today. This has been one of the best performances that we've seen from Ollie Little so far this season. William Crombie's weaving his way through. That's superbly good. It's just so good to see how confident William Crombie is now. Saw it in the previous race, maybe a little bit too confident. He'd like taking a flight off that curve on the inside of turn number 5. The moves that he's making, being so decisive at the wheel, very mature in a way, gaining in points and positions all the time. Has a bit of work to do now. He's worked his way, duped his way through to the front of this group. The trouble is there's a 3-second deficit now to the drivers ahead. Now Dimitrov having a look again down the inside. Also half defending as well from Harris-Barber. For number 12 with the blue suit and the white helmet just behind. In fact, Harris-Barber's now going to have a go. Is there an outside line? Nope. Dimitrov nicely closes it off there. Good battle going on amongst this group of drivers. 5.5 minutes to go then. Roots, Fawkes and Kenny continue to work together. You just see Oscar Kenny checking over the shoulder there, just to kind of make sure it's almost, as I say, on Tour de France weekend starting this weekend. 2 chasing packs in the mountains, except we're not in the mountains. We're on a flat piece of ground in Lincolnshire here at Fulbeck. These 2 groups trying to work together at the moment, chase each other down to ultimately be in a chance of winning the race come the end of the 9 minutes. So William Crombie still at the front
of the second group with Baker behind. Now Harris Barber's worked his way through into third place and is now going to go down the inside of both of them. That's a brilliant attempt by Harris Barber. Has got past William Crombie. Baker's now going to have a go as well, get a bit of help from Dimitrov behind. It's great racing. I mean, he's not going to close in on the top 3, but it's fantastic stuff here for P4, and through goes Harris Barber. To show that it clearly is some good speed in that karts this weekend. Oh, off goes William Crombie. Well, we saw some flying earlier on. That was a bit more rallycross, but that was the dirtier style of rallycross in the grass. He gives his visor a white. Well, I can only imagine from having spent a bit of time down there that he's got a helmet full of dust and all sorts after that run through the grass. Crucially, he is still in the race and has still got time to close in here. It's all broken down in the second chasing group. 4 minutes to go. Harris Barber pulling away off the front of it now. Darren Dimitrov down the inside of Freddie Baker. This is for 5th place. Albert Farrow's arrived on the scene in the number 42. Kind of similar to how Albert did in the first race of the day for these young drivers. Kept his nose clean. By the second half of the race was in a really good position. No change at the front of the order though. That's to be expected, I think, with how the drivers will want to play out this pretty much the first 2/3 of this race. Is down the inside there, Farrow getting past Dimitrov. Dimitrov fights back, but I think Farrow's going to have the advantage here as to go through the final corner. Yes, he is, and that's a good move. That's a really, really good sequence of corners from Albert Farrow. Thought it through and knew that the most important one in that sequence was the last one. Get the good drive off the corner, make sure that Darren Dimitrov couldn't fight back as they went down the pit straight. It always impresses me, particularly with these IAME Bambino drivers. They are so young, yet they have maturity beyond their years, to use that one in terms of their racing brains. It's very, very impressive stuff. The majority of these drivers will have gone through the C50s for at least 1 year. Some of them have done multiple years in this category as well, including our race leader, Route 2, took huge strides through 2022. Hasn't quite had the look so far this year, and I do wonder if a couple of technical exclusions are going to rule him out of the title fight. He's kind of used up both of his drop scores in finals in that respect, but in this one at least he is doing a very, very good job, still holding out at the front ahead of Chester Fawkes. And Oscar Kenny still there in 3rd place. Buoyed by victory yesterday, spoke to him on the podium. A wonderful interview with Oscar. Full of spark, full of happiness after his racing yesterday. I always enjoy seeing a driver, when they win, be really, really happy about it. Not it's something routine or anything like that. It's there to be enjoyed. 90 seconds to go then, plus the 1 lap, of course. There is a contact warning out there. I can see for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗲𝗀, the number 88, currently in 12th position. No changes further back as well. Still Barber ahead of Farrow. No, I tell a lie, because there's been a change for 6th place. Freddie Baker has got ahead of Darren Dimitrov. Darren Dimitrov has just set a personal best in this final so far though, 57.578. The time's ticking away now. This is reminding me of the first heat of the day, where James Roots had to be in this position all the way through. In the back of your mind, you thought, well, when are 2nd, 3rd and 4th going to spring a surprise? When are they going to attack? And it never really came, just because James Roots had such consistency at the front of the field and was able to keep them at an arm's length. But now, I say that, Chester Fawkes is now really close. 0.085 across the line at the end of, what was that, lap number 9. There'll be 2 more laps. There is a bit of time remaining on the clock, and now Chester Fawkes is going to look down the inside for the lead of the race here at Fulbeck. He's taken it. Really good stuff once again from Chester Fawkes. This is what this young driver does. just at the point where we dare to write him off and think, no, it's not going to be his day. Chester Fawkes, as we've seen so many times this season, as we saw in the C50s in 2022, strikes when it matters most. Will now have the lead going on to the final lap of the race. Took the win, of course, at the very start of the season at GYG. Had a brilliant weekend in most parts at Rowrah. Took a final win at Clay Pigeon as well. Is he on for another one here at Fulbeck in front of the cameras? In that respect, he hasn't held on to one because the round 4 race victory that he had in the end was one of the several karts to be excluded for technical irregularities on that day. Definitely hope for none of that today, of course. Chester Fawkes has got to hold on now through the second chicane to take victory here at Fulbeck. He's going to defend down the inside. Has he got enough speed through turn number 5? He's going to defend into turn number 6. Is there going to be an opportunity for James Roots to get down the inside? Oscar Kenny could still have a piece of this as well. James Roots is going to try and go around the outside. Chester Fawkes has fought onto this one really well. Has got to get good speed off of the final couple of corners. And once again in IAME Bambino, it's going to be another final victory in 2023 for Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes takes round 8 here at Fulbeck. Second for James Roots. Third on a brilliant weekend for Oscar Kenny. Fourth for Harris Barber from the back of the field. Fifth for Albert Farrow. Sixth for Darren Dimitrov. Seventh Freddie Baker. 8th for Ollie Liddell, who's been great today. Theo Jepson across the line there, very happy with his top 10. Finishes in a great 9th place ahead of Max Joy. William Crombie, not his day. Problems for William Crombie. I wonder if there was a bit of pace lost in the kart after that off-track excursion between turn 5 and turn 6. In the end, finishes in 11th. Leo Harang will be across the line next in 12th place there in the number 57. And Bodhi Batch finishes in 13th place in the number 88. There is your provisional result then. Chester Fawkes wins it by a wow, 0.021. Very, very close at the end, but he won it. That's the most important thing for Chester Fawkes today. And by my in my head calculations, I think retakes the championship lead. So Chester Fawkes will be the driver to beat when we go to Wilton Mill in about a month's time. Of course, the IAME Bambinos will be there, and they'll be putting on another great show, I'm sure of it. Definitely be here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for that. There we go then. So IAME Bambino is done for the day. Next up out on circuit is the final of Micromax. Let's have a look at the grid then for Micromax and their final. And so far today it's been a perfect day for Jensen Sale. The local favourite here knows this track very, very well. Has pole position. Jack Baker is alongside him. And a driver I feel like he's getting ahead of steam here in this championship. Won the round 6 final. Last time we had one of these finals in front of the Alpha Live cameras, and starts there on the front row of the grid. George Swire, bit of a wild card in some terms because he's not raced in SuperOne before this weekend, so he can't be in championship contention with how the mathematics work, but it has been very quick this weekend. Was second in the final yesterday, starts in the second row for this one. Elliot Travis is alongside him, fourth on the grid. Logan Rolfe has the capabilities of winning these finals. We've seen that already this season. Starts alongside Sebastian Clark. Jensen Walker and Sebastian Behrman are there on row 4. Leo Livings and Akile Nane Giannone start on row 5. Maximilian Abrahart, it's not been his weekend, but he starts this one on row 6 alongside Amit Singh Atwal, and could still do a bit of work there. We're going to go around again for another lap for the formation, so we'll run on with the grid. Benedictat Masiokas will be next up on row 7 alongside Toby Cannon. Xavier Funge will be alongside Alfie Mayer on row 8. And last but not least, Nico Kanchev and Harper Das will form out the 18 kart field. So the carts coming round will form up again. Not sure what the fault was, but no matter. We'll get ready for this second attempt at the start. Nine minutes plus 1 lap here for the Micromax Final. Away they go. Good start for Jensen Sail. And they sail all down into the first hairpin. Big braking zone here. Oh, Jack Baker's round! Jack Baker's round, and one of the favourites for this race has gone immediately. Toby Cannon is stuck in the gravel as well in the number 99. What happened there? Was it a snatched break? Was it a bit of contact from behind? Well, that has really changed things. That has massively changed things in Micromax. The driver who is we just says has been on form so far this last couple of rounds, took the win at Clay Pigeon. He's not going to get a good result today in this final, because even though Jack Baker is still running, he's going to be 8, 9, 10 seconds off the back of the field now, with a lot of carts to get through. Jensen Sail leads it. George Swire second across the line. I think it's another one of the gear ups. I think it's that Logan Rolfe. Yes, it is Logan Rolfe. The number 32 has come through into third place. Leo Livings down the inside. What a move that is on Elliot Travis, the driver, who, well, for a lot of us, we thought his season was done after his accident at Clay Pigeon in testing on the Friday. Missed all of the racing at Clay Pigeon, but he's back here at Fulbeck after a lot of hard work put in by Leo and the doctors and the nurses and everybody involved with Gear Up Racing Team. And Leo Livings is showing that he's got the pace and he's got the fight here to get a good result today. The contact warnings coming through. I think Achille Nane Giannoni's had one with the number 28. Jack Baker has as well in the 17. There's Maximilian Eberhardt down the inside of Elliot Travis going for, that'll be 7th place. So Eberhardt, we said, it's not been a great weekend for Eberhardt. As Sebastian Clark goes down the inside momentarily of Elliot Travis. Travis is going to fight back, but I think Clark will have the waft out of the first hairpin towards chicane 2 and take that position. With Eberhardt, I say, I'm watching him at Wilton Mill Kart Club, which was here on Alpha Live a few weeks ago. It's a week before, so actually 5 weeks ago, because it was before the Clay Pigeon rounds. He was on form then, followed it up with great results here in SuperOne at Clay Pigeon. But this weekend has just not quite been at the races in terms of the front of the order. But again, we said it earlier with other drivers, when you're in a championship fight, it's not necessarily the days you're dominating that win it for you. It's the days you're not dominating. It's the days where you need to battle up to a 3rd or 4th place. That's always the sign of a champion for me. And if Eberhardt could do that today, could leave himself in a very, very strong position, particularly with the likes of Jack Baker now off the road. Oh, big curb hop there. Going through, that was the number 13 of Amrit Singh Athwal. There is Jack Baker with the number 17. So Jack has recovered very well, in fact, has got back into the pack. So could still get decent points here with the best part of 6 minutes still remaining on the clock. Jensen Sail, though, what a weekend this has been. And I know he's got home advantage. He races here a lot. To be on here for a clean sweep of victories, a perfect weekend. That would absolutely rocket him up the standings. There's Jensen Sail going through turn 5. It's just looking so comfortable at the moment. Has got that gap to the drivers behind. Doesn't need to worry about driving defensively. It's just got to run. It's always got to run this like a time trial now. George Swire, you've got to remember as well, as I say, he's not in the title fight. Almost would maybe be a bit of oh, look at this, 2x2 into the first chicane. That's Giannone down the inside of Travis, and Baker once again. That's very impressive that Jack Baker is already back into the midst of the likes of Masiokas and Travis. So that's going to have Jack Baker up to 11th. But I think if Jack Baker could get up to maybe around 6th or 7th place, that would be very, very impressive. Toby Cannon, by the way, did get going again, but is a long, long way off the order. As you can see, the timing tower provided by Alpha Timing on the left-hand side, 47 seconds behind the race leader. That was really unlucky for Toby Cannon because he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's a big gravel trap down there at the far end of the circuit. Change for 5th place there, Leo Livings through. Here comes Abrahart on Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman, who was the top rookie yesterday. And Abrahart's made his way through there. Up into 6th place. Sebastian Clark in the red suit and the white helmet, not too far behind as well. Can he find an avenue through? This is all going to be helping the likes of Giannone and Baker behind. They're going to start closing in. New fastest lap of the race from Jensen Sale. 50.865. Abrahart points to the drivers behind. Well, points to the driver ahead to tell the drivers behind, come on, let's work together. So we need to catch up to Leo Livings ahead. Second and third places then, George Swire, Jensen Walker. Jensen Walker's having a heck of a day. It's been one of the best days I think I've seen him have in SuperOne. Jensen, another one of those drivers who's raced up through the ranks here. I'm sure will continue to do so here in SuperOne. Another driver who arguably, with drives like this, could really put himself in the picture for Micromax. There's always one class every year that goes into the final couple of rounds pretty wide open. Remember, a couple of years it was Junior ROK, then it was Junior Rotax last year. This year I think it's going to be Micromax. There is a blue flag out for, actually, yeah, Jensen Sale not happy at all with one of the back markers, not observing the blue flags there. I think is now observing the blue flag, just about. Sorry, that's just off your screens at the moment. So Jensen Sale has got past the back marker. And George Swire, Jensen Walker and Logan Rolfe still fighting over this second place. They're actually being caught now. This is really good work from Maximilian Abrahart. And we talked about those champions drives on the days where you know you're not going to win the race. Got to maximise your there's a warning now that's going to be for not abiding by the blue flags, I think, for Toby Cannon, because that was the number 99 being shown the blue flags, and I think for at least one of those passes not moving over to one side to let the race leader through. Change for third place confirmed as Rolfe has got past Walker. In fact, Rolfe is now going past George Swire. Now that is key, that is really important, because that is a championship contender. I just wonder, is there a little bit of team play in here, or is Swire just fading now because Walker's down the inside and takes third place? Jack Baker's set the fastest lap of the race, and in fact Jack Baker's closing in on this group. This could be a really, really remarkable last couple of laps. I think we know where the race win is going, but the other podium places, second and third and everywhere down, could be going to any of this group on your screen now. Rolfe, Walker, Swire, Abrahart, Livings, Clark, Behrman, Baker. Second down to 9th is covered by 2 seconds. And there's going to be 2 more laps as well. Rolfe chops across, closes the door on Walker as they go through the first chicane. I think at the moment for the likes of Abrahart, and here goes Walker down the inside, takes second place away from Logan Rolfe. Big move there. Through the hairpin. Confident move once again from Jensen Walker. Here fights back, goes Logan Rolfe through the second chicane. Brilliant stuff from Logan Rolfe. Retakes second on the road. All clean so far, which is what we want to see. Jack Baker's improved 2 positions as well. I think he's got past Behrman and he's got past Clark as well. What a run this would be from Jack Baker. Half spinning on the first corner. Could still get a podium here. Look, you can see him there with the orange lid, the orange button on the top of his helmet. Final lap board is out. Jensen Sale's got this race won. I think we know that. He could cruise around for the final lap to take another victory here this weekend. But there's a whole heap of drivers who could take second place or want second place. Oh, I thought there was going to be a nose down the inside there for Jensen Walker on Logan Rolfe. But no doing that time. The kart ahead is the number 99 of Toby Cannon, who is off the lead lap. He's a lap down. Could come into play here. Might just be better pulling off the road and letting this swarm through. The Logan Rolfe is still in the lead off. Jensen Walker looks down the inside, but there's not enough of an overlap through turn number 6. What a weekend it has been for Jensen Sale. Puts himself in championship contention with a perfect weekend here at Fulbeck. Takes round 8 in dominant fashion. Who's going to take second place though? Who's going to take the initiative? It's Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe takes second, Jensen Walker third, George Swire fourth, Maximilian Eberhardt fights back to 5th place. That's a good recovery job, but also a great recovery job for Jack Baker. He'll be disappointed from the start of the race, but I've got to say 6th place, having been at the back on lap 1, is a superb drive from Jack Baker. 7th place goes to Sebastian Behrman, 8th for Leo Livings. What a brave driver he's been this weekend. Credit to Leo Livings. 9th for Sebastian Clark, 10th for Benedictas Matsioukas, and he deserved a top 10 as a minimum. I think today's been fantastic. 11th place for Kylian Nane-Giannone, 12th for Elliot Travis, 13th for Amrit Singh Atwal. Xavier Funge was in 14th place, Harper Das in 15th place, 16th for Nico Kanchev, and Toby Cannon finishes 17th, 1 lap off the overall lead. Wow, what a race that was. Jensen Sale takes a frankly remarkable set of results. A clean sweep, wins all 6 races this weekend, and will shoot up the order surely. I think it was outside the top 5 at the start of the weekend. I think it could even be in the top 2 once the points are tallied up here at the end of round 8. We'll see the Micromaxes next time out at Wilton Mill in a month's time. For now though, we're going to get ready for the next final. Intermax are out next. Let's have a run through the grid then here for the Intermax final, race number 21 here at Fulbeck today. And this is an interesting one. This is another one where I'm struggling to call which way this one goes, but at least for now, off this grid you'll have Adam Turacek from Ambition Motorsports P1, Teddy Cooper alongside on the front row, Charlie Benson for HTR Racing starts on row 2 alongside the impressive Harvey Bacon. Benjamin Lawn though I feel is a dark horse in this race. At times this weekend has been very, very quick. Didn't have good luck yesterday in the final. Can he have it today? Starts on row 3 for Ambition Motorsports alongside Momentum Motorsports ROK Thompson. 8 karts in this grid. On row 4 completing it, you've got JJ Plowman and Jan Zarabchevik there 8th on the grid. So there they are in dummy grid. Adam Turacek on the left-hand side of his screens there. Hasn't had a race win in a final so far this season. Second yesterday, second in the last 3 in fact. Beautiful wide shot there here at Fulbeck. Really does show off the long run that the drivers have down to this hairpin. So formation lap underway then for the Intermax drivers. Teddy Cooper with a great chance here to take a second final win of the weekend as well. On the front row, won yesterday. It's actually his first finals victory since round number 3 yesterday, so it's good for him to get back onto the top step. Hasn't had a win on a Sunday in SuperOne so far this year though. Can he put that record to rights in the next 9 minutes plus 1 lap. We'll know in 10 minutes time. Oh, now what has happened there to Charlie Benson? Charlie Benson in a bit of bother. Now I think it's karts related. At first when he was slumped over, I thought he was potentially not feeling so good, but I think we're going to get going here. That's quite a major story that Charlie Benson is already out of this one. Away we go. 𝗬𝗫cie being challenged. Look at Benjamin Lorne flying through the middle of the order. There in the number 85, he's going to take the lead of the race as they go through the first hairpin. So Lorne straight up to the front in the number 85. 𝗬𝗫cie in second, third for Teddy Cooper. Harvey Bacon in fourth place, Rook Thompson fifth. And I think it's going to be JJ Plowman in sixth place. Charlie Benson, I think, is out of this race, yet is not to be seen through turn number 5. So that is a big, big loss straight away in the story of this race. A driver we would expect to be at the front doesn't even see the green flag. Over start line they go then. Benjamin Lorne confirmed as your race leader at the end of lap number 1 into chicane 1 for the first time in this race, because of course it's not used on lap 1. Pretty much got the whole field apart from 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗶𝗶𝗀 and the very unlucky Charlie Benson behind him. As down the inside goes Adam 𝗬𝗫cie, and has got through chicane number 2. Bit of a tap to the head, say let's think about this. And Adam 𝗬𝗫cie leads this race. He's had a mixed weekend so far. I don't think he'll mind about that too much if it crescendos to a race victory here in this final. Start of the day third in points. He's had a bit of a deficit to the likes of Teddy Cooper and Charlie Benson. Well, it's a great opportunity to close in on Benson, but down the inside again, here comes Benjamin Lorne, retakes the lead of the race. This is very good from Benjamin Lorne. I've got to say, he is, I think, across all of the classes, the surprise of the weekend so far. A huge step forward in performance related to, I mean, we saw sparkles of it at Clay Pigeon. He took a top 3 in one of the heats at Clay Pigeon, so we know he can do it. See the speed and see the consistency growing as well. I think that also what will please Ambition Motorsport is there's room to improve. There's reason not to get complacent and keep focused for the rest of the season for Benjamin Lorne. Maybe be a tad too far back in the standings, to be honest, to be part of the championship fight, but you never know, could fight through to third, fourth place in the standings. 𝗬𝗫cie's going to be back down the inside though. He's going to get a bit of help from Teddy Cooper behind, who's trying to draft because he wants P2 off of the number 85. Doesn't get it though, has to slot back in to P3. Back down the inside goes Benjamin Lorne though. I love this. I think it's great because there's the second that Benjamin Lorne gets overtaken by Adam 𝗬𝗫cie, no, I'm going to have you back. Straight back on the offensive. He's taking command of this race. Once again in a very, very mature fashion. I'd say for someone like Benjamin Lorne, only needs to really look across the awning that he's in this weekend. The performance that this has reminded me of this weekend is actually Max Taddy in the Honda Cadet class, because Max had a similar step last year in his first year in the Hondas, where sometimes for drivers it just clicks. It just clicks and they march on and they go forward from that point on. I just wonder for Benjamin Lorne, is that similar to what a similar process that's happening here? I'm sure he's being helped as well by all the experience that Ambition Motorsport have. Teddy Cooper down the inside going for second place. That's an important move. Gets ahead of Adam 𝗬𝗫cie. Teddy Cooper currently second in points. For him, he really needs to take advantage of this. He's never going to get a better opportunity of hauling back points against Charlie Benson. Yesterday was a good opportunity with Benson off the podium. Benson not even running in this race. Really is time for Teddy Cooper to make hay, maybe even take the lead of the championship back. There was 15 points separating them at the start of the day, or some of them will have gone through the course of the heat. Oh, it's down the inside, Teddy Cooper. Well, he saw that on the last lap, and he's done it again. He's got back down the inside of Benjamin Lawn, retakes the lead of the race, but here comes Lawn back again. He's done it again. He just responds. He will not be beaten, this kid. He will just be like, no, I don't care if you overtake me. I'm just going to overtake you straight back. It's absolutely fantastic from Benjamin Lawn. And here comes 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗶𝗲𝗀 down the inside. Oh, was that contact? Was that contact? I think it might have been with Teddy Cooper. And there's the JJ Plowman's on the ground. The two cars are locked together. The two cars are locked together, him and Bacon. So that's completely blown apart this race now. Oh, and we said for Teddy Cooper it was a huge opportunity. He had to take advantage of the situation and take good points. It's not going to be good points. It's going to be, I think Cooper's going to fall all the way down to 7th place here. There's ROK Thompson in the number 11. Let's just take stock then at the end of that one. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Lawn leads by 3/4 of a second. 𝗬𝗏𝗀𝗃 in second. Third for ROK Thompson. Contact warning has been given to the number 80 of 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗃, now in 4th place. 5th for Plowman. 6th for 𝗦𝗏𝗃. And Teddy Cooper is now down in 7th place. Oh, and I don't think Teddy Cooper's going to be happy about that at all. It's a difficult angle from our position here in the comms box to see how much, if any. I think there was a bit of contact from Cooper's reaction. Back with our leaders. Big lap this for 𝗦𝗏𝗃. He's closed in on quite a margin. Yeah, he's taken nearly 5/10 of a second, 4/10 of a second at least out of Benjamin Lawn, and it was the fastest lap of the race. So 48.803. I think what we can definitely say now is we are going to have a new winner here. We're going to have a first time in this season final winner. Question is it going to be Benjamin Lawn? Is it going to be 𝗦𝗏𝗃? It's going to be somebody else, because ROK Thompson will be looking at this. He had some terrible luck earlier in the season. Definitely took one hit from the comms curse at GYG not that far back. It's already seen a couple of drivers get into one another and offer this opportunity for P3. Has had one so far this season, was 3rd in the final last time in front of the cameras, round 6 at Clay Pigeon. What was a super day for ROK Thompson. I'll just be thinking, come on, fight up ahead. There could be a chance of a race in there for ROK Thompson. 1 minute 13 to go on the clock then. Benjamin Lawn still leading this race. Took 2 heat victories yesterday, but wasn't able to finish it off in the final. In the end, was classified in 7th. 50 seconds to go on the clock, so there might actually be 3 more laps here. Lawn has got to keep pushing on here, and if they pay 48 seconds, I think they're going to come across the line here with about 2 seconds remaining on the timer, which means they will do another lap, which if you're Benjamin Lawn, you probably don't want to do right now. You want to be like, no, I want to see that checkered flag as soon as possible. 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗃 is going to keep pushing on. Is he just biding his time here, waiting for the moment to strike, waiting for the moment to pounce and overtake and take the lead of the race? 5 seconds to go. I think it's going to get across the line. Yep, 2 seconds to go. 2 seconds to go on the mark is what they had, so they will have this lap, this new one, plus 1 more. And that's not good news for Benjamin Lawn, because he's got to defend for another lap from the driver who's just set the fastest lap of the race. 48.608 for 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗃. Into the chicane to go. Chicane number 2 for the penultimate time. Nice and tidy from Benjamin Lawn. I'll say it's bad news from Benjamin Lawn for the story. And here we go, down the inside. 𝗬𝗍𝗃 goes for the move. Has he got it done? Is Benjamin Lawn able to respond back one last time? He's done this time and time again. Oh, there's a bit of a bump there from the number 85. But I think this time, big slideways moment there for Benjamin Lawn. This time, he's not able to get back past and retake the lead of the race. The final lap board is out now. Can 𝗦𝗲𝗃 take a first final victory of the season here in Intermax? He's going to have to fight off the feistiest of Benjamin Lawns here in the number 85. He wants his first win in a final as well. He's going to try and go around the outside. Surely not. Into chicane number 2. That was well done by 𝗦𝗍𝗃. He's got to defend down the inside. Can Benjamin Lawns send one down the inside into turn number 6? No, he's not close enough. But has 𝗬𝗍𝗃 compromised himself off of turn 6? He'll block again. There's a lane over there. Lawns gone for it down the inside. But has he run wide? Yes, he has. 𝗬𝗍𝗃 takes it back. One last corner. Lawn throws it down the inside. There's contact between the two of them. And 𝗦𝗍𝗃 just holds on by 0.029 of a second. What a race win. A first win in an Intermax final in 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. But my goodness me, Benjamin Lawn, take a bow. That's got, if there was an award for most entertaining driver of the day, which we really should have for future streams, well, Benjamin Lawn will have just taken it, because that was a sensational. He threw the kitchen sink, the kitchen walls, the roof, the fridge, the everything at 𝗦𝗍𝗃 there, and takes second place. Let's say one thing, that's his best result in a final so far this year, and if he keeps on this form, a win will come. But what a final there. Brilliant stuff from Intermax, and very gladly we will see them again at Wilton Mill in a month's time. We're going to have to move on though, because next out on circuit is the Senior Rotax Final. Okay, well, there we go. Let's have a look at the grid whilst we catch our breaths for a moment. This is the Senior Rotax Final, and Joe Weaver is looking for a perfect weekend and a big step forward in his title defence. The number 1 starts from P1 alongside on the front row of the grid. It's his big title rival, St Motorsports' Finley Watson. Tom Patterson and Shane Collinson start on row 2. JWR's Harry Pullen could do a job there from row 3, and alongside him is the driver he had contact with in the very first heat for this class today. For St Motorsports, it's Jake Richards going from 6th on the grid. Moving down then onto row number 4, you've got Cameron Crockett and Tom Taylor. Shane Collins and Elliot Thomas start on row 5. Harry Lamond and Joseph McVeigh start on row 6. Single driver on row 7 is Liam Ferguson. Here we go then, 9 minutes plus 1 lap then for the Senior Rotax Final. And away they go down to turn 1. Who's going to have the advantage into the hairpin? Joe Weaver's trying to stop any loading coming in from behind and has dealt with that very well. Has the lead off of the first corner. It's about managing then surviving on this first lap. As, someone's got a broken exhaust straight away. That's come past our commentary box. It might be Joseph McVeigh. So I think we've got to lose one of our runners straight away in this one. But Joe Weaver will be using the experience of yesterday. So far today has followed a bit of a similar pattern. Pretty straightforward win in Heat 1. Bit more of a test in Heat 2.
couple of setup changes for the final, take the final win as well. Saying it is one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, contact there between Cameron Crockett and Harry Pullen, and there have been a bit of encouragement from behind as well. A lurid moment there for Cameron Crockett, but he's still in the race. And running through, yeah, I think it was Joseph McVeigh who's had the damage on the first lap and has had to come into pit lane. That was the loud noise that you may have heard. That's what happens when a silencer gets removed from one of these senior Rotax karts. Joe Weaver will be loving this at the moment. In control right now at the front of this order, and so far to this weekend, I was about to say today, but this weekend, whenever he's been challenged, he's just had something in reserve that he's been able to pull out, and he's thrown the gauntlet to the rest of them to see who can challenge. Down the inside, there goes Harry Lamond. That's his early line. That's his early apex line that he seems to like through the first hairpin. We saw him put it to good use so far in the heats. He's going to have to fight back a little bit here. Would have a penalty in one of his earlier races. That's why he started a bit lower down the order. 7 minutes to go then. Joe Weaver at the start of the day. And we should remember as well that Joe Weaver is down the inside there. That's Harry Pullen. He's got to get aggressive in these early stages because he's got a job to do to try and get up into a podium at least. He's got to get up to third, I'd say, for this championship situation. And that was him getting past Tom Patterson, so that is him up into third place. Now he can set about trying to close in on Finley Watson, but that is going to be quite a task now. 6 and a bit minutes to go on the clock, and probably the best part of 2 seconds to find to try and catch up to Finley Watson. But just to come back to a point on Joe Weaver, you must remember that at the moment on his scorecard he is carrying a technical infringement exclusion from the very first final of the year. As side-by-side contact, and off go both Patterson and Riches. Patterson was clearly not too happy about that at all, and that'll be both of them out from 4th and 5th places. That is not good at all for either of those two drivers. They're both perfectly all right. Their pride's probably hurt more than anything. Jake Riches is getting back in his kart now and driving off, but in terms of anything to write home about, that's their days well and truly done. That promotes Harry Lamond up to 4th place, and Shane Collinson up to 5th. Tom Taylor's having a good run here as well. He's had some difficult runs so far in the heats. Had a great qualifying, but is now going to be up to 7th place. So hopefully just to finish this point about Joe Weaver's season so far. As note, Tom Taylor's going to go down the inside of Cameron Crockett for 6th place. They're going to be side by side as they go through the kink and towards chicane number 2. Where did Tom Taylor stopped? Tom Taylor stopped. I think he outbraked himself. Went through the cut through, came to a stop in the cut through. Very gentlemanly, has then let everybody through because he didn't want to gain a lasting advantage. I'm going to finish this point about Joe Weaver's season. So it's 17-point deficit. That is the story at the moment for him. But when you consider that is including a 0 score for the final of round number 1, he's actually in a very good position. Side pod to side pod there. Bit rough between Shane Collins and Liam Ferguson. And there's going to be a little bit more contact. I thought that was going to go very wrong as they approach chicane number 2, but the seniors, they just about dealt with it. Behind there is the number 37 of Elliot Thomas. We've not seen Elliot too much today. Beautifully liveried machine, if I may say so. Running well here in the top 10. Fastest lap of the race has just gone in for Tom Patterson. 42.836. Where's that coming from? Is that legal? I'm not sure it is. 3.5 minutes to go. I mean, he's down in 11th place. He's miles off the back, so I think he's going to be able to really turn that into anything. He's just done a 42.556. I'm not sure that is legal. I'm going to be honest with you folks here. This is one of those times
where I almost start predicting a final race result sheet. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in non-compliance with that kart now. I don't know what he's done to it to suddenly find. I can have a guess of what he's done to it to suddenly find a 2.5 place, but never mind, we'll move on. 3 minutes to go. If it is sheer pace, I'm very sorry, Tom. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'm just wondering where it's been all day. 1.5 seconds is the lead for Joe Weaver over Finley Watson, who's also on for the top rookie award at the moment, by the way. Finley Watson's doing a very good job here at fending off any hope for Harry Pullen of closing back in and taking second place and making it a JWR 1-2 at the moment. This is the closest battle on circuit. This is over 7th, 8th and 9th places. Liam Ferguson, Shane Collins, who we'll see again later this afternoon in the Rotax 177 race. And Elliot Thomas just behind. Well, whatever it was, Tom Patterson's just started doing 45s again, so there we go. It's one of those gaps where the pace isn't so much that he's just, just sneak through chicane 2 and cut a corner off. Fernando Alonso at Abu Dhabi a few years style. It's not that big a game. He'd also have to weave his way through a load of cones, so I'm baffled. I'm baffled as to where that 42.5's come from. Status quo being held at the moment in this fight for 7th. 90 seconds remaining on the clock. Tom Taylor, by the way, is still circulating. 44.749 for him last time around, new personal best in this race. Top 3 I don't want to say they're in a truce at the moment. Oh, that was a mistake from Shane Collins. He's going to be under attack now from Elliot Thomas, surely into chicane number 2. Deals with it well. Actually recovers it very well, does Shane Collins. I think they are a touch quicker than Liam Ferguson at the moment, but as we have been saying a lot today, very difficult to overtake. Unless your name's Benjamin Lawn, it's very, very difficult to overtake around this circuit. Definitely more tricky in the higher classes, in the juniors and the seniors, where physically the drivers, the karts are bigger. The width of the karts as well is an important factor in all of that. You see Shane Collins close up to Liam Ferguson, but the speed delta isn't great enough that he can just breeze on by one of the easier portions of this circuit. Ten seconds to go on the clock then. Not been the most dramatic final today in the senior Rotax ranks, but could be a very important one in the story of this championship. Joe Weaver, who has really, really had his work cut out in the early parts of this season. Is he taking a big step to retaining this title? We had a very good chat with him on the podium yesterday about his season so far and his plans afoot for 2024. I would love to finish this off with a series victory. Finley Watson, though, is pushing him all the way. We should note as well in Finley's season, we talked about Joe's exclusion from round 1. Finley had a very solid but not spectacular start to the season, which in a way is good, because if he can keep his form going, but at least since, I want to say round 5, has seen him no lower than 4th in any race. He's got a lot of points that he can gain on over previous results as well. So it's in that respect keeping Watson and Pullen very honest indeed. For this weekend though, it's been Joe Weaver in Division 1, everybody else in Division 1.5. This has been very impressive from Joe Weaver. He's turned up to Fulbeck, he's played around with the setup, he's had 6 races and 6 victories. Joe Weaver says, how about that? Takes round 8 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship Senior Rotax class here at Fulbeck. Second place goes to Finley Watson, who continues his championship campaign, which I do think is going to go to the bitter end. Third place for Harry Pullen. Fourth is going to go to Harry Lamond good result for Harry there. Shane Collinson finishes in the top 5. Solid points again for Shane, and will further cement himself in the top 5 in the standings, I think, at the end of this weekend. Cameron Crockett, I think, is also going to be in a solid place in the standings. Was 5th at the start of the day. Can't be any worse than that, I think, with the results that Cameron Crockett's had today. That's 6th place. Liam Ferguson did really well. Maybe didn't have the absolute pace, but had very good racecraft and kart positioning. Held on to a well-deserved 7th place there. Held off Shane Collins and Elliot Thomas for a lot of that race. Tom Taylor could have finished a bit higher, but made a mistake at chicane 2. Finishes 10th. Tom Patterson and Jake Richards were both on the top 5s, but had contact down at chicane 1. Tom Patterson did have a very fastest lap, though, in that race. Joseph McVeigh started the race, but had an issue with his silencer on the exhaust, which meant he retired on lap 1. Very good stuff then from senior Rotax, and one of the really intriguing stories will roll on to Wilton Mill in a month's time. We'll see them there, and you'll have action from round 10 here on your Alpha live stream. Next up, though, out on circuit, it's the biggest final of the day in terms of number of karts out on circuit. Junior Rotax are next. Penultimate race of the day then, and it is the Junior Rotax Final, and this is a bit of a mixed up grid to what we've been used to so far this year. Callum Gorsh has pole position for Cutting Edge Racing. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is the number 44 of Dale Lewis. JWR's Joseph Murphy starts on row 2 and is joined by Ben Horner. Milo Manderson has had some really solid good heats and has been rewarded with row 3, 5th on the grid on row 3. Alongside him on row 3 is Toby Bedford. Winner in the final yesterday, once all things shook themselves out, is on the 4th row of the grid today. Jake Howarth starts P7 for JWR. Jake Woods is alongside him there in the number 40. Albert Wilton and Emily Cotty make it an all-attack motorsports 5th row of the grid. There is your current championship leader, Aiden Hassan. Well, depending on which way you cut the cake, you should remember that. The number 1 of Aiden Hassan starts on row 6, has work to do from there, and is also joined by another one of the quick drivers here this weekend, but hasn't had the results through the heats. Ethan Hay starts 12th. Onto the 7th row of the grid we go then. Caden Welch starts P13. Tom Day Racing have Jack Briscoe starting P14. Jaden Hewitt is on the 8th row of the grid and is joined by Jasmine Taylor, who had to start from the back of both heats due to problems in qualifying, so has shown that she can overtake a lot here today. Could be on for a top 10, I think, from there, starting P16. It's also followed up by her Momentum Motorsports teammate, winner of round 6 the last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras. Billy Edgecombe starts on row 9 alongside BL Racing's Eric Smith. The number 21 there starts 18th. Definitely into the second half of the field now. Kieran Denyer and Charlie Cox start on the 10th row of the grid. Isaac Parkinson and Miles Roby start on row 11. Max Rowley for Tom Day Racing and Harry Smith start on the 12th row of this grid. Row 13, we find Arthur Frey and Logan Cowling for Mark Baines Motorsport. Jensen Powers and Finley Patterson start on row 14. DeJean Bennett and Oliver Brett Smith, who's had a really difficult day so far, start on row 15. There's 32 karts in the field. The last 2 on row 16 are JWR's Jake Flewitt and Harrison Morrow. Well, here we go then. This hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. I think this could be a quite dramatic race. It's a mixed up order in terms of raw pace. Now, I would argue that everyone is in their retrospective position in terms of how they've done with the heats. They're where they deserve to be in the kindest manner. But it's 9 minutes plus 1 lap. We've seen lots of overtaking in this category today around this tight and twisty circuit. I'm very intrigued to see how the front runners, Gosh, Murphy, Manderson. I named those drivers because they are regulars. They are ones that are at the sharp end of the points standings. How did they play this? They know 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀 is a little bit further back. They know 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗀 is a little bit further back. They know Jake Howarth is not too far back, but they're still within striking distance if they start fighting. In some ways, this could be one of the calmest junior Rotax starts we see of the year, but in other ways, it could be one of the most dramatic. We're about to find out. 9 minutes plus 1 lap here at Fulbeck. Away we go. Good start for 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. He's going to take the hard line down the inside. Good start for Milo Manderson as well. It's up to P3. Couple of carts jerking out. 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀's just trying to keep himself out of trouble around the outside in the green helmet. Number 1 cart as they go through there. And actually, it was one of the cleanest junior Rotax starts that we've seen so far this year, with 32 carts rather, barreling into the first couple of corners. But it's 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 who leads at the early stages of this one. 𝗵𝗏𝗍𝗀 there working away through. A couple of them squirming at the back. Jensen Powers gets a position at least there as someone runs wide. I'm going to count them through at the end of lap number 1. And I do think the drivers at the front, I don't wonder if they've been talking to each other in the paddock today. We've got to take this opportunity. We're never going to get a better opportunity, you'd think, than this, of taking a race win with a couple of the big hitters so far down the order. Move being looked there. Milo Manderson shuts the door on Joseph Murphy in the number 48. Up the inside comes Ben Horner, takes 5th place away from Dale Lewis. Through chicane number 2. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 leads. Jake Howarth up to 2nd place as well. We've not mentioned that yet, so that's key. I really feel that's key. He was a very popular victor yesterday. Mr. Consistency. He mentioned on the podium how last year he finished 3rd in the championship but didn't actually take a finals victory all year. Yesterday was the day where he broke that run. Could he do it again here? Through the chicane to go. In fact, he's gone for the lead. He's got it. He's got through. So Jake Howarth for JWR takes the lead of the race away from 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. 3rd for Milo Manderson. Here comes 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀 down the inside. That's him getting past Toby Bedford for 6th place. Jake Woods is forced out wide there, and now the gloves are off. Here we go. This is the Junior Rotax 2023 class that we know and love from a neutral's position here in the comms box. 7 minutes to go on the clock. There's Ethan Hay in the number 27. Can he find a way past Toby Bedford? But if you're Jake Howarth, I think you've got oh, there we go, off the road. Is that the number 13 and 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀? Yes, it's Kieran Denyer and Jack Briscoe. They were fighting over 16th place, but 16th place no more, as 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀 sets the fastest lap of the race, a 45.671. Down the inside of Milo Manderson, that's the number 12 of Ben Horner going through, and Dale Lewis going through. So they're aware that 𝗦𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 is just behind, has just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's coming through, the reigning champion, the championship leader, the winner of so many finals so far this year. If he's going to win this one, he's going to have to work really, really hard and have every overtake absolutely spot on. There's another one. Brilliant move by 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. Gets past Milo Manderson for 5th place. But for Jake Howarth, I think you've almost got to take inspiration, I should say, from your team leader, Joe Weaver, who's just taken a brilliant victory in the seniors. Run a consistent race at the front. 𝗵𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀 is the fastest driver out on circuit. There he is, back of this group here. The blue and yellow Momentum Motorsport machine, number 7. And he's now up to 13th place. Through chicane 2 they go again. I think the drivers at the front will probably cross the line in a few seconds to go. How's there still 5 minutes to go? Why is that timer not ticking down? Because they can sense the charging presence of 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀. As that's a wide moment for Dale Lewis. Gets back on circuit. I think he only lost 1 position to Toby Bedford. No, he lost the position to 𝗦𝗏𝗍𝗀𝗀. So through they go. Less than 5 minutes now on the clock. It's now started to break down as the number 82 of Milo Manderson goes through past Dale Lewis. He's had a great weekend so far. Wants to finish it on a high here in this final. 𝗦𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀 looking for a move there. The number 92 Attack Motorsports kart down the inside. I think that was on Caden Welch, and a fight going on there. And here through comes Billy Edgecombe as well in the number 7 Momentum Motorsport. Change for second place confirmed. Ben Horner has got through past 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗀. There's a few warnings coming in. Harrison Morrow is one of them, but unfortunately Harrison's down in 22nd place. That's not too important really in the context of the top 10 and everybody. There's a yellow flag, waved yellow flag into chicane number 2. Can't quite see from my position what it is for. Might be for a bit of barrier repair. Oh yeah, there's a kart off to one side. Who was that? Was that number 38 of Harry Smith? I think it was, because Harry Smith has fallen down to the order. It's been a tough weekend for Harry Smith. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and still Jake Howarth leads this race. 45.501. Last time around has got a decent lead. Don't defend thin air. If there's a way of getting that message to Jake Howarth at the moment, don't defend thin air, because at the moment he's got a really good lead. Here comes Hassan down the inside. He's onto the podium, up to 3rd place now, past 𝗦𝗲𝗄𝗀, and he's got 1.4 seconds up to the race leader to find. And he's got a good amount of time to do it as well. It is Harry Smith who's off and out of the race. 2 laps down now on the timing. 3 minutes to go. This could be one of Aiden Hassan's finest SuperOne drives here at Fulbeck if he continues this run. Moments, there's a problem there for Finlay Patterson in the number 91. If he is going through chicane 2 through the cut through there. That's why he was slow, because they've got to slow down and pretty much come to a stop. As here goes 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍 down the inside of Milo Manderson. Are you not entertained at home? This is a superb junior Rotax final, one of the best so far this year, if you ask me. 2.5 minutes of it to go, and still Jake Howarth leads it around 3/4 of a second over Ben Horner. What a story it would be for Jake Howarth, who'd waited so long for a final victory. That wait ended yesterday. Could he get 2 in one weekend? Contact warning for Billy Edgecombe. Another lap goes by, and still Howarth's lead is more than 0.7 of a second. But now Aiden Hassan's closing in, and Ben Horner's aware of it. He's got the reigning champion on his tail. New fastest lap of the race for Aiden Hassan, 45.098, as there's an incident at chicane 1. Can't make out which kart it is, because they're both blocked. Drivers being shown through the cut through actually of chicane number 1 now, as there's someone in a bit of discomfort there. Apologies, still can't quite make out who it is. We'll note who's falling down through the order. So there's going to be yellow flags out surely down the pit straight here with 90 seconds to go. Red flag is out, and that might be the end of the race, because there's only 1 minute and 30 to go. Everyone is brought to not quite a stop, but a sedate pace, and Jake Howarth is at the front of the order. Apologies, I'm still just trying to work out who the 2 drivers who've fallen down the order are, because it's out of my view here in the comms box. But let's have a look down the order as it's read here on timing. Jake Howarth across the line, and if that is the end of the race, that is his 2nd win in a row in a final. Ben Horner P2, Aiden Hassan P3, P4 for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗀, P5 for 𝗦𝗲𝗍𝗍, Milo Manderson P6, Joseph Murphy, Dale Lewis, Billy Edgecombe and 𝗦𝗏𝗿𝗀𝗀 all in the top 10 at the time of the red flag. The red flag procedure will of course be applied, so there may be a level of count back involved here, just be aware of that. If you're watching at home, Toby Bedford 11th, Caden Welch 12th, Jake Woods 13th, 14th for Jaden Hewitt, 15th for Max Rowley, 16th Emily Cotty, 17th for Charlie Cox, 18th Isaac Parkinson, 19th for Eric Smith, 20th for Jasmine Taylor, 21st Jensen Powers, Logan Cowling 22nd, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Brett Smith, Arthur Frey in the top 25, DeJean Bennett, Miles Roby, Kieran Denyer, Finlay Patterson, Jack Briscoe. That was the top 30 at the end of lap number 9, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Smith, as we know, had already retired from the race at the end of lap number 5. Well, we'll wait to see what happens here for the remainder of the day. I'm surprised if that's the end of the junior Rotax, because I say they only had a minute and a half remaining on the clock. But we will definitely have the Rotax 177 final coming up. But I can see that we'll have a little bit of a pause here for the red flag. We'll be back with more commentary here from Double Dash Motorsport Media on your Alpha Live stream of round 8 of the 2023 Purgo SuperOne Championships in a short moment's time.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This is going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it. Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series.
Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment. Down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aiden Hassan's resisted though. Aiden Hassan is going to win round 12.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This is going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it. Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back everybody to Fulbeck for our coverage of the 8th round of this 2023 Purgo SuperOne Karting Championship. Big thanks to all of our sponsors here today, AST Signs, JKH Bell Helmets, and of course Purgo as well. We're getting ready for our final race of the day to confirm the junior Rotax race will not resume, so that'll be counted back a lap
The final results, of course, will be confirmed on results.alphatiming.co.uk, but we are pretty certain that that is going to be a second finals victory of the year for Jake Howarth and JWR. It means we've got one more race to go here this afternoon at Fulbeck, and it is our final for the Rotax 177 category. Their grid will look like this: Shane Collins on pole position, Andy Collinson championship leader P2, Jason Bear for Attack Motorsports and KF Sports, Andy Ward P4. Thank you all for your support, kind words, your messages of support for the drivers as well. Whilst we've got a bit of a pause in proceedings here, I'm going to take the opportunity to give my thanks for some of the folks behind the scenes here for your Alpha live stream today. If you've enjoyed the coverage and you've not done so before already, do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button, click the notification bell if you're on YouTube, and the like button as well on YouTube and Facebook, and the like page as well really does help us out. Your team today has been Luke Woodford alongside me as producer, Darren Hassan as our runner and master of operations here in Alpha Live. Our camera crew out on circuit, who without them I literally could not do my job: Chris Simpson, Martin Webster and James Askins as well. And particularly special mention to Mr. Simpson, the man simply known as Baps around Britain, or Baps about Britain I should say, has been not just providing fantastic camera shots today down at the far end of the circuit. Hello, Chris, if you can hear me. He's also fed us all lunch with some of his homemade bread. I had the ham and cheese variant. It was very, very good, and has kept me fulfilled across the course of this afternoon. So thank you, Chris. Yeah, fantastic work once again from the whole crew here at Alpha Live. If you've enjoyed the commentary as well, thumbs up from Chris. If you've enjoyed the commentary at @MM across your social media networks, I'm not going to mention what it is because I might get in trouble if I mention what it is, because it's on a rival station. Don't tell anybody. But big news next week. Keep an eye out on the Motorsport Media social medias. It's a big one. It's a proper big one. And we're very excited to bring to you something next week that's similar but different. We'll leave it there. As I say, have a check of the socials early part of next week for what we're doing next weekend. I think we're just waiting for a couple of carts to be recovered before we get this one underway, and it'll be 9 minutes plus 1 lap for the 4 drivers here in the Rotax 177 crew. There's Shane Collins on the left hand side of your screen. He's been a busy man today. He's won both heats so far. It's a bit of a canter really. Decent results in the seniors as well. So you can just see one of the senior carts being recovered back. I think it's Dale Lewis actually who was one of the drivers involved. The most important news is Dale is on his feet and walking, so from that regard is fine, and other bits we won't speculate, we never do, on the condition of drivers. We will let you know of news when we know of it and are certain of it. Also waiting for a few moments for the start of the rollout of these Rotax 177s. Let's have a chat with yesterday's winner.
Well, we're back once again here at the podium. Last interview of the day, and another familiar face here at the SuperOne podium. Andy Collinson, another round win, round 7 in the books. The championship lead extended, but it's not been the easiest of days out there for you.
No, we've had a tough one today. The Heat 1, we had a chain break, so we got a DNF. Heat 2, we got second, then we won the final. But Shane kept me on it there, like it was touch and go.
So we had a very brief chat in the middle of the circuit earlier, which I wasn't expecting. I was setting cameras up. Any idea of what the issue might be with that caused those chain failures?
No, we've had a couple done. They just broke. So we don't know. We've renewed everything now, so hopefully we'll be on for it now for tomorrow. Hopefully. How
do you bounce back from that as a driver? You know, obviously you changed a lot. You changed the sprockets as well out there before the final, but from the mental side of the game, how do you deal with that going into a final?
You've just got to put it down to one of them. It's karting. It happened, doesn't it?
So I'll just cut that short because the formation lap has begun here for the final of the Rotax 177 class. 9 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to take round number 8. Shane Collins will take us from pole position for the last race of the day, and away we go. Very even start across all 4 drivers as they sprint down to the first hairpin for the first time. You can see Collinson trying to break in there because he doesn't want to get overtaken by Jason Bear like he did in the first heat and the second heat, and he's avoided it this time. That's a key moment in this final. He can now keep on the rear bumper of Shane Collins. This is a new test now for Collins in today's racing. He's going to have a close challenger here, you would think, in Collinson for the remainder of this race. But then again, some of the pace for Shane Collins today has been absolutely superb. Andy Collinson round the final corner, end of lap number 1. The gap is 0.5 of a second. Jason Bear still there in third, and Andy Ward P4. Jason Bear had disappointment in the second race of the day. Problem on the Attack Motorsports run machine meant that he didn't finish the second heat. Probably looking to get back on that podium. Was on the podium on the top 3 rostrum yesterday. At the moment it's settling into a rhythm. Collins, Collinson, Bear and Ward. I just get the feeling that, yeah, Shane Collins is having to push this a little bit harder than the heats, knowing that Andy Collinson hasn't been held up this time by Jason Bear. No disrespect to Jason Bear, but he's not really had the pace in the number 50 underneath him today to challenge Shane Collins' pace, and that's what was a huge factor in the first 2 heats. But once Collinson had got through back into second place, having lost it off the start, where it's a difficult place to start in P2 here at Fulbeck. Before we know it, he was 1.5 seconds behind. This time he's only half a second. He's keeping pace at the moment with the number 52. Shane Collins, in terms of the championship scores, a little bit further back at the moment, mainly through not being on the grid for the Rotax 177s at Clay Pigeons. See how hard Jason Bear say. In terms of the driver in that kart, pushing all the way. He's just not quite delivering the pace this weekend. He's wringing every single last 100th of a second out of it, I'm sure. Shane Collins sets the fastest lap of the race, 45.319, about a 10th quicker than Andy Collinson at this stage of the race. What can Andy Collinson do to respond? 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Andy Collinson, who has taken the last 3 round victories, of course. He took the double at Clay Pigeons. The last 3 rounds have all gone in Andy's direction. The last driver to beat him in one of these finals, the driver ahead of him, Shane Collins, took the final at round number 4. It was his only finals victory in Rotax 177 so far this year. He's had his ups and downs so far this season when he has been racing. Remember, at Rowra for round 3 had a tough day. Had some mechanical problems with the kart. The kart has looked a lot better today, I've got to say. It's a credit to the team, the privateer team running the number 52 kart. They have clearly done some changes to the setup in the night and found a huge chunk of pace. It's not the same one that Shane drives in the seniors. Similar machinery in terms of specs, of course, but no 2 karts. Anyone who's done a good amount of karting will tell you, no 2 karts, even if they're designed the same, ever quite feel the same. They have their subtleties, they have their upsides and their downsides. At the moment, it's very much up for Shane Collins. He's dipped into the 45s, and he really is throwing a challenge here to Andy Collins to say, come on, what have you got? Can you get down into the sub 45 second lap times? 44.997 last time around for Collins. Well, to be fair, Collins replies yes he can. He's been down into the 44.9s as well here. 4.5 minutes to go. 44.9 once again for Collins. New fastest lap of the race, 45.0 for Collinson. So it's a 10th here, it's a 10th there. It's a good scrap going on for third place as well. Andy Ward, this has been the strongest performance we've seen so far from Andy Ward. Jason Bear just behind, just ahead of him in the number 50, clips the curb a little bit there. I think he's feeling the pressure a bit from the KF Sport driver there in the number 8. Do the second chicane, back with our leaders. Collins, Collinson still as they've been pretty much throughout the whole day. This has been the order they've run, apart from those first laps in both of the heats where Collinson had to find his way past Jason Baird. This has been the order. Ward pushing hard, just lose out there as they go into the straight. Bit too much speed as they went through turn 9 and then into turn 10. 44.7 on now. This is really Shane Collins putting the hammer down now as third and fourth scrap going into the first hairpin. Lead now up to 1.1 seconds for Collins ahead of Collinson. Third place battle, I'd say it's on a knife edge here. One mistake from Jason Bear and Andy Ward will be through. Maybe that's Andy Ward's style and tactical play in this one. Put Jason Bear under pressure and try and make him force a mistake out of the driver in the number 50 car. They're going to nearly be side by side as they go down the pit straight. Down the main straight. The pits are slightly further round the course here at Fulbeck, so it's not a true pit straight in those terms. 2 minutes 40 to go. And Shane Collins has really put the hammer down there. That's a very good couple of laps from Collins. He's put a 44.7 last time around. Andy Collinson, I think, is going to have to concede defeat here today. 1.6 seconds is the gap now between first and second place. Still got this battle over third place to enjoy. Jason Bear doing a really good job at the moment. Has settled back down. You can see just the body language of the kart. He was looking a bit scruffy a few laps ago. He's got back into a rhythm. Just holding Andy Ward there at an arm's distance, 0.4 of a second. Doing the job needed to take third place. Less than 2 minutes to go then. Last race of the day here at Fulbeck. Every Sunday round here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and Facebook network of pages. And we will be back for round number 10. We'll be at the home of Alpha Live. But it's 2 homes coming up. Alpha Live's home for round number 10, Wilton Mill. And then the home circuit for DDMM as well to finish the season. 15 minutes up the road from HQ. I have no power over the calendar selection, but I am very appreciative that the finale is 15 minutes up the road for round 12, and you'll be able to follow both of them here on Alpha Live. Date for the Wilton Mill round will be the 6th of August. You can get your entries in now, of course. If you're watching today and you want to get involved, still spaces on the grid for those events. And I say big thanks to our sponsors once again this weekend. Purgo, AST Signs, their continued support. JKH, as always. Shane Collins into I thought at the moment there was a bit of a problem for Shane Collins. We're just having a bit of fun, I think, out there at the moment. Bell Helmets as well, of course, and CWG Choices Limited. All of this could not happen without their sponsorship of the championship here in 2023. 2.3 seconds now, the gap between Collins and Collinson. It's still very close for third and fourth as well. Andy Ward is down to the 45.7 reach. I think that's the best lap of the day for Andy Ward. He's really not giving this up, but Jason Bear is soaking up this pressure brilliantly to hold on to that last spot on the last podium of the day. Time has expired, but the lead driver had got over start finish before it ticked over to 0. So 2 more laps then for the Rotax 177 drivers here today. We'll all be scoring some really good points. For Shane Collins, it could be a first round victory. since Rowra, since round number 4. Yeah, first that day. This could be his first clean sweep of the season. Sees the final lap board. He's just got to tick these corners off now. There through chicane number 1. Collinson follows through. Into the hairpin, the first hairpin, the wider hairpin, almost a bit of a parabolica through there they go. Through the kink that's absolutely flat out in these karts and all the karts that we've seen today. Chicane 2's complete. Well, it's looked routine for Shane Collins today, but I'm sure it was anything but. A very high level of performance from this driver, who's going to be heading home with a big, big smile on his face. The MS kart has performed brilliantly here today, and it's a clean sweep for Shane Collins. Shane Collins wins in Rotax 177, takes round 8 of the championship. Andy Collinson finishes P2 today. More good points for his title bid, and Jason Bear is just going to hold on for P3 ahead of Andy Ward there. Great run from all 4 of those drivers, really. They all put their hearts and souls into that race. Very, very good stuff indeed. Thumbs up there between Jason Bear and Andy Ward. That's good to see. Good sportsmanship from both of those drivers. And hello to Lincoln Bevan as well. He's just tuned in, cheering on Shane Collins, doing a very, very good job indeed. And will be on the top step of the podium in a few moments' time. And with that, a level of silence falls over Fulbeck Kart Circuit here in Lincolnshire. That's the racing all done and dusted here today for round 8 of the Purgo SuperOne Karting Championships. I do hope you've enjoyed it. It's been some great racing here today. The weather's been pretty good as well. I say last year we had some heavy rainstorms. None of that here this year. It's been a bit windy. It's been a bit wild, but it's been a very, very enjoyable weekend nonetheless. And as I say, we will be back for the next weekend of SuperOne action in about a month's time, weekend of the 5th and 6th of August. We will be at the fantastic Wilton Mill circuit. Whether you're watching us here on the stream on the 6th or you're here at the circuit, do very much hope that you will be with us for that one in some shape or capacity. Once again, big thanks to John Hoyle, Amelia Hoyle, the whole team here at SuperOne Glan-y Heath for all the work here in timekeeping and in the comms box. All the marshals here at Fulbeck Kart Circuit who, of course, give up so much of their time. We couldn't go racing without them. They are the true heart and spirit of motorsport here in Britain. And thanks to all of you at home for following. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your likes and your shares and your subscribes and all of that business. Do hope you've enjoyed it. Do hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Big thanks to our Alpha Live crew one more time as well. Luke Woodford, Darren Hassan, Chris Simpson, Martin Webster and James Askins. If you've enjoyed the commentary at _MM, as I say, watch out for something quite special next weekend that we're very much looking forward to. But that's it. That's all we've got time for here today, this afternoon at Fulbeck. Do enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll see you on the 6th of August for round 10 at Wilton Mill. This has been an Alpha Live Productions with commentary from Motorsport Media for the SuperOne series. Enjoy the rest of your evening and bye-bye.
Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of the SuperOne series. Three wide through Billy's blind. How on earth have they all got through there? Arthur Farrow to the outside. This is the moment, down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Through into Wilkins. Aidan Hassan's resistant though. Aidan Hassan is going to win round 12.